right. All drivers, when you come off the racing surface, you need to exit stage right. Do not go left into the staging area. Go to the right if you would, please. That'd be greatly appreciated. Second set of drivers rolling out onto the speedway. And the first driver working by the flag stand in the Longhorn chassis. Hooker trucking on the side, Oak Performance. It is the Squirrel, Brian Shirley. Shirley working down into turn number 1 and 2. Evan Harrell behind him. And that Savage chassis driver out of Franklin, North Carolina. Realty One Group also on the side of his ride. Evan, of course, making his return to racing over almost a 20-year absence last season towards the end. Behind him, it's going to be the 16 machine of Ross the Falls Bells. In the 15 out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in a Longhorn, it is going to be Will Hicks. Chris Woods in the 17 machine. Going to bring the Longhorn to life on the front straightaway. Bilstein shots on that entry. Puckett Farms. They'll work down into turn number 1. Matthew Larson in the 8 machine, also out on the racetrack as well. Larson. The Baby Bomber in the Longhorn Big Kill Power Plant. T's Warehouse on that entry as well there for Larson. And they'll continue to circulate around the speedway. Brian Shirley now to the top of the board. John Henderson second, fastest Cody Overton third, Preston Luckman, Benji Hicks, and Ross Bells. A little bit of a lag there on my race pass, getting it back updated. We had that time away. Checkered flag. Brian Shirley, John Henderson, Chris Woods going to jump up to third quick over Cody Overton and Preston Luckman, Benji Hicks, Ross Bells, Stephen Roberts, Billy Franklin, and Alan Stick, your top 10 so far here in My Race Pass. Hot laps for the Southern All-Stars presented by Showtime Properties. So the Squirrel, Brian Shirley at the top of the board here in hot laps. Shirley only taking a couple of rounds of practice earlier on in the afternoon. John Henderson, Jarrett Rifles on the side of his ride. He is second quick, followed by Chris Woods, Cody Overton, Preston Luckman, Benji Hicks, Ross Bell, Stephen Roberts, Billy Franklin, and Alan Stick going to be your top 10. Green flag getting ready to fly on this next group of competitors as they're out onto the speedway. The Reaper, Ryan Gustin, going to work his way down into turn number 1, followed by the 22 machine of Drake Troutman and Big Perm Dalton Wilson. Wilson, a winner here last year with the Ultimate Super Late Models and that Big Frog Motorsports entry. Magic Man Mark Whitener also going to victory lane. In that 5, the driver out of Middleburg, Florida. Wilson, we'll see what he can do working off the corner. The 101 machine, the Longhorn of Casey Roberts. And the 76, big, sexy Brandon Overton in the Budweiser entry in the Longhorn, going to work into turn number 3 and 4. Brandon Overton, second quick with a 15.422. Still atop the board is Brian Shirley. Dalton Wilson in the Big Frog entry. Fourth quick, Casey Roberts. Fifth quick, Chris Woods. Cody Overton, Ryan Gustin up to eighth quick. Kendall Franklin there in that 3:17 machine. Going to go 12th quick on the board here in hot laps. Boat ride in the 9B going to be 22nd quick there. Will Hicks 23rd. Out of the drivers who have taken time here in my race pass hot laps. Everybody still chasing the squirrel, Brian Shirley, but a driver out on the Speedway out of Blairsville, Georgia, in the number 22 machine, who was real quick earlier on in practice. That is Tucker Anderson. He's down in turn number 3 and 4 in that Interstate Welding number 22 machine as he works his way down the front straightaway. Longhorn chassis underneath Tucker Anderson there. Hornet Power Plant, Vision Sims Construction. Also on that ride behind him, it is going to be Dylan Daves, the driver out of North Carolina. Jake Jackson also in that J1 machine. Style Services on the side of his ride. Jackson Grading. That's an Excel chassis for the driver out of Rellerton, North Carolina. Another North Carolina driver behind him in the 23 machine. It's going to be Beckham Malone, and then another North Carolina driver who slipped in front of Beckham there. That is going to be the Bulldog, Jamie Oliver in the 38 machine. So Oliver now looking for the green flag along with the rest of the field. Michael Leach, Peyton Freeman, Dan Ebert in the 60 machine, and we're going to turn them loose. I believe Dan Ebert going to be our missing data there on my race pass. Missing data already striking early in this one. Green flag in the air. Everybody still chasing Brian Shirley at the top of the board. Brandon Overton, John Henderson, Big Perb, Dalton Wilson, and Casey Roberts, your top 5. Schaefer's all by Mike Bruner Jr. 602s. We need you ready in the staging area. Garrett Smith out on the Speedway in a Cadillac Ranch Longhorn, Atlanta Pavement and Grading entry, working in the back straight away. He'll dive off down into turn number 3 and 4. Dust pods on the side of the 09 machine for Michael Leach. He's being pressured by the F1 machine, Coleman Farms Capital Race Car entry for Peyton Freeman, a former Southern All-Star champion. Dan Ebert behind him as we see the white flag in the air as it dances into the night sky here at Screven Motor Speedway. Beckham Malone in the 23 machine. The 10 of Garrett Smith coming by to the checkers as well. Everybody, of course, staying the same in the top 2 with Brian Shirley and Brandon Overton, but a new third-place man in Garrett Smith, the Georgia native, going up to 3rd, followed by another Georgia native out of Blairsville, Georgia, the number 22 machine. It's Tucker Anderson. John Henderson going to be 5th quick, 6th quick, going to be Big Perm. Dalton Wilson out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. And out of Toccoa, Georgia, in the 101 machine, it's Casey Roberts, a former Ultimate Super Late Model champion and multiple-time Southern All-Star winner there. Peyton Freeman, a former series champion. 8th quick, Dan Ebert will be 9th quick, and Chris Woods will be 10th quick on the board. Mid-Atlantic Roofing on that 23 machine for the young man, Beckham Malone. They call him the Fresh Prince of Dirt. Remember to stage towards the left or to the right side and exit. Make sure you head back this way to the other side of the tower. And that's going to wrap up Hot Laps there, presented by My Race Pass for the Southern All-Star Series, presented by Showtime Properties. So Brian Shirley and Brandon Overton, your top 2 drivers. And now out on the Speedway will be our first set of drivers for Hot Laps for the Red Clay Series. Of course, our title sponsor, Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Got a brand new sponsor coming on board to do the caution flags throughout the 2026 season, and that is Tuxedo Glass. Jeff Queen there in the Spartanburg Fleet 29 grill. Ivy Septic Service entries. He's working down the front straightaway. Also, the 84 machine. That's going to be Cody Overton behind the wheel of that entry here tonight. Dustin Collins there in the 44 machine. 84 of Overton diving down into the infield area there for some reason. He'll rejoin the field. Chris Burnside in the 3-8C out on the Speedway. He's going to bring him to the green flag off of turn number 3 and 4. One car squirrely and gathering it back up. That's going to be the 11 machine. Griffin Jones there in the 17. Ross Bell's going to be behind the 1 this weekend. Normally, Cameron Tribble driving that entry, so Bell signed in on that one this evening. He'll be pulling double duty between the Super and also the 602. Daniel Brown, Griffin Jones, Jeff Queen, Dustin Collins, all taking time so far with Ross the Boss Bells. No shock, he's at the top of the board. Then Jeff Queen and Daniel Brown riding in 3rd. Griffin Jones there in 4th. Crown Vics, be making your way to staging. Crown Vics, be making your way to the staging area, please. Checkered flag in the air, Ross Bells with a 16.992. Jeff Queen, second quick. Make it 3rd quick because Daniel Brown with a great lap with a 17.036 goes 2nd quick. 1 car around. Josh Guy in the 15. Around down in turn number 3 and 4. He'll get it looped back in the right direction. Everybody headed off the Speedway. We'll roll on to our next set of drivers here. Of course, Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies qualifying, going to be up next after Hot Laps. Of course, Hot Laps is presented by My Race Pass. Kalen Kettle in the K0 machine out on a racing surface. Dawson Lowe out of Knoxville, Tennessee in the 16 machine. Doug Penny, the Hustler, in the 4 machine. He'll work down into turn number 1. Carly Bennett there in the 10 machine. Looking for 1 or 2 more drivers to add to this group. Ben Fairclaw in the 18 machine. Going to work down the back straightaway. He'll basically lead the field back around to the green flag in this group, followed by Dawson Lowe, Doug Penny in the 4 machine, Carly Bennett in the 10 machine, working down the back straightaway, Kalen Kettle in the K0. And that will be the drivers in this group. So Fairclaw taking it down into turn number 1 and 2. Ben Fairclaw in that 18 machine, back on the loud pedal down the back straightaway. Carly Bennett in the 10. The lady driver going to work her way into turn number 1. Doug Penny, the Hustler, going to hustle his way down into turn number 3. And for the driver out of Aynard, South Carolina, Crown Vics, you're needed in the staging area. Alan Stello on the side of that one. Kenny Peoples Jr., another one of those great presenting partners there for Doug Penny. Kalen Kettle in the K0 machine down into 1 and 2. White flag in the air. Ben Fairclaw in the 18 machine. Drivers now making their way back to the pit area. It's a Doug Penny and that Bear Ride icon. Also Mike Solo, Kenny Peoples Jr., Nothing But Dirt on YouTube, some of his marketing partners. Kalen Kettle, Kamikaze there out of Colbert, Georgia. In that GM62 Kettle Construction entry, exiting the racetrack in that last group. And now getting ready to pick up this next group of competitors. The Real Rapper, Kenny Collins there in the 00. Of course, last season in 2025, he was a winner at Sonoya Raceway to start off the red clay season. Can he do it again here tonight at Screven, one of his favorite racetracks? Caleb Strobel in the 58C, Evan Bell there in the 97. Working his way down into turn number 3 and 4 is Evan Bell. That young man has came on strong over the last half of 2025. The driver out of Jefferson, Georgia. He's got a Longhorn chassis underneath him, Ingram engines, Elite Utility. Alvarez grading on that 97. We've got the 8 machine down to the bottom of the Speedway. And going to dive down into the infield area. Green flag in the air. Still at the top of the board right now. We'll go back to it. It is Ross Bell, Daniel Brown, Kenny Collins, new quick time with a 16.870. Horse tonight, 2,000 a win for the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Berger Jr. Red Clay Series. Want to thank Team PPM and PPM Racing Products, our new hard charger sponsor. Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies for our Fast Time Award. And also CNS Auto Electric, covering, of course, our long haul this weekend. And also Hard Luck as well. White flag in the air. Daniel Brown third, quick. Dawson Lowe. Caleb Gay in the 17G. Caleb Strobel in the 56C. Jeff Queen, Carly Bennett, Griffin Jones, and Evan Bell, your top 10. Dylan Stanley there in the 15, the driver of Easley, South Carolina, working in the back straight away. Checkered flag going to be in the air. Still got another group of drivers getting ready to roll out onto the Speedway. Kalen Strobel out of Waterboro, South Carolina, there in the Longhorn Twisted Performance Power Plant. Underneath the hood, Wesley Page Racing Shocks and John Page Racing, some of the marketing partners there on that 58C for Strobel. Ches Chester in the 9, going to be a favorite coming into tonight. He'll roll out onto the Speedway. Derek Stanley in the 4 machine. Another driver is going to be one to watch is going to be Colton Herbert in the 611. He has been able to tear it up in 602s and 604 action. Has Colton Herbert, of course, a former Red Clay Series winner in that 611 entry. Also out on the Speedway, Chris Woods, the driver, in the number 17 in the Longhorn chassis. The 93 of Bo Smith working into turn number 1, and in front of him in the McCarter Towing Billings Brothers Autism Awareness Excel chassis in a 71 out of Inman, South Carolina, David Hollywood Smith. Wyatt Coffey in the 2 machine, a 3-time champion last season, 1 championship at Natural Bridge Speedway in Virginia, an Elite 602 championship, and also a Mid-East 602 championship as well for the trifecta for the young man. Camden Harp in the C5 machine out of the great state of Georgia. 441 Speed Shop, the engine builder on that one, a Bushwhacker chassis, TCR chassis, and also Jamie's Casino Injury on the side of that one, also Cash Money Motorsports. Collins still leads the way with a fast time with a 16.870 over Ross the Boss Bells. And then you have Dylan Brown right there as well. Dawson Lowe, Caleb Gay, your top 5. Here in My Race Pass, hot laps for the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Burner Jr. 602 Series. Got officials on the back straightaway, checking things out before we turn this set of drivers loose. Getting a word from race control. The track is clear and we'll be turning these competitors loose for their hot laps. So the Squirrel Brian Shirley, fastest for the Southern All-Stars, presented by Showtime Properties. Right now, Kenny Collins sets atop the board. Crown Vics, you are needed in staging. We are 40 Crown Vics deep on the evening. We started with 30 earlier on in the day and then jumped 10 more during the track rework. Green flag in the air, and we're going to turn these drivers loose for your Schaefer's Oil by Mike Burder Jr. Red Clay Series competitors. Ches Chester in the 9 machine, a 71 machine of Hollywood. David Smith down into turn number 3 and 4. Ches Chester behind him. The 2 machine of Wyatt Coffey. Coffey in the 2 machine, Bo Smith in the 93, Camden Hart there in the 5. Clay Collins there in the 38 machine, the yellow and blue machine working down the back straightaway into turn number 3 behind Camden Hart. Still Collins, but now Wyatt Coffey up to second. The Virginia native with a 16.962. Ross Bells, Daniel Brown, Dawson Lowe, Caleb Gay, Caleb Strobel, Jeff Queen, David Smith, and Carly Bennett, your top 10 here in a hot lap. So far, white flag in the air. Everybody at least almost a tenth to 2/10 off of Kenny Collins. Wyatt Coffey going to put it right under a tenth now, as he is still second, quick, and fastest in this group as we take the checkered flag with a 16.962. Kenny Collins, the real rapper out of Colbert, Georgia, with a 16.870. Checkered flag there. Said brand new sponsor for our caution flags throughout the evening. Tuxedo Glass out of the great state of Georgia. So far, we haven't had to see the caution here in hot laps, but it was one of those deals when we talked to them about doing that sponsorship. You really didn't know what you were going to get. You might get 3 cautions, you might get 5, you might get 10, you might not get any. But they loved the idea of it. Still got a couple of other great things available as well on the marketing side with the 602s with the Red Clay Series, including the green and white flag, which are still available, and the checkered. If you'd like to join us as a marketing partner on the campaign for 2026. Crown Vics, we need you in staging. Crown Vics, you need to be in staging immediately. And Crown Vics rolling out onto the Speedway, and at this time we'll turn things over to the voice of the Screven Motor Speedway, Mr. Dwayne Keith.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walter Tapp. Y'all are gonna have to forgive me. I'm eating some of this oh so world delicious peach cobbler here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. And I mean, it is busting big time. But we got one around on the backstretch for our Crown Vic division. There are 40 Crown Vics signed in here this evening for tonight's action in our Crown Vic division. Walter Tapp, he will be bringing you the Red Clay 602 Late Model Series, as well as Southern All-Star action. And we will co-tag team the feature coming up a little bit later on tonight, and I will be doing our support classes. So we're going to bring the white flag out here on our first group of our Crown Vic division. Matthew Morris is out there in the number 1 machine. Sam Knight will be in the number 19. Garrett Knight will be in the number 8. Eugene Vaughn will be in the number 44. Johnny Brooks will be in the number 38. The 12 will be driven by Colton Knight. And Sid Bragg will be driving in the number 45 machine. So a mix of Georgia and Florida drivers out here this evening, here in the second largest class this evening here at the Speedway. Of course, the front wheel drives, for those that are a little more familiar with the local terminology, the 440 division. It's been many, many years it's been called the 440s. And they have told me why they call it the 440s, but it still don't make sense to me. But for those that are a lot more familiar, I'll allow y'all to explain it a little bit better on social media. And, of course, shout out to Jody Shannon and everyone in the SCDRA world, Kelly Carlton, those that are involved with that. I'm pretty sure, and Paul Clayton, he'll definitely get y'all up to date on that as well. I'm sorry, I got to get another bite of this peach cobbler. My goodness. It is too good. And I got it fresh out the oven when I went down there, too. Like, those ladies at the concession stands here at Screven Motorsports Complex, they go in when it comes to that bevy of Southern cuisine they produce here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. course, we had hamburger steak, fried pork chops, collard greens, butter beans, lima beans. People call them different things. I seen squash, broccoli and cheese, yams, according to my good friend, Mr. Walter Tapp. We got shepherd's pie down there. Wings, garlic parmesan, the hot wings, and of course the just whole fried wings. Chicken and dumplings down there. And of course the classics being hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken tenders. They also have pizzas, made in-house pizzas. Those are not out of the journal box. That's not imported in from a franchise. That is made fresh here on site here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Oh yeah, and that mac and cheese. They go hard on that mac and cheese. It was, man, I gotta quit talking about this food. I'm getting back hungry again. I've already had 2 plates. I'm already ready to get back at it again. Checker flag falling out on group number 2 for our Crown Vic division. Colton Knight is now on top of the leaderboard here with Johnny Brooks, Eugene Vaughn in the 44, Hank Butler's in the 41, Frank Lamax here in group number 2 is Knight Quick in the 13F. David Townsend will bring out our top 10. Here in group 2, our 6th fastest is Bill Wingate, James Owens in the 4J. Kevin Hildebrand is 7th quick in Group 2, and Dallas Smith will round out Group 2's field and their respective order in their hot lap times here. Still plenty more to go. I promise you we will have a good night of racing that will be done at a very reasonable time here tonight. James Red Griffin, the psychedelic soul brother promoter here in Sylvania, Georgia, or Newington, Georgia, depending on which side of the county you look at. And my goodness, I appreciate everyone. Yes, I am going to do your shout outs. I look forward to that part of the program on announcing is doing the shout outs. I do see the messages coming in. I'm on Wi-Fi this year, y'all, so y'all can't cut me off this time around. So definitely I will keep everyone in mind as we get through the show, and my unusual addiction to the Screven Motorsports Complex concession stand. I come here to eat and the race breaks out. That's my deal. I come for the food, but that's only one part of the great action here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Going to give you just a description of the racetrack. We have 2 variable corners here at this 3/8 mile oval, originally built as a quarter-mile kart track 28 years ago. Then Red started out with James Red Griffin and his brother. Later on, James Griffin decided that he wanted to turn it to a stock car track, so he widened it a little bit more, and we started running full-blown race cars on the track. And to about 2005, he made a major track refiguration to the Speedway. We got one around in turns 3 and 4. He winds it back up. So getting back to the history of the Screven Motorsports Complex, he widened this track to approximately 100 feet to Big Red's measurements. We do have 2 unique different corners of this Speedway, turns 1 and 2, very much sweeping wide variable banking here at the Speedway. Over in turns 3 and 4, a little bit tighter, but is actually wider than turns 1 and 2. The shift off turn number 4, bringing what was the old back stretch. Now the front stretch is actually longer than that of the old front stretch, which is now the back stretch. We at the very top of the Speedway, last time measured 20 degrees on the disc-shaped top of the Speedway. The middle groove being at approximately 14 degrees and the very bottom being at 9 degrees. Throughout the time, we've shifted the banking a little bit, so took a little bit more off the top, banked the middle just a little bit more, a little more even, but still variable banking, not exactly progressive. Changing of the banking just a little bit for variable changes, but still the top being the super fast high side here at the wonderful Screven Motorsports Complex. Completing our last group, Sam Knight is now on top of the board in the number 19. Justin Stevens Jr. is second quick and second in the group 3. That third group came out guns a-blazing. Garrett Knight, third quick. Matthew Morris is fourth quick. Jacob Black is fifth quick. Justin Stevens is sixth quick. So just like that, the entire front six changed in one hot lap group. We have so far hot lapped 24 machines and still plenty to go. Coming back out in this group, it'll be Colin Van Brackle, Eugene Vaughn, Brandon Durden, Dallas Smith, Drew Grimsley, David Blair, Charlie Hodge, Kevin Hildebrand in the 144 machine, and David Blair in the number 11. So that'll put the count up to 32, and we will have one more group of our Crown Vics coming out. So the 28-year-old facility here at the Screven Motorsports Complex still alive and well, doing big things as we have a great schedule that'll be released out later on in the coming weeks of what will be going down here at this wonderful facility. Also, Savannah River Dragway, the drag strip located right here on the premises as well. The 18th edition of the annual Winter Freeze. Was once a part of the Dirt Vision World of Outlaw Late Model Series, serving as their season opener for close to a decade. And round about the shift in about 2021, track went unsanctioned. And then we moved on to the Southern All-Stars would have sanctioned the last four of 5 Winter Freezes so far, with the Southern Thunder Series during the 2024 edition of the Super Late Models. This is also the Mike Bruner Schaefer's Oil 602 Late Models' first ever appearance here at the Screven Motorsports Complex Winter Freezes action. Brand new quick time, Josh Ayers goes to the top of the board. So our final 7 getting ready to roll out here in our Crown Vic division. And then we're going to go right on in for our Crate Racing USA weekly sanctioned 604 late models. The street stocks will follow up. And then the Southern All-Stars presented by Showtime Properties. Super Late Model qualifying will happen, and then the 602 Red Clay Series will come out for their qualifying, and we will go into opening ceremonies, just giving you a full read down of the schedule with heat races and B-mains for the selected classes that will compete in those specific preliminary action, and that's being Super Late Models, the SCDRA 440s front wheel drive for their heat races, and we'll bring the 602 late models, the Super Late Models back out for their B-main, so it's going to be kind of a quick turnaround for those guys, and we'll run the 602 B-main, and we're going to run the SCDRA B-mains. We're solving the entire field. That field will be set tonight for the SCDRA. Tomorrow, it ain't nothing but How I sound? Talking about it ain't nothing. It will be a full field already set for tomorrow's. I'm gonna get my grammar right because mother is listening and she put a lot of money into that college degree to be sure my vernacular is proper and well understood. Love you, mama. Then we'll take just a quick intermission for any type of track prep in our 50-50 drawings for the Shriners of Pooler, Georgia. And then it'll be features. From that point on, it'll be Super Late Models will be the first feature. Then the Southeastern Hornet Association Sea-High Hornets, those are fully stocked front-wheel drives. Be running for a $5,000 to win purse. Not purse, but winner's share of the purse. Then our Red Clay 602 late models, Crown Vic 604s, and street stocks. So that is the full rundown of the action that will be going down here at the Screven Motorsports Complex, and we appreciate everybody over in TV land watching here on Flow Sports under the FloRacing banner here tonight, and we appreciate Alex as well as our wonderful cameramen that are pulling the action here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Shout out to Michael Rigsby. I think Kevin Kovac's supposed to be here. Don't know if he is, but if he is, shout out to you as well. Thank y'all for coming and being a part of the 18th annual Winter Freeze. So enough of that rambling and professional talk. We can get back to having a little bit cutting up time. I want to definitely get some shout outs in here this evening. Oh, wow. Those messages rolled in a hurry. Brian Hester, my good part of the promoting team over at the Cochran Motor Speedway. Thank you so much for tuning in, and also to my Cochran Motor Speedway family. Thank y'all for tuning in as well. And my man, James Scooby Kelso, thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing here tonight. Chris Zuver, one of the great officials that do help me on the Ultimate Super Late Model Series. Thank you, Chris Zuver, for tuning in here on FloRacing tonight. And shout out to the Oliver family. And when that being Oliver's, that's been Jamie Oliver's wonderful, beautiful wife, Miss Christy, and of course my favorite of all the children, Jordan. Shout out to you, Jordan Oliver. Thank you so much for tuning in. Broke my heart that you got a picture with Brandon Overton and forgot about your favorite announcer, but that's okay. Still much love to you, Miss Jordan. Thank you so much for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. George Wilson, my buddy, thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing tonight. Stephen O'Hearn, one of my great friends out in the racing world. Stephen Lamar O'Hearn, I just called you by your whole government name. That's how much I love you. Thank you for tuning in. Stephen Duncan of Noonan, Georgia, thank you so much as well for tuning in here on FloRacing. I promise you guys I will get as much as I can tonight on the shout outs. Just stay tuned in. If you got to run to the potty, make sure it's quick, because if I shout you out and you said I didn't, I probably did. You just missed it. But definitely, again, thank you to the wonderful people here in FloRacing and in TV land here tonight. And, of course, I got to give another big shout-out. A couple more I'm going to get to you, too. Cody Early, the MVP of announcers, a true legend and a close friend of mine, my announcer brother, Mr. Cody Early, the voice of Crate Racing USA. I sincerely appreciate your talent. Thank you for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. Miss Michelle, don't you stop. The beautiful, wonderful promoter at our sister track over in Waycross, Georgia, Michelle Stone, thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing. Shout out to Brandon. We're expecting there. Thank you so much as well. And shout out to Chris and Valerie Appleby. Thank you. I missed my friends there, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. And Bobby Lunsford. That is Marty Lunsford's dad and also a very special friend of mine as well. Thank you so much, Bobby, and of course the lovely Miss Kathy, and shout out to Marty and his lovely wife as well. My Sonora Racing Way family, thank y'all for tuning in. And the upcoming top sprint car series in the nation, the Renegade Sprint Car Series promoter, Nicholas Andretti. Definitely check out what the Renegade Sprint Car Series have coming. We got a special with them in October. Thank you, Nicholas Andretti. Thank you so much for tuning in. You and your lovely wife, and keeping the Dothan Motor Speedway family in our prayers as Mr. Blake Bowen is being laid to rest here over this coming weekend. So definitely keep him, as well as the entire people affected by that tragedy. So definitely, I'm doing my best, guys. I gotta give a big shout out to those that pay the bills here at the Screven Motorsports Complex that have made the Davis Tire Winter Freeze what it is today. And we definitely want to give a huge shout out to Davis Tire, the title sponsor of the Davis Tire Winter Freeze here at the Screven Motorsports Complex, presented by FloRacing. You're not just our streaming partner, but also the presenting sponsor of the Winter Freeze here at FloRacing. Harco Construction, 780 Graphics Designs, Aerodynamic Aviation Inc. Thank y'all so much for coming on board this season. Supply Chain Management, thank you so much to the Cowan family once again being a part of our Screven family as well. And there's a line of cars of people trying to get in here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. I know the camera says one thing, a picture may say another, but it's Friday night. People are just getting off work. They're saying, hey, these guys are actually going to race. The weather is actually pretty comfortable. It's pretty painful. And we thank y'all for coming in. Oh, good God Almighty, Walter. Jesus Christ, you didn't mean to. Oh, God, he just popped the corn on my foot. Jesus Christ. Love you, though, brother. Also, we want to thank Hendricks Machinery, Inc., as well, and, of course, longtime friend of the Speedway, Equip Link Auction Group of Rincon, Georgia. Good luck to Jim Manka with his UMP modified run he's had over at Volusia. The Carolina Law Group, thank you as well. Tree Earth for coming in and being a huge part of it. Transmission and drive train repair, Transformance, right here in the coastal Georgia area. Thank you so much for coming on board. National Equipment Dealers, NED, thank you so much as well. And the Savannah River Utilities Company for coming on board. Georgia Lawn Care and Ryjack Enterprises. So we got our great friends. Anyone you hear on this marketing partners list, be sure if you do not do business with them, at least give them a shout out. Let them know where you heard their business being shouted out. And that's not just here on the racetrack, but that's for the race cars as well. Just let them know that you heard their mention, so they know that their hard-earned dollars are being viewed and seen, so they will continue to support this sport and keep it thriving for a long time to come. Had a mouthful right there. I'm trying to eat and talk and do so much at the same darn time as our folks up in the A Future, one of my favorite rappers, say I can't say the exact words because I will be canceled according to social media, and y'all know right now we've already got some cancellation going on right now with some folk that they don't know how to act up. So I'm going to do my due diligence here tonight, and oh man, one of my favorite drivers, Mr. Cruz Skinner, thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing.com here tonight, as well as DirtOnDirt.com. We appreciate you so much. Let's get that young man in some help so we can get that young man back on the road, one of the top drivers out of the state of Alabama. Ethan Simpson, thank you so much for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. And we do miss you, brother. I just seen your message come through. We'll see you again on the next trip, Mr. Ethan Simpson. Thank you so much. Michael Matheson, thank you so much as well for tuning in. I didn't know they cut me on the commercials, Alex. So a couple folk mix. So Kane Runyon, I'm calling you, and and the rest of them on them producers. Y'all got to let me know, because these folks missing this, and I'm doing all this talking, and then some people missing out now. So I got some bills with this. I'm getting my bills paid. You know, this make my side money. So get right, or you're going to get that act right. Right, Alex? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I got to let me turn down the culture a little bit. I don't want to get too out of line there. I got to remember the demographic I'm working with here tonight. So shout out to you, Mr. Jerry Warren, as well. So we're going to get under action here. We got one Crown Vic out onto the racetrack right now. He didn't get his opportunity to hot lap, so he got a one-lap dash to set his position as well. And again, thank you so much, Jerry Ward. I just thank you for giving me that update. So if anybody I didn't, there's probably some people, if I did miss you, I did give you a shout out. We're going to get that situated. That's why I'm glad we got an in-house person over here, my boy Alex over here, doing this thug thizzle here, keeping the fires put out and making sure you viewers at home is wildly entertained with the raspy velveteen voices of me and the elite talent of Mr. Walter Tapp as well to this weekend for the Winter Freeze action here as well. And of course, to my brethren with our sister series on the Ultimate Super Late Models, another brethren in our announcing fraternity, Mr. Anthony Wiseman. Caution, thank you for tuning in. Ultimate Super Late Models, Heart of America, and the Southeast Series, co-sanctioning, open up March 14th, Duck River Raceway, first time ever for the winter fest. We're going out there. So we're going to get underway here for our 604 late models. I'm sorry for those. I know social media, y'all going to get on my tail about rambling. But our 604 late models rolling on out for their hot lap qualifying effort here right now. Lance Poole, he'll be in the 00 as he get underway. And following him will be the Double Nickels founder in the number 55 out of Mount Howard, North Carolina, be Benji Hicks. Now there's a former West Georgia Speedway head knocker right there, an 18B Todd Brewster pulling out onto the Speedway as he put on a good show down there at Volusia County a couple of weeks ago, showing my age there. We call it Volusia Speedway, but the old school call it Volusia County. Todd Brewster, thank you so much. As he gets underway, of course, 17 just now hitting the Speedway as well to get going here as they get back around. Quick time for Lance Poole in the 00. Clocks in with a 16.438. Stand corrected. The 17 now goes up to the top of the board. 16.092 for him. Benji Hicks clocks in with a 16.276. And Todd Brewster comes in with a 17.474 for his hot lap qualifying effort as the checkered flag waves. Those final lap times will be the fastest laps these guys have just ran here on their fourth and checkered flag lap. So we'll so that was our first group, 18 604 late models signed in here tonight for our Screven late models, the 604 late models. Also looking forward to the Southern Clash late models. So update 20 604s. I called that early in the week there, Walter. I knew exactly what was going to be there. These guys didn't come right. We still got 4 spots open if somebody want to run it on down here with a 604. Still 4 more spots open. $250 to start tonight, $300 to start tomorrow. Both paying $2,000 and $2,500 respectively. And how about the Garrett Sherling ride of the G4 machine of Trent Ivey? Eddie Morris, longtime veteran driver, gets going in the number 44. Corey Allman will be in the 7A. And Curtis Glover in the number 30. He gets going as well for his hot lap qualifying effort. Trent Ivey, second quick up on the board with a 15.919. Corey Allman is third quick right now. Curtis Glover will be sixth quick out of this group, and Eddie Morris will be fourth quick in group 2, but he will be seventh quick overall. So far as they continue to click them off. Brand new quick time. Trent Ivey goes to the top of the board. The little hit knocker, former March Madness winner, goes on top of the board here for our 604 late models. And Walter, is he pulling triple duty? Is he running a 602 as well here tonight, or is he just 604s and super? Okay, so he'll be in the 604 and the super late model here tonight. I think I was reading they were saying he was supposed to have been triple duty, but things happen, and there ain't no big difference. There we go. Hollywood decided he was going to say, you know what, kid, you got enough on your plate. I'm going to handle it from here. And, of course, Hollywood, a former Georgia State Outlaw Championship winner, coming back in 2019 here at the Speedway. Pre-COVID years. Next out onto the Speedway in the J1 machine, it's going to be Joshua Bishop. Henry Carter in the 28C will get going. And one of the most talented lady drivers in the sport today in the G2G machine. It'll be Jordan Yon and Landon Matthews in the number 13. He gets going here in the qualifying. And just as I talked about her, Jordan Yon goes fourth quick up on the board. Josh Bishop is now sixth quick. Henry Carter goes fifth quick up on the board. Landon Matthews is now 10th quick. One of our drivers over at the Cochran Motor Speedway. So as of now, the time still remains the same, no change up, respectively, in times or positions. I spoke too soon. Jordan Yon up to third quick here in qualifying. So that young, phenomenal lady driver is now third quick up on the board. So Henry Carter, the 2025 and defending Southern Clash champion, putting down a great lap, and wowie, oh wow, wow. We got some competitive cars here tonight in our GM Performance 604 Crate Racing USA weekly sanctioned late models here this evening. Pretty good group coming out for this next round of 4. Gonna get up on the loud pedal. Here we go. Bubba rolling the Floridian young gun in the 515. He will get going here. Griffin Smith, oh, caution out. Oh, tough break for the number 18 machine as well. Huh. Yarborough was going to be a super competitive machine in that 18, but unfortunately that rocket, something breaking up under that machine, so he's going to bring it back to the outside pit area. We're going to get back underway, so the Griffin Smith, Eaton, Georgia driver in the number 22. Future star in the making as he gets going in that number 22. The fraternal twin brother to Garrett Smith, to the former dirt track world champion. And Ben Boyd, the longest tenured driver, one of our longest tenured drivers here at the Screven Motorsports Complex, will get the Georgia Peanuts number 8 machine rolling. So yes, Austin Yarbrough, he will call it a day so far. And when we get an update, we will update for you. So Bubba Rolling is fourth quick up on aboard. 15.919 for him. Griffin Smith goes 11th quick in the number 22 machine. We're going to qualify. Everybody will make the show, so no B-mains. Going to qualify and go straight to the 2000 to win event coming up later on here this evening. Ben Boyd is 15th of the 16 cars to qualify so far according to our speed laps. And that checker flag will fall. Griffin Smith picks it up a tad bit as he remained 11th quick. Nice lap for Ben Boyd. He comes from 15th to 14th. Anything's better than nothing as our weekly competitor driver here, standing up to the touring outsiders coming to invade the Speedway here tonight. Guys, I promise you, I'm going to get you on your shout outs. And Miss Valerie Appleby, I got you. Thank you so much for tuning in here on Flow tonight. You and Chris, I miss you guys very much. Hopefully, y'all are doing very well. Next machine out. 6-time winner over the past 6 seasons here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. In the number 55 is going to be Ricky McLean. And the most dominant driver here at the Screven Motorsports Complex in the number 9 machine out of Pooler, Georgia, is going to be Chess Chester. Chess Chester goes 6 quick up on the board. Ricky McLean goes up to 10th quick. Then Colby Quick, that's literally his name, Colby Quick, goes 7th quick in that black and white number 5 machine. Here as we are coming to the crescendoing end of time trials for our 604 late models. Coming around to take the checker flag, see if anybody's going to be able to pick up any lap time. Yes, Ricky McLean goes up to 7th quick. Everyone else actually advanced their times, but it's just not enough to advance their positions. But how about Chess Chester? 2nd quick up on the board. The Screven Motorsports Complex dominator, defending Winter Freeze champion, defending winner of the Super Bowl of racing in the 604 late models, defending Rebel Yell winner as well, Chess Chester, counting a total. We're going to go all the way back to the old Fast Track days, the Fast Track Pro late models when they used to come down to Screven here since 2015. This track runs 5 to 6 races a year. And over that time, over the 11 years, he has won 21 races. So, with that being said, keep your eyes on Chess Chester, but he's got a head knocker, no pun intended, the little head knocker, Trent Ivey, who is starting on the pole out of Union, South Carolina. Not Union, Kentucky. I don't know why they did that. But the Union, South Carolina driver, Trent Ivey, will earn quick time honors here tonight. Austin Yarbrough did pull out onto the Speedway. See if that young Floridian is going to get going here, but I don't think so. So hopefully he will be back. Also, shout out to Steve. Shout out to your dad as well. And again, my condolences to your family on the passing of your grandfather. Ryan Ray, good to see you are tuned in here tonight on FloRacing. You keep up the great effort in your late model career as you have moved up into the late model ranks. I've been keeping up with you and paying attention, my friend. Andrew Moody, the Iceman, one of my West Georgia Speedway brethrens out there, and also a dominator over the Hollis Speedway. Thank you so much for tuning in here at FloRacing here tonight. Steve Massey, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for tuning in here, and big shout out to Jeremiah up there at the Hartwell Speedway. The Southern All-Stars will be up there coming up April the 11th. Looking forward to that trip for the Southern All-Stars. Also working on a potential second super late model date to be named coming up. So big shout out to Steve Massey and the crew at the Hartwell Speedway. They're coming back full time online here in 2026. Wesley Robertson and Miss Susie Toller, the Swainsboro Pro and Junior Crown Vic champions, got to celebrate on the riverboat in Savannah. Thank y'all so much for tuning in on FloRacing. Also, they are part of the Cochran Motor Speedway family and the Dwayne Keith family as well. Thank y'all so much for y'all love and support over the years. Mr. Jerry Warren, thank you for tuning in as well here on FloRacing. And shout out to Marcus Caswell, the Noonan Nightmare. Thank you for tuning in. And Miss Tammy Watson Thomas. That is Jimmy Thomas' mother and part of the famous Thomas family. Thank you, Miss Tammy, for tuning in here on FloRacing. Tell Jimmy to get me that win over there on the Cruiser Tour this year. I can't wait to see more things coming out the Scorpion Race Car House Car this year. JD Baker, thank you from Stanton, Texas, for tuning in here tonight. Out on the oil field, big time, tough man job, and I mean that literally. Thank you, JD Watson, for tuning in. JD Baker, excuse me, for tuning in as well. I promise you, I'm going to get everyone as fast as I can. We're going to move on to our next part of the show. Street stocks are out. Super late models, Southern All-Stars, super late models. You are next. We need you to staging. Southern All-Stars, super late models, you're next. You're needed in staging. Brian Jones will be in the 1111, the quadruple one machine. Brandon Grimsley, here for Hot Lap qualifying, will be in the 26B. David Lankford will be in the 13. Rick Potter will be in the 15R. Daniel Rowland will be in the 911 machine. Not only is he the title sponsor of this event, but he's also a frequent competitor here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Matt Davis and Davis Tire with two locations located here in Rankin, Georgia, and Springfield, Georgia. I appreciate y'all so much for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. Again, I know there are going to be some people that are going to be really annoyed with my shout outs, and I'm sorry. I apologize ahead. 8 years of shout outs, and I still get crucified on social media, but I'm showing those love that show us love, and I'm going to continue to show them love. So unapologetically, I'm sorry, but I'm going to show the ones that show me love and do it back in return. So Tyler Davis, top of the board, 18.480. Matt Davis second quick. Daniel Rowland is third quick. David Lankford is fourth quick. Brandon Grimsley is fifth quick. Rick Potter is sixth quick. I'm going to try to get a little more race central focused. To all you wonderful race fans and the stands, looking good over here on the now front grand stretch side. Missed the old days of being in that old little white tower where the scorer and the announcer, race director, and producer, we're all just elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder. You see how tiny that building is, Alex? Yeah, it was something. What an advancement for Big Red as he moved us up to the pit house suite. So everyone's got plenty of room, you know. We could literally hear each other's inner thoughts in that old tower. I can kind of cut up now about a little bit because we had a lot of good times there. But here's our second group as they roll out. We do have a total of 24 Crate Racing USA Street Stocks signed in. This is the first race, so I'm still a little tongue-tied right now, guys. I apologize. Zach Shelton, how about that? Glad to see the Temple, Georgia driver up around my area. Glad to see him out. He's 5th quick up on the board. Tyler Brown, 3rd quick. We got one around over there in turns 3 and 4. Just as I was talking about him, too, of all things, right? Frequent competitor at the Hollis Speedway and Sonora Raceway, Zach Shelton, 5th quick. Gary Dorsey in the number 2, one of our frequent flyers out of Brooklyn, Georgia, representing tonight as well. So Gabe Jump in the number 8, thank you, out of Gilbert, South Carolina. He is 9th quick. Tyler Brown, Brandon Grimsley is 6th quick. David Langford is 5th quick. Daniel Rowland, 4th quick. Matt Davis is 2nd quick. And Tyler Davis, the South Georgia Titan, is now on top of the board here in our Crate Racing USA Street Stocks. This is going to be a banger of a show in our Street Stocks tonight. We got the best in the region ready to throw down for that $1,000 top prize, and I can't wait to see how that's going to shake, rattle, and roll. And the South Carolinian goes to the top of the board. Gabe Jump is up there. And he gets to the top of the board, clocking in with 18.440. So out of South Kakalaki doing his big one, and a big shout out to another one of my announcing brethren, Doug Hawkins, tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. Nice. We got some quick times here in this street stock division. They are right there on top of each other here in qualifying. So glad my good buddy Walter's here. He's going to get ready to jump in here for our super late models and Red Clay 602 series action. And we will tag team the super feature. Gave my buddy a workout earlier today. Had personal issues I had to handle earlier. Got back in time, but he was doing such a good job, I didn't want to throw off his mojo. So I'm letting that talented, elite voice of his get some rest here tonight as well. He's getting ready to lock horn as we got, let's see, half the field has qualified, the other half is getting ready to qualify. Here's another multi-time winner in the number 2 machine. Young man, Andrew Stone in the 2S, gets up underway here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. And when I said that is a fast young man, brand new quick time, Andrew Stone, 17.881. Oh, showtime. Rod Tucker goes up to 3rd quick up on the board. The Greenville, South Carolina driver ready to get it on here this evening. So Rod Tucker's 3rd quick up on the board. Jesse Spratley goes 12th quick. Dayton Sousa, 14th. Here, Casey Lee in the number 0 out of Savannah, Georgia, will go 16th quick. Looks like Brian Barnes was not able to answer the bell, so he will not be able to qualify. Hopefully he'll be back for the feature. That is a blazing lap time by Andrew Stone. My goodness. The only car to break the 17-second barrier. He's going to be one tough young man to beat this evening. Rod Tucker, second quick now. Quick lap, 18.114. Gabe Jump, Tyler Davis, and Matt Davis is still your top 5 at the current moment. Tyler Brown, 6 quick. Jesse Spratley, 7 quick. Daniel Rowland in the number 17 is 8 quick. Zach Shelton is 9th quick. And your 10th fastest so far in the 25 JR machine out of, I ain't even finna butcher that. Shout out to, I ain't even finna do it. But he's a Georgia boy, Dayton Sousa, getting it done. 10th quick so far. Here in qualifying the rest of the field, David Langford is 11th quick. Brandon Grimsley is 12th quick. Rick Potter is 13th quick. Missing Data is 14th quick. Kerry Dorsey is 15th quick. Casey Lee is 16th quick. The missing data will be updated once we get everything situated. But Carson Floyd being the 76, Cameron Holloway being the 007, John Loriski will be in the 911. Tanner Reich in the T3 will be next out. Tanner Rodonis will be the 16. Johnny Westmoreland in the 0W. And Brandon Yon in the 11B will be your final cars to come out for hot lap qualifying here in the street stock division. All right, Ray Cook on the receiver, operating the entire show here this evening. Everything seems good to go. Get the green. We got the 11 machine coming down into the infield, so that will scratch him from qualifying. Big shout out to my boy. Picked him up, one of those Sunshine National wins. Hayden Cardwell. Thank you, Hayden Cardwell, for tuning in here on Flow Racing here this evening. And my brother, Gene Leffler, thank you so much for tuning in here on Flow Racing. Like I said, at any moment given time, we'll get you your shout outs. So just stay tuned in, my friends. I got you. So Cameron Holloway in the 007 goes up the third quick up on the board. Checkered flag is coming out. So 3 machines out of the 25 car field will not answer the bell. Well, Brandon Yon did, but mechanical trouble has cost him an opportunity to qualify. But Brandon is actually pretty tough. So if that car is able to continue, he will be able to advance many positions and try to make a great show for our wonderful race fans. Him and his lovely wife, Jordan Yon, who's driving the 604 late model here tonight. But getting quick time for the second year in a row here at the Screven Motorsports Complex in the 2S machine out of Savannah, Georgia. It'll be Andrew Stone. Well, it's not official yet. We got 2 guys that didn't answer the bell at first. They have now answered the bell. Brandon Yon, he'll get going. out of Eden, Georgia, and Brian Barnes. And the Just Married 111 machine getting going as well. Let's see here. Comes across. He's not a stranger here at the Speedway, but just not the lap times we're used to seeing out of Brian Barnes. But Brandon Yon puts down a pretty good lap. He is third quick. Brandon Yon up to third here in qualifying. That's what I was telling you. That's actually a very tough competitor. And it's going to pay off dividends as he goes third quick up on the board. Tanner Reich 24th, and Brian Barnes is 23rd. Final call, Southern All-Star Super Late Models. You must be in staging now. Southern All-Star Super Late Models. You must be in staging now. It is go time for you. We're going to get ready to turn it over to the great voice of the Southern All-Stars and Ray Cook Promotions, Mr. Walter Tapp.
Getting everything switched over here for the Southern All-Stars, presented by Showtime Properties for our VP Racing Fuels time trials. Group A and B time trials going to be coming at you. Austin Smith in the 11 machine. Going to be the first driver to roll out onto the Speedway. The two-time defending series champion out of Alabama, Billy Franklin in the Franklin Enterprises. Entry in the Rocket, green flag in the air for Smith. Smith going to work his way into turn number one. The rumble is down the back straightaway now as Austin Smith and Billy Franklin are out on the Speedway. Franklin, a multi-time winner, champion 2 times over. To the line, Austin Smith. Smith with a 15.255 for Austin Smith. In the Zippy's Auto, number 17F with a 15.981 is Billy Franklin. Franklin now working on the back straightaway. Smith back to the checkered flag this time. He'll stay with that 15.255 for Austin Smith. Billy Franklin, that Franklin Enterprise Showtime Properties Rocket chassis, will stay second quick with a 15.981. So both drivers on lap number one going to be their best showing. Not able to pick up on lap number 2 here in Group A qualifying. Horse qualifying presented by VP Racing Fuels, fueling both of these group sessions. Next driver getting ready to roll out onto the Speedway Pass, the American Racing Banner, Davis Tire also down there as well. I want to give a shout out there to, of course, the American All-Star Series owner, Mr. Joseph Rush, watching live at home up in the great state of West Virginia. The number 55 out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. In the double nickel chassis, it is Benji Hicks working through turn number 3 and 4, followed by the 77 machine of Preston Luckman. Luckman now coming off of 3 and 4. He'll see the green flag. Hicks going to work down into turn number 3. Austin Smith to the top of the board. Preston Luckman now second quick with a 15.556 for Luckman. In the 77 Benji Hicks, third quick. Luckman, new quick time with a 15.170 for Preston Luckman. He'll go to the top of the board in that 77 machine as he makes that slow lap. VP Racing Fuels also on that 55 machine there for Benji Hicks, the driver to Mount Airy, North Carolina. The 77 at Rocket Chassis there for Preston Luckman. New quick time with a 15.170. All these drivers will advance on to heat race action in the 602 side for the Schaefer's by Mike Bruner Jr. side of things on Ray Cook Promotions. We'll be locking in 16 drivers there, and then we'll send everybody else to a B-main. One of the candidates for the Southern All-Stars Rookie of the Year in the number 24 machine. It is going to be Peyton Stevenson. Stevenson in that Rocket Chassis. The driver out of Jackson, Georgia. A Rocket Eagle power plant, May Heating and Air on that entry, as well as he works around also Peachy Prime and Turner's Alignment and Tire there for Stevenson. Also out on the racetrack behind him, down into turn number 1. It is going to be the 11S, the driver of Alan Stick. Stick now, looking to stick it down into turn number 3 and 4 and work the middle groove. He'll come off the top of the speedway. Alan Stick back to the checkered flag. He'll stay second quick in the 11S with a 15.255 for Alan Stick. Preston Luckman still the top of the board with that 15.170. Peyton Stevenson, he's going to time it in 5th quick currently in that Rocket XR1. Alan Stick in the Longhorn going to head off the speedway as well. Second. Or make that 3rd quick. Austin Smith 2nd quick. And Preston Luckman still the top of the board. Rolling out onto the speedway in the number 97 out of Evans, Georgia. It's Little Sexy. It is in the Longhorn Chassis, the Clements Racing Engine, Budweiser, M&M Construction and Painting. On the side of his ride, race fans, let's hear it for Cody Overton. Little Sexy now on the clock. All About Doors on that entry as well. And now behind him, the driver out of Union, South Carolina, a multi-time winner of the Cherokee Speedway in the 88 machine in the Bryan Ridgeway entry. It is the little head knocker, Trent Ivy. Ivy now going to take the white flag. Cody Overton now working his way down the back stretch into turn number 3. Overton now. 7th quick, looking for a big pickup on lap number 2. He will go 5th quick with a 15.841. And the little head knocker, Trent Ivy, with a 15.619 for Ivy. Ivy getting ready to clear the speedway. And we'll roll the 28 machine of Evan Harrell. Evan Harrell, the driver out of Franklin, North Carolina. Savage Chassis, Pro Build Power Plant. Realty One Group on the side of his entry. Competition Racing Equipment, Mr. Jason Welshon also on that entry. They're going to work around into turn number 3 and 4 behind him. They call him the Squirrel, Brian Shirley. He was the fastest thing in hot laps earlier on. Hooker trucking on the side of his ride as Shirley now comes off of turn number 3 and 4. Can he duplicate what he did in hot laps? Brian Shirley, 4th quick with a 15.451 there for Brian Shirley. Evan Harrell going up 5th quick for the driver to Franklin, North Carolina with a 15.473. Evan Harrell last year raced with us sporadically after a 20-year absence behind the wheel. So not too shabby. 5th quick so far in Group A. And getting the update there, yes, Brian Shirley going to go to the top of the board now with a 15.102. Squirrel to the top of the board. Another driver who is going to be a threat in that Brian Nuttall Jr. number 16 machine out of Clover, South Carolina. It is Ross the Boss Bell Bell's now going to work into turn number 1. And we'll pick up our second car here. That is going to be the native driver out of Cleveland, Tennessee. It's going to be Will Hicks in the Longhorn. He'll work his way down the back straightaway, coming back to the line for the white flag this time. It's Ross the Boss Bells with a 15.528 for Ross Bells. The 15 of Hicks coming by the line. Going to have to put it all into lap number 2. Of course, Will Hicks and that Longhorn Phantom Racing engine, Drawn's Pool Service, 316 moving in storage, also on the side of that entry for him this weekend. Ross Bell's going to move it up to 5th quick there with a 15.343. So a pickup on lap number 2. Still everybody chasing the squirrel. Brian Shirley in the 3 machine with a 15.102. Preston Luckman, Austin Smith, Alan Stick, Ross Bells, Evan Harrell, Benji Hicks, Trent Ivy, Cody Overton, and Peyton Stevenson, your top 10. All drivers will move on to heat race action here tonight. Rolling out onto the Speedway in the number 17 entry, it's going to be Chris Woods. Woods in that Puckett Farm, Southeast Equipment, also Vic Hill Power Plant underneath the hood, TNS Transportation, and the Longhorn Renegade Racing Fuel on the side there for Woods. And behind him, that is going to be the 8 machine of Matthew Larson. Matthew Larson, nicknamed the Baby Bomber in the Longhorn Vic Hill Power Plant. Tees Warehouse also on that entry for him as well, along with Harco USA and also Fire Factory on the side of the 8 machine for him as his marketing partners. But neither one of these drivers able to break in to the top 10. Chris Woods gonna actually break into 9th quick there on that last lap, on the second lap with a 15.674. Matthew Larson going to see where he's going to time in, which is 13th quick with a 16.182 in Group A. Group B being staging 602 late models. Be ready as well. Schaefer's Oil by Mike Burner Jr. Red Clay Series. Ready to rock in a staging area. 2 quick drivers to go. One of them in the Jared Rifles number 2 machine. It is going to be John Henderson. Henderson working his way down into turn number 1, the 111 machine of Stephen Roberts. Roberts off of turn number 3 and 4. He'll look to come back now. He's going to take that white flag here back to the line. It is going to be John Henderson. New quick time in the Jared Rifles 2X machine. John Henderson with a 14.857 for Henderson as he comes back now to the checkered flag. Can he improve? And he does not, but that time the only driver to get down into the 14-second bracket out of Group A. So John Henderson in the 2X machine. Of course, Ethan Dodson there out of the same camp, normally behind the wheel of the 74. He will be getting ready, of course, for Volusia coming up, starting, I believe, on Tuesday. Henderson coming out as the boss man said he wanted to play, and he did. He'll put it fast time in Group A for John Henderson. Getting ready now for that second group of competitors to roll out onto the Speedway. And a lot of heavy hitters, including Brandon Overton and Drake Choutman. Tucker Anderson in this one as well. And we're going to roll them out onto the Speedway. And it's going to be in the Franklin Enterprises 317 Rocket Chassis. That beautiful ride, brand new skin on the side. It is Kendall Franklin. Franklin, who made a charge towards winning last year towards the end of the season, got very competitive. He'll come back now. He's got the white flag with a 15.483 for Kendall Franklin. Bode Wright now with a 16.375. He he will put it second quick. Franklin does improve on lap 2 with a 15.284 for Kendall Franklin. Boatwright going to stay second quick with a 16.249. And then 2 drivers that we expect to go to the top of the board in a hurry. Out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, they call him the Big Perm and the Big Frog Motorsports number 58 machine. It is Dalton Wilson. And behind him, that should be rolling out behind him, it's going to be the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. In the 19 machine, can the Reaper reap his way to victory lane here tonight in the winter freeze? Coming off of turn number 3 and 4 in the Big Frog Motorsports number 58 machine. It's a Big Perm, Dalton Wilson, green flag in the air. Base Racing Fuels Longhorn chassis for Wilson. He'll work his way now down the back straightaway. Followed by the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. Gustin now looking good at the start of the back straightaway. Lap 1, white flag in the air for the 58 machine. Schaefer's all new quick time with a 15.036 is Dalton Wilson. For the Reaper, Ryan Gustin to the top of the board with a 15.031. Back to the line, Dalton Wilson with a 14.809. The Reaper checkered flag, he'll stay second quick. He does improve though with a 14.925 for the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. So Big Perm, Dalton Wilson out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. The shake-up over the off-season, moving full-time to the Big Frog entry. The 19 machine of the Reaper, Ryan Gustin, second quick on the board, followed by Kendall Franklin, third quick as it stands. And 2 more heavy hitters to go out of the staging area. One of those, of course, a multi-time champion with the Ultimate Super Late Models and also a multi-time winner with the Southern All-Star Series and Southern National Series. It is Casey Roberts out of Toccoa, Georgia. He will now hit the gas pedal and he will now take the green flag. Atlanta Pavement and Concrete on that entry. Gus Simpson owned. And behind him, the G.R. Smith on entry. Victory Circle Auto Sales in the number 22. It is Drake Troutman. Troutman now, of course, getting his foothold in the late model world, moving over from modifieds. Of course, he can still wheel a modified with the best of them. Casey Roberts, third quick with a 15.268 as he works off of turn number 3 and 4. Roberts now back to the line, checkered flag. He will stay third, but he'll pick up with a 15.226. Checkers there as well for Drake Troutman, who will time in fourth quick with a 15.233, being his best effort on lap number 2. Still everybody in this Group B qualifying, chasing the Big Frog Motorsports, the 58V entry of Big Perm Dalton Wilson with a 14.809. Rolling out onto the Speedway, the driver out of Blairsville, Georgia, a 2-time Southern All-Stars winner in a Longhorn chassis, as he will make his way. Cornet Power Plant, Vision Sim Construction, Interstate Welding on that entry. It is Tucker Anderson. Anderson now taking the green flag, and behind him in the number 76, a winner last Friday night down in Needmore for the Hunt the Front Super Late Model Series. It's big, sexy Brandon Overton in the throwback Budweiser scheme. Back to the line, new quick time, Brandon Overton ripping the lip on the top of the board with a 14.750 for Brandon Overton. Overton now off of turn number 3 and 4. He is trying to pick the pace up back to the checkered flag. He improves another 2/10 right off the top with a 14.593, maybe a smidge more than that. But Brandon Overton, I believe now, is the overall fast time. So Overton, then Dalton Wilson, Tucker Anderson, Ryan Gustin, and Casey Roberts. Now rolling out onto the Speedway in the 35. It is going to be in that 35 machine, Dylan Daves. The driver to Franklin, North Carolina in the Longhorn Clements Power Plant. High side contractors on that entry behind him. In the 1J machine, a winner of the Lawrence County Speedway for the Shrine Race for the Carolina Clash Series. Style Services out of Greer, South Carolina. Jackson Grading, number 1 machinist Jake Jackson. White flag in the air for Dylan Daves. Dylan Daves now gonna time in at 10th quick. Jake Jackson gonna put it 8th quick with a 15.622. Dylan Daves with that 16.568. Checkered flag back to the line. Dylan Daves now. And that RWS also on the side of his ride. Jake Jackson in the J1 gonna stay 8th quick. Jackson, of course, making his way up through 602, occasionally 604 action. That Excel chassis underneath him, Clements Power Plant. Jackson Grading, also Nylon Cold, and also Style Services, Mr. Jason Stiles. Like I said, great sponsor of the Red Clay Series. I trust him with my personal home there in South Carolina. Does a wonderful job. Also, of course, has a lot of great clients in the South Carolina area. And speaking of the Carolina boys, here comes the number 23 machine of Beckham Malone, Fred Codwell. Auto sales on that entry for the Fresh Prince of Dirt as he works towards the green flag, this time by Mid-Atlantic Roofing, also on the quarter panel. Another one of his major marketing partners. Behind him, it's going to be the 10 in the Longhorn Atlanta Paving and Grading entry, Cadillac Ranch for Garrett Smith. Smith's going to work down the back straightaway. He'll look to dive into turn number 3. Back to the line there for the 23 of Beckham Malone. He's going to time it in 9th quick right now with a 15.419. Garrett Smith going to go to 8th on lap number 1 with a 15.317. Back to the line, Garrett Smith 9th quick. Checkered flag. And Garrett Smith improves to 2nd there at the checkers with a 14.791. He'll be 2nd quick. Still got a couple of cars to go here in Group B, including Dan Ebert, Peyton Freeman, Michael Leach, and Jamie Oliver, just to name a few of those competitors that are left. Rolling out onto the Speedway, it's going to be Jamie Oliver. Oliver out of Murphy, North Carolina, the Murphy Bulldog and the Longhorn Clements Power Plant, Oliver Trucking, Bell Equipment, Interstate Welding, Team PPM entry as he is out on the racing surface. Oliver now going to work down the back straightaway behind him. Michael Leach in the Dust Pod Longhorn. He's working around the Speedway as well. We'll see now what he's going to be able to do. Michael Leach 7th quick with a 15.089 there for Leach. Oliver 6th quick with a 14.974 for Jamie Oliver. So Oliver 6th quick, Michael Leach there in the 09 machine, going to be in the 7th position so far. Dust pods on that entry, Longhorn chassis there for Leach, and this should be our final 2 competitors to roll out onto the Speedway. Dan Ebert in the number 60 machine in the F1. In the Capital Race Car entry, the driver out of Georgia, a former Southern All-Stars champion. Green flag in the air. We've got the 10 of Carly Bennett on the racetrack. She signed in 602s. White flag in the air. Dan Ebert having to go up to the top side. Dan Ebert 6th quick with a 14.875. Peyton Freeman 4th quick with a 14.816. Trying to check on to see if Carly Bennett maybe had been added here to the super lineup. .602 drivers, we need you in staging. .602 drivers, we need you in the staging area, please. You need to be in staging. So going to give Dan Ebert another chance at it, held up by the 10. Ebert now going to come back, checkered flag, so we owe him one lap. He'll go P2 second quick with a 14.624 for Dan Ebert. But Brandon Overton with a 14.593. They talked, of course, in the article on FloRacing about the confidence build. Basically building back up for Overton. I would say the confidence level is high. As speed weeks continue here at the Winter Freeze, Overton with a 14.593. If you haven't had a chance to, of course, watch Michael Rigsby and also Ben and Dustin, they do a great job listening to that this morning on the way over to the racetrack. Previewing, of course, the Winter Freeze this weekend. 10,000 to win tonight, 25K, one of the biggest races on the year for the Southern All-Star Series presented by Showtime Properties. Of course, the 15,000 to win points fund up from last year, 10,000, $5,000 bumped up this year for the Southern All-Stars presented by Showtime Properties. As we get ready to switch over here for the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay Late Model Series. Speaking of bumping in the points, of course, last year, 4,000 to win the points. Sean Seitz out of Seymour, Tennessee, won the Red Clay Championship. It is now $5,000 to win the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Championship. Only $75 to sign up to be a points member. Also, if you're a member for the series, you're put in a drawing for a cruise for two. Frankie Beard won that cruise last week from Miss Knowles from Cruise of the Champions. We'll move things now over, of course, to those drivers as they're getting ready in the staging area. Race fans, glad to have you watch it here tonight on FloRacing or here in this grandstand area. It continues to pack out here on the front straightaway and some folks adding to the back straightaway. Just like Dwayne alluded to, you can tell the racetrack has flipped over the years. Used to be the front straightaway, the back straightaway, kind of like what they did at Atlanta several years ago before they made it, you know, the Charlotte Mimic Tri-Oval, as I like to call it. That's, you know, Charlotte's the only D shape we got now. Atlanta, of course, now they've turned Atlanta into basically a super speedway, but I digress. We'll get ready to go with our first driver out on the speedway. I'm going to try to get him halted up. Still got caution lights. Chris Burns said in the 3HC, going to be the first driver. And now we'll get the 10 of Carly Bennett, who was not supposed to be on the racetrack a while ago, out on the surface, along with the 44 of Dustin Collins, who will now, those three drivers will take time. We will lock in 6 drivers here tonight. Dusty Collins there in that Masterbuilt chassis. That is, of course, a Chevy GM Performance motor underneath the hood. Gladiator Well Service, also National Equipment Dealers and Wastewater Services on the side of that entry for Dusty Collins in that Masterbuilt. Collins now with a 17.685. Chris Burns said with a 17.687. And Carly Bennett with a 17.697 as the lady driver works her way around the speedway. Carly Bennett out of Waycross, Georgia in the Longhorn H&R engine power plant underneath the hood. Bennett Construction, A&N Automotive there, Strickland Services, some of her great marketing partners and sponsors. And Bennett on that second lap. The young lady putting it underneath her real quick. She'll go to the top of the board with a 17.246. As she will now set on the preliminary pole, presented by Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies, the official pole sponsor of the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay Series. And here we go, green flag. Going to be in the air on our next flight of drivers. That's going to be Josh Guy in the 15G, followed by Jeff Queen, the driver out of Pauline, South Carolina, in the 28 machine. He'll be out on the racetrack, followed by the 17J of Griffin Jones. White flag in the air. Corley Bennett still at the top of the board. Griffin Jones are going to jump up and grab that top spot. Into that 17J with a 17.168 there by Jones. Corley Bennett second. Chris Burns said Jeff Queen, Dustin Collins, Josh Guy. Your top 6 that have been on the racetrack here for qualifying. 30 drivers here for the Red Clay Series tonight in our debut race. Field now working into that next flight of drivers. Griffin Jones there at the top of the board. Griffin Jones atop the board. Corley Bennett, Daniel Brown, Dawson Lowe, and Clay Collins out on the Speedway respectively. Daniel Brown now coming back. White flag in the air. Dylan Brown with a 16, or Daniel Brown, muscle memory working there. 16.700. Dylan, I didn't know you was down here, but evidently in my head you were, brother. Dylan, so Daniel Brown with a 16.522. Dawson Lowe with a 16.781. Then it's Griffin Jones, Corley Bennett, Clay Collins now fifth quick. Remember, the top 16 do lock in. Top 16 overall. This is A and B qualifying. So we'll go 15 in the first group A and 15 in the other group. Green flag in the air for this next group of drivers, being Fairclaw. In the 18 machine, the driver out of Ainer, South Carolina. In the 4, it's going to be the hustler, Doug Penny. Doug Penny, Bear Right Race Cars, Rouse Racing Engines, Mike Stello, Kenny Peoples Jr., Nothing But Dirt on YouTube. Some of his great marketing partners there. And the one that is Ross the Boss Bales in that car this weekend. Ross Bales, third quick with a 16.799. Third quick, Dawson Lowe still second quick. Checkered flag in the air. Yes, opening ceremonies will be up after this. Sir? Ross Bales with a 16.430. Daniel Brown, Dawson Lowe, Ben Fairclaw, Griffin Jones, your top 5. Corley Bennett, Doug Penny, and Clay Collins. So we're going to take 8 out of Group A. Kalen Kettle in the 17 machine. Caleb Gay in the 17G. Wilson Boyd slated to be in this final group. Don't see him on the racing surface in that 8B machine. Of course, like I said, 8 drivers will transfer. Carly Bennett on that final transfer spot. Kalen Kettle trying to move his way. He's 7th quick right now. Kettle going to slide to 6th with a 17.128. Caleb Gay up to 4th with a 16.931 for Caleb Gay. Going to be 4th quick. So Carly Bennett going to lock herself in with 8, locking in out of Group A. Getting ready now, Group B. Group B now getting ready to roll out onto the Speedway. Opening ceremonies will be up next. Of course, Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies presenting the second qualifying group. Evan Bell going to be the first driver out onto the Speedway. Evan Bell. Money out of Jefferson, Georgia, and the Longhorn. Ingram Engines, Elite Utility. Alvarez grading on that 97 machine as he's going to work by. Kenny Collins, the real rapper. Supposed to have been in this group, not going to make the call, so he's going to slide further down the lineup. In that train chassis is going to be the 90 of Ryan Clay. Clay going to work down the back straightaway, checkered flag. Evan Bell, Caleb Strobel with a 17.203 on lap 1 and a 17.159 on lap 2. Evan Bell with a 16.863. He'll be at the top of the board here in Group B. Caleb Strobel and Ryan Clay. Going to be 3rd quick. We'll see if Kenny Collins, he will make the call here in this second group. So maybe just not able to get up there in time with that first set of drivers. Kenny Collins, the real rapper, a winner last year at Sonoya to open the red clay season. The driver to Colbert, Georgia, Phoenix Roofing, Fox Diesel Service. He'll take it down into turn number 1. Behind him, it's going to be the 7P of Sean Pritchett. And the 15, the driver out of Easley, South Carolina, Cadillac Ranch, Atlanta paving on his entry. It's the 15 of Dylan Stanley. White flag in the air. Kenny Collins with a 16.678. Evan Bell, 2nd quick with a 16.863. Caleb Strobel with a 17.59. Sean Pritchett, Ryan Clay, Dylan Stanley with a 17.693. Checkered flag in the air. Kenny Collins now at the top of the board with that 16.344 for Collins. Dirt King Apparel on that entry. Fox Diesel Services on that 00. The Eric Stiefel owned a 00. Sean Pritchett now. 3rd quick. Evan Bell 2nd quick. So we take 8 drivers out of this one to lock in as well. Everyone else will be headed to a B-main here tonight. One of the absolute favorites. If you had to put some betting money on it, might be Chester there in the 9. Green flag in the air there for Chester. Derek Stanley in the 4. Colton Herbert in the 6'11" entry. Herbert now, of course, a driver to watch, a former red clay winner. out of Lucas Grove, Georgia, in that 6'11". White flag in the air. Chester up to second quick with a 16.643. Colton Herbert now going to go fourth quick with a 16.908. Derek Stanley going eighth quick with a 17.588. Would love to improve because eighth spot's where we start the bumping process back to the B-mains. Chester second quick safely, I would say, into the show as it stands right now. About halfway done, a little bit over halfway with qualifying, 9 cars down. Should be 15 sitting over there in the staging. Kenny Collins in the 00 with a 16.344. Chester with a 16.499. Colton Herbert, Evan Bell, Sean Pritchett, still your top 5. Now out onto the Speedway, Chris Woods in the number 17 machine behind him in the 71, starting his 46th year in his racing career. Hollywood David Smith and McCarter towing Villains Brother Autism Awareness XL chassis, and behind them a regular here at Screven, it's the 93 machine of Bo Smith. Bo Smith there in that 93 machine, going to take the white flag. David Smith up to fourth quick with a 16.714 there for David Smith. Hollywood up to fourth out of Inman, South Carolina. Everybody still chasing the real rapper, Kenny Collins, Chester. David Smith now up to third with a 16.681, so he improves on that lap. Caleb Strobel, the final car on that bump spot in eighth. Ryan Clay, Bo Smith, Derek Stanley, Dylan Stanley, all on the outside looking in. Still with Camden Harp, Wyatt Coffey, and Cody Overton in the 84 machine still to take time. Opening ceremony is going to be coming up, and then it's going to be action for the Super Late Model Heat races. It's the final 3 drivers on the clock. In that Excel chassis holders, Bodyworks number 84. Of course, the car owner Brian Grubbles, hailing out of Travelers Rest, South Carolina, putting little sexy Cody Overton out of Evans, Georgia, behind the wheel of that entry this weekend. And now, back to the line. Overton looking for some work. He's 7th right now with a 16.954, trying to improve. Wyatt Coffey, 5th quick with a 16.802. Camden Hart, 17.429 to put him 12th quick. Harp looking to head to a B-main. Wyatt Coffey now to second with a 16.497 there for Wyatt Coffey. But Kenny Collins fastest out of this group. And Sean Pritchett going to be the final car to lock in Group B in that 8th position. Chris Woods, Caleb Strobel, Ryan Clay, Camden Hart, Bo Smith, Derek Stanley, and Dylan Stanley all headed to a B-main. But Kenny Collins, Wyatt Coffey, Chester, David Smith, Colton Herbert, Cody Overton, Evan Bell, and Sean Pritchett all locked into the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay 2000 to win feature here tonight. Race fans, we hope you've enjoyed. We'll take a small break here in the action as we get ready for opening ceremonies coming up here momentarily.
Super Late Models, be ready to go. You are coming up next, Super Late Models. You are next. Please report to staging for your heat race action. Super Late Models, your heat races are next. Please report to staging for your heat races. Crown Vics. We locked in the top 20 from qualifying. So the rest of you will be going into a B-main and taking the top 4 to make up the 24-car field, correct, for our Crown Vics? So the top 20 in Crown Vics are locked in based on your qualifying. The final 4 positions will be locked in based off the B-main that y'all will be running here in the schedule. And we will be running Crown Vics following the SCDRA B-mains. Crown Vics, your B-main will be after the SCDRA B-main. Crown Vics, your B-main will be after the SCDRA, and we're taking the top 4 from your B-main to make up the 24-car field. We appreciate all the wonderful people for coming and supporting us here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. The concession stands are wide open for business, as well as check out all of our souvenir vendors here at the Speedway. Again, super late models, you're needed in staging. Super late models, you're needed in staging. Your heat races are next. Super late models, you're next for your heat races. Race fans, we ask for you to please rise as we get ready to go into our opening ceremonies here this evening, here at the Screven Motorsports Complex, for our opening prayer and playing of our national anthem. We ask for you to please rise. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you once again for allowing us to come under your presence, Lord God. Lord God, we're asking you, please keep your hands wrapped around all of our drivers, fans, and crew here at the Speedways. There are many dangers that that can arise that we may not know of, Lord God. But with your loving hand, touch, and grace, we plead the blood over everyone. And we're going to declare and decree in your name that we will head back to our destinations in the same safe conditions as we arrived here, Lord God. And Lord God, there's many people going through a storm, trying to scale a mountain, and trying to walk through a dark path. But with your guiding light, your healing touch, and the power of your hand, we will get to that destination that we're looking for you in Christ, Lord God. And for those that have not got the opportunity to know you, Lord God, we're asking you should open up their hearts and they come into their lives where they will cry out your name and acknowledge you as our Lord and Savior. May all these things be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Exactly.
Oh, geez. To the greatest nation in the world, the great USA. Thank you, race fans. All right, race fans, are you ready to race? Make some noise for me. Y'all don't sound excited. If you're ready to see some racing, let me hear ya. That's what I'm talking about. Screven Motorsports Complex. The ground-pounding super late models will be first out for their heat race action. Following them, the SCDRA. SCDRA, be on standby. You're coming up after the super late models. SCDRA, You are next following the heat races for our super late models. As Mr. Walter get ready for the mic here, we appreciate everyone also in TV land tuned in and watching here on FloRacing here this evening. All righty, getting ready for the super late models. All right, Walter, I'm going to allow you to step in and let me get back here before I get myself in trouble. In the meantime, getting our officials in place and ready to rock and roll. Have at it, Walter.
Thank you there, Dwayne, as we get ready for the Southern All-Stars heat races getting ready to come at you. As we get them staged up and ready in the staging area for these heat races. The first heat race, all 32 competitors will heat race for their starting position. John Henderson out of Aiken, South Carolina, the 2X machine going to be the inside of row number 1. To his outside going to be Preston Luckman in the 77. He'll be on that outside of row number 1. Looks like we got Coos Bay, Oregon there. Got an OR at the end of the hometown, so driver making a long trip down here, probably here for Speed Weeks. In row number 2, going to be the 11 of Austin Smith out of Cedartown, Georgia. Beside him, on the outside of row number 2, out of Clover, South Carolina, in the 16 machine, in the Brian Nettle Jr., number 16, a winner last year for the Southern National Series, the Schaefer's Oil Southern National Series. It is going to be the 4 starting spot there for Ross, the Boss Pels. In the 5th starting spot, in the double nickel chassis, it's going to be Benji Hicks out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Out of Statham, Georgia, in the 17 to Hicks's outside. In the Longhorn, it's going to be Chris Woods. In the final row, starting in the 7th position, out of Lucas Grove, Georgia, in the number 24, it's going to be Peyton Stevenson. And out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota, Matthew Larson will be on the outside of row number 4. That will be heat race number 1 for the Southern All-Star Series presented by Showtime Properties. And heat race number 1 going to be presented by J&J Construction. So Joe Denby and J&J Construction, the folks up there in Tennessee, presenting heat race number 1 as we're getting all of our Southern All-Star drivers filed into position and lined up on the staging area. SCDRA 440 heats be getting ready. Then we'll have Super Late Model B-mains, our 602 B-main, and then our SCDRA 440 B-main. That will be the heat and B-main part of the show, then intermission and the 50-50 drawing. Great time. If you get a chance, head over to the concession stand, get you something good to eat. You can tell the temperature getting a little bit chilly outside. Just walked up there a few minutes ago. Not too bad, but it's definitely went down a few degrees. Chase Pearson, good to see you. Good to hear from you, my friend. And we're going to roll them out onto the Speedway. Race fans, pick you one out in this first heat race presented by J&J Construction. Preston Luckman in the 77. John Henderson looking for the 2X machine to join us here for this heat race. Looks like all the other drivers are going to make the call. Here comes the 2X machine. Got Big Wood, the voice of Winder Barrel Speedway. Getting ready to turn them loose here for heat race action for the Southern All-Stars. Flag in the air for the J&J Construction heat race number 1. Luckman goes around in turn number 1. Woods gets collected. Caution is going to fly in a flurry and a hurry. You almost could call that a big wiggle. Top 4 drivers will transfer out of this heat. The rest of the drivers will have to move to a B-main. So we may see a lot of action, maybe some rooting and gouging there for that 4th and final transfer spot. John Henderson there out of Aiken, South Carolina. Quick time looking good there in qualifying. Preston Luckman going to wait on the field. The 2X going to work his way into turn number 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Preston Luckman looking to the outside. Henderson on the inside. Henderson with a slider in front of Luckman. They're going to get it all bunched up, but they're all going to gather it up down the back straightaway. Austin Smith now going to move to second in the number 11 machine. Ross of Allstar. He is in the final transfer spot. Benji Hicks on the outside looking in. Peyton Stevenson. Also Chris Woods in the 17 machine. Luckman now going to fall back to the final transfer in 4th. Move up Ross of Allstar in the 16. He is now going to put a bullseye on the back of the 11. He'll slide job down to the bottom of the Speedway. Smith though going to fight back on the top side. Little bit of side by side, sheet metal to sheet metal, rubber to rubber action. and give it to Ross, the Lost Bells at the flag stand. John Henderson. Henderson working down the back straightaway, the 16 of Ross, the Lost Bells. Smith now battle for fourth for the final transfer. Benji Hicks to the inside of the Mount Airy. He'll take and wrestle the spot away from the 77 machine of Preston Luckman in the Rocket chassis. Luckman gonna look back to the inside now. 8 laps of distance, halfway home that time by. Henderson strolling and rolling down into turn number 1 and 2. The Aiken, South Carolina native in the Jared Rifles number 2 has pulled away by a straightaway for Ross the Boss Bells. Austin Smith and Benji Hicks going at it for the third spot down into turn number 3 and 4. John Henderson, Ross Bells, your top 2, and they have broke away from the rest of the field. White flag in the air. John Henderson, Ross Bells, followed by Austin Smith, Benji Hicks, Preston Luckman on the outside looking in along with Chris Woods. Checkered flag in the air. John Henderson, your winner of J&J Construction Heat Race number 1, followed by Ross the Boss Bells. Benji Hicks gonna finish in that final transfer spot, and the 11 of Austin Smith gonna be third. Those drivers, Henderson, Bell, Smith, and Hicks, will move on to the main event. They're locked into the show. Preston Luckman, Chris Woods, Peyton Stevenson, and Matthew Larson will be main hunting coming up later on in the program. So John Henderson flexing some of that muscle in that 2X machine. Of course, Ethan Dodson looking to see him down at Volusia. Was hoping we could get him here. But we got Henderson, and man, Henderson has put on a stout show so far in that 2X machine as we look ready to roll this second heat race out onto the Speedway. The Illinois native, the Squirrel, Brian Shirley, inside row number 1 to his outside. And the Georgia native in Steven Roberts in the 111. Alan Stick, also out of the great state of Georgia in the 11S. And out of Franklin, North Carolina in the 28 machine, it's going to be Evan Harrell. In row number 3, out of Union, South Carolina, the number 88, the Brian Ridgeway owned entry, it is Trent, the little head knocker, Ivy. Cody Overton in the Mark IV Budweiser entry in the number 97 in the Longhorn. It is little sexy Cody Overton. And in the final row, it's going to be Billy Franklin out of Alabama in the Tennessee native in the 15 out of Cleveland, Tennessee. Going to be Will Hicks in the Longhorn. Those drivers now 2 by 2, 4 rows deep as they work into turn number 3 and 4. The Squirrel, Brian Shirley, going to look to lead them down into turn number 3 and 4. Green flag in the air, and the Squirrel going to work his way to the inside. VP Racing Fuel, Hooker trucking on that entry. He'll go to the top side. Here comes the 111 of Roberts. Steven Roberts now in second. Of course, 4 cars advance. Evan Harrell trying to hold on to that final transfer. Back to the line. Trent Ivy's going to wrestle it away from him momentarily. Ivy up on the top side. Evan Harrell in 5th. Ivy working the lip down there on the opposite end of the racetrack. 1 car high and into the wall. It's Cody Overton. Contact there by Overton. He'll take out the deck on the 97 machine. Little sexy with damage all on the right side. It is crinkled up. Just got into the corner, went high, and the only thing to catch him was the outside wall. Of course, race fans, here tonight at Screven Motor Speedway, Brian Shirley, your race leader. Speaking of the Southern All-Stars, and of course, the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Series, they're going to be at Cherokee Speedway, the place your mama warned you about. March Madness, a Saturday night under the lights. Looking forward to that one. Being back on the mic in my home state of South Carolina. Green flag, back in the air, the squirrel, Brian Shirley. Stephen Roberts, second. Ivy with a huge loss there in turn number 1 and 2. Roberts going to slide the squirrel, Brian Shirley. Shirley with a crossover back down into turn number 1 and 2. Squirrel going to work the top side. Roberts now on the binders. Allen Stick, contact. Ivy's going to work to the outside. Can he get by? Roberts now going to throw it, caution to the wind. He'll try to hang on to the top 4. Evan Harrell to the inside, 3 wide down into turn number 1. Give it to Roberts, back to third. Evan Harrell in the final transfer spot. The squirrel, Brian Shirley, trying to run off and hide. The squirrel, Brian Shirley. The 11 machine of Allen Stick riding there in that second position. Then Stephen Roberts and Evan Harrell. Trent Ivy on the outside looking in. Ivy in that 88 machine working down the back straightaway, trying to stalk the 28 machine of Evan Harrell, the driver out of Franklin, North Carolina. But time is slipping away for Trent Ivy. The squirrel, Brian Shirley. White flag in the air. Stephen Roberts down to the outside of Allen Stick for second. Roberts gonna work by Stick. Will come back to the checkered flag, and it's gonna be the squirrel, Brian Shirley. Evan Harrell with heartbreak. Fluid all out of the back of his car as he was in a transfer spot. That is going to move Trent Ivy into the show. Billy Franklin on the outside looking in. And that Savage Chassis Realty One group for the driver to Franklin, North Carolina. And we see the fluid streaming around the speedway. It starts going into turn 1 and 2. And he will finally come to a stop right in front of where the old flag stand is in the tower. Evan Harrell, you talk about a heartbreak hotel moment. That has to be it on the night I've so far, at least I've seen. Harrell, who has ran great here tonight and was going to race his way possibly into the show, barring that catastrophe right there. So we got, of course, a little bit of fluid we may work through here before we move on to our next heat race. Let's get word from our officials. A big oil slick down the back straightaway. Heat race number 3 going to be 8 laps in that one. Same deal, top 4 transfer. Getting that third group ready also, making sure the racetrack is good for them to go into that third heat race. Hadn't drawed it yet. We ain't had intermission yet. Yep. Yeah, we still got a couple of more races before we get to intermission. Getting ready for this third heat race to roll out onto the Speedway. Brandon Overton out of Evans, Georgia, in the number 76. To his outside out of Madison, Georgia, it is going to be Garrett Smith in Atlanta Paving and Grading Longhorn. So 2 Longhorns on the front row. Behind them, it's going to be a Capital race car out of Commerce, Georgia, in the F1, a former Southern All-Star Series champion in Peyton Freeman. And how about the Reaper, Ryan Gustin, in the 19G? He's going to be coming from the 4th position in that Carl Custom Hooker Trucking, number 19. Michael Leach out of Sun River, Minnesota, there in the 09 Machine Dirt Pods Longhorn. He'll be starting in 5th. Starting in 6th, out of Hydeman, PA, in the number 22 Star. Victory Circle Auto Sales entry for Drake Troutman. And in your 4th row, it's going to be the driver out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, the Fresh Prince, Beckham Malone. And Broden Boatwright out of Thunderbolt, Georgia, going to be starting in 8th. As we get ready to roll this third heat race out onto the Speedway. Brandon Overton, Garrett Smith going to be in your front row. Glad to be with you here tonight. We're going to work these drivers through that oil slick there. Of course, my name is Walter Tapp, the voice of the Southern All-Star Super Late Model Series. Took over the microphone last year. Me and Dwayne Keith basically switching places there. Dwayne moving, of course, doing some other things behind the scenes, and also doing, of course, some social media, as well as helping out on some of the main events. But most of the events, you can find me at every single one as the full-time. Of course, Dwayne took on the challenge last year of the Ultimate Super Late Models as the Chief Operating Officer there. So it kind of caused a little bit of a shake-up in the announcer role. So I was able to fill that, and actually this year going to be behind the mic on most of the Rake Hook promotion events this year, including the Southern National Spring and Summer, and also, of course, the Red Clay Series. Brandon Overton to the inside. Garrett Smith. Green flag in the air. The F1 of Peyton Freeman in that third spot. The Reaper Ryan Gustin to the outside. Contact. Becca Malone around. And that's going to draw the caution flag. We're going to re-rack them and re-stack them. So the 76 there of Overton Supply Chain Management on that quarter panel. Budweiser there as well. Garrett Smith to his outside. Peyton Freeman, Ryan Gustin, Drake Troutman, Michael Leach. Green flag back in here, gonna try it again. They'll work down the back straightaway. Brandon Overton in the 76 machine off a turn, number 3 and 4. He'll lead lap number 1 in his third heat race. Back now to the line in this third heat, Showtime Properties heat race. That second heat race, Southern Racing Enterprises sponsoring it in that second heat here for the Southern All-Stars. Overton still with the lead by about 3 to 4 car lengths down into turn number 1. Garrett Smith, Peyton Freeman in the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. Drake Troutman on the outside looking in along with Michael Leach and Becca Malone. Halfway that time, halfway, 4 down, 4 more to go. SCDRA 440s, be getting ready for your heat race action. SCDRA 440s, be getting ready for your heat race action coming up. Overton still your race leader, followed by Garrett Smith, Peyton Freeman, the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. And that final transfer spot, Drake Troutman on the outside looking in with Michael Leach. Clicking them off now, should be coming back, white flag this time by Overton. Down into turn number 3 and 4. Still one more heat race to go here for the Southern All-Star Series. Presented by Showtime Properties. The 76 machine of Overton. Checkered flag there for Overton as he comes by. He'll win heat race number 3. Presented by Showtime Properties. I want to thank, of course, Southern Racing Enterprises for heat race number 2 and J&J Construction for heat race number 1, our marketing partners. But how about big, sexy Brandon Overton race fans? Heat race number 3 winner over Garrett Smith and the Longhorn. Peyton Freeman and the Reaper, Ryan Gustin. Heat race number 4, getting ready to roll out onto the Speedway. Dan Ebert in the 60. Big Perm Dalton Wilson out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, row number 1. Row number 2, Tucker Anderson to Jamie Oliver, Casey Roberts and Kendall Franklin in row number 3. Jake Jackson, Dilla Days in row number 4. Green flag in the air. Down at a turn number 1. Dan Ebert and the Big Perm Dalton Wilson, your top 2, followed by Tucker Anderson and Casey Roberts. Jamie Oliver there in 5th, but they're going 3 wide. Jake Jackson to the bottom. Oliver slow off the corner. Team PPM on the hood of that entry. And Oliver with some issues and some sparks coming out. Something may have let go in the right front there for Oliver. Fox Racing Shocks, Dan Ebert, still your race leader. Followed by the Big Perm, Dalton Wilson. Tucker Anderson. The 38 machine of Oliver able to make it into the pits. We're going to stay green out on a racing surface. SCDRA 440s, make your way to staging. Got a little bit of the deck damage there for Dan Ebert. Dalton Wilson in second, Tucker Anderson there in third, and Casey Roberts there in fourth. Jake Jackson, the first car on the outside, looking in with Kendall Franklin and Dylan Daves. Dan Ebert still clicking them off here at Screven in the winter freeze. Part of the fourth and final heat race. American Racers South. I want to thank them for their sponsorship as well for the B-mains and Delph Communications sponsoring this fourth heat. Caution flag is out for Kendall Franklin. Seen the light switch on, was looking around the racetrack, and it is Kendall Franklin with the issue. Jamie Oliver looking to head to the outside of the speedway with, I believe, some right front damage. Kendall Franklin gonna slow roll by the front straightaway and look to exit stage right. Dan Ebert with that huge lead. It's going to evaporate now. Behind him in the Longhorn going to be the big perm, Dalton Wilson, Tucker Anderson. And in another Longhorn, it's going to be Casey Roberts. That final transfer spot, Jake Jackson and Dylan Daves. The final two cars on the outside looking in fifth and sixth. Going to be a single file restart with only a few laps here to go. Caution still out on the racetrack as the officials were checking there on Kendall Franklin. He looked like he was going to exit and then pulled back. Officials looking at that entry. So he is going to try to continue in this one. So looking for the one to go signal this time by Dan Ebert in the 60. Amsoil on that entry. Dalton Wilson, Tucker Anderson, and Casey Roberts, your four drivers right now in the show. Jake Jackson, Dylan Daves, Kendall Franklin on the outside looking in. They want to change that here on what could possibly be the final restart in this fourth and final heat race. Single file, green flag in the air. Dan Ebert, Dalton Wilson, Tucker Anderson. Jake Jackson shot out of a cannon for fifth. He'll go to the outside of Dylan Daves. Big slide up the hill now. And they'll battle. Here comes Wilson to the inside, Ebert to the outside. Tucker Anderson, three cars under a blanket as they battle for the heat race win. Looking for a slider is Wilson. Back to the line. Is it going to be? Yes, Dan Ebert with the win over Wilson, Anderson, and Roberts. What a race back to the line between Big Perm, Dalton Wilson, and Dan Ebert in the 60. So locking 10 drivers earlier on for the SCDRA 440, 68 entries, 25,000 on the line for the weekend. And I believe from what I'm hearing from race control, we're going to take the top two. 3 cars will go to the scales just in case if there is a weight issue at the end of the night. SCDRA 440s, get ready for your heats. And then, of course, Southern All-Stars B-mains to follow. One to go sign shown to the field here in this heat. Blaine Ells in the 11E. Michael Crouch in the V7. Starting second, starting third, going to be Wayne Reiser in the 5 out of Lake City, Florida. Also out of Live Oak, Florida in the 99P, it's going to be Payne Pickles. Gage Hutchinson in the 28 junior machine, going to be starting 5th, starting 6th out of Blacksburg, South Carolina. It's going to be Scott Collinger starting in 7th out of Ohio, Cincinnati to be exact. It's a 95K of Jacob Todd. Adam Bales in the 20 in that 226 machine. We're going green out on the Speedway. Miles Pike in the 20P. Jeff Herbert in the 777. And the battle is on. Only 2 drivers come out of these heat races. Down into the corner. Looking to see who's going to lead lap number 1. Blaine Ells with the race lead as they continue to battle off of turn number 3 and 4. The 5 machine of Wayne Reiser there in second, going 8 laps on these heat races. Michael Crouch there in that 3rd position. Payne Pickles, Scott Clollinger, your top 5. 3 laps down, halfway next time. Blaine Ells in the 11E. Wayne Reiser in that 2nd spot. Michael Crouch there in the 3rd position. A couple of drivers going all the way up to the wall in turn number 3 and 4, halfway. Blaine Ells, Wayne Reiser, Michael Crouch, Payne Pickles, Scott Clollinger, your top 5. Gage Hutchinson, Adam Bales, Jeff Herbert, Jacob Todd, Jonathan Charette there in 10th. Problems on the 5 machine on the front straightaway with a right front flat. He'll try to make it off the racing surface, and that's going to be Garrett Hall as he'll exit. We'll stay green out on the racetrack. Blaine Ells in the 11E, the 5 of Wayne Reiser. Michael Koch, Payne Pickles, Scott Clollinger, still your top 5. That final transfer spot, the V7. Michael Koch now trying to go after him. White flag in the air. Wayne Reisner there in that 2nd position. The V7 going to fall back now to 4th, Payne Pickles to 3rd. Blaine Ells off the corner looking for the win in the heat race for the SCDRA 440s. Wayne Reiser in the show, everybody else, including Payne Pickles. Michael Koster, Scott Clollinger, Gage Hutchinson, Adam Bales, Jeff Ebert, Jacob Todd, and Jonathan Charette are all going to be heading to a B-main to try to lock themselves into the show here tonight. And as we get ready for the 2nd heat race, we're going to be turning things back over to Dwayne Keith here in just a moment.
right, here we go. Heat race number 2 for our SCDRA 440s or front wheel drives, rolling on out onto the Speedway. Starting on the pole will be Dustin Duncan in the number 21 out of Robbins, Tennessee. And beside him out of Fort Mill, South Carolina in the 91Z, it'll be Zach Sloan. Kale Deese of Edgefield, South Carolina, number 35 will start second row inside, with Bobo McGee of Hopkinsville, Kentucky in the 48M starting beside him. Eddie McGrew of Travelers Rest, South Carolina will be in the 4M. Chad Weaver of Pennsylvania, Caden Presnell of Pickens, South Carolina. That will be position 6-7. And Hayden Privet, Tyler Hopkins, Wesley Keller, Justin Forsyth, Ryan Nachel, Nathan Adams, Jensen Privet, and Dylan Johnson will be the rest of the field. So they're going to fire off in the 1 and 2. Green flag is out down the back stretch, and in 3 and 4 they go. Already a lot of shooking and jiving for positions. Contact getting made heavy over there in turn 3 and 4. We'll keep going as they get lap number 1 into the books. Great battle for the lead as they race off and down to the backstretch. Battle for the lead is on. Working their way out of turn number 4. We got one off the pace on the backstretch. We're going to take it to the infield. The number 2, Chad Weaver. So right now, our leader, Dustin Duncan, will lead the field down the backstretch. Great battle for the 3rd spot between Quick Draw, Eddie McGrew, and Bobo McGee as they battle for the 3rd spot coming out of turn number 4. Quick Draw. Already a big winner on the SCDRA circuit is going to work to the inside of them as they go back down the backstretch. Quick Draw is going to pull the trigger. Side by side off into 3 and 4 they go. Runs them up into the high banks of turns 3 and 4. They're battling out of 4 as they come down the front stretch. We got one stopped over in turn number 2 and another into the wall. That's Eddie McGrew. Caution is out. So the caution will come out for the 11K machine of Wesley Keller. But Eddie McGrew, tough break for him as he was battling for that 3rd spot. Just overtook him going off into turns 1. But Keller is the cause of the caution. And McGrew, well, he fires back up. He said he's going to come back out and get him some more of this action. All righty. We're going to get this lineup squared away for everyone. And they're going to get into the Delaware double file formation before we get back in to the green flag action. Doing a little cleanup with some of our track crew over in turns 1, and they are exiting the Speedway. So allowing our race director to get the field ready to go. And she is giving the thumbs up. So our flagman's going to give them the 1-to-go signal. Going to be a complete side-by-side restart. So the 4 laps complete. Rolling out of turn number 4. They're going to get back up on that loud pedal. Here we go. Whoa. Things are getting really squirrely back there in the field. Everybody are pushing up on each other like a pinball machine as they come out of turn number 4. We'll get lap number 5 into the books. A total of 68 entries entered into tonight's action for our front-wheel drives. Back down the back stretch they go. Great battle for the 5th spot as they get off of the turns 3 and 4. A gaggle of them going at it as they run out of turn number 4 to get lap number 6 into the books. Everybody doing their best to lock them into the big dance for tomorrow. The field will be set tonight. Tomorrow will be the big dance for our front-wheel drives. Coming out of turn number 4. White flags out. One more time around for our race leader and crew. Back down the back stretch they go. Nose to tail as they go off into turns 3 and 4. Dustin Duncan holding it down. Zach Sloan in second. Eddie McGrew third. Coming out of turn number 4, Dustin Duncan will get it done. Zach Sloan comes home in second. Quick draw, Eddie McGrew comes home in third. Caden Presnell will come home fourth. And Kale Deese will round out your top 5 here in our SCDRA heat race number 2. Super late models, get them in gear. You're coming up next, super late models. You're next, get them in gear. Super late models to staging, you're coming up. Heat race number 3 for the SCDRA getting ready to roll out. Big field in every heat race class, a total of 14 in each heat. Marshall, Wisconsin's own, the young phenom Carter Stark will start on the podium. Beside him be Reed Christensen, that 6-figure winner, starting beside him out of Springfield, Georgia. Casey Spears will start second row inside with Jaden Delaney to the outside of him from Quincy, Illinois. Delaney, excuse me. Michael Carter will start third row inside with Billy Barrington to his outside. Joey Laws and Jordan Fowler will start on row number 4. Jason Crowder and Sean Peach will start on the 5th row. Scotty Honeycutt and Brandon Gibson Jr. will start on row 6. Richie Green and Bruce Denman will make up the final row for heat race number 3 here at the SCDRA heat race. 8 laps will be the distance. The B-mains will be coming up following the 602s, and that will set the field for the SCDRA $25,000 Compact Battle Royale tomorrow. The biggest compact race in the world here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Lights are out. The field's going to tuck in tight. Getting ready to come out of turn number 4. They're going to get back up on that loud pedal. Here we go. Kind of an auspicious start for our leader of Carter Stark and the rest of them. So our race director calling for the caution. And the field, they're still trying to race. Some still trying to go, some trying to back down. It's going to be a complete restart for our SCDRA group. Lights are back out. Green flag is in the air. Here we go. Great start this time around for our outside starter of Reed Christensen as they're going to roar down the backstretch. We got 2 stuck together into the entrance of turn 3. And the hood of the 74 machine of Joey Laws comes up, and caution is out. been a little rough start here in heat race number 3 for our SCDR8 front-wheel drive machines. So calling for the wreckers to come out onto the speedway to retrieve our 2 competitors that have came to a stop in turns number 3. So we will be back with you, those over in Flow Land here tonight, as we clean up this caution. We'll be right back after the commercial break. All right, well, we will get the fluid rolled on in pretty quickly, and they're giving them the 1 to go signal. Almost 1 to go signal, just telling everyone to double foul up before we go back racing. Car start, Reed Christian, front row. Once again, green flag is out and is on. Here we go. So Reed Christian gonna serve up a little home cooking the car to start down the back stretch. Young man out of Wisconsin. In a lock-in spot right now, but not for long, as he is getting pressure from the number 11 machine as they race back off into turns 1 and 2, pushing on them down the back stretch. Off in the 3 and 4 they go. Great battle for second, third, and fourth as they're locked in nose to tail, coming to the line as they cross the stripe. Now the 132 machine has entered into the fray as they running back down the backstretch. The battle for third is on as they're side by side trying to race off turn number 4. A little bit of a dip over there in the middle of 1 and 2. They got to tread lightly as they get off into that very high bank. Super fast turns of 1 and 2. Oh, they're going to make contact coming out of turn number 4. Great battle for third. Laps are winding down in this one. Carter Stark is starting to get a little bit of distance between him and his adversary, running in a third spot. Down the backstretch, off in the 3 and 4 they go. He takes another peek up under him as they battle for third, coming back to the line. Great showdown here in heat race number 3. Even a more phenomenal battle for the 5th spot as they're racing hard coming into turn 3. White flag is out one more time around for our race leader, Reed Christensen. Casey Spears in the number 11S, Brandon Gibson Jr. throws it into the wind. Going for a slider out of turn number 4. It's going to run up the racetrack. Gibson gets him up to third. 4th to go to Casey Spears. Joey Laws comes home in 5th. What an intense race here in heat race number 3 for our front wheel drives, competing under the SCDRA rules here this evening. Wowie, oh wow, wow. So they're going to pull them into the pit area. So Reed Christensen coming home with the win in heat race number 3. We're going to get ready for our 4th and final heat race for our SCDRA front wheel drive field of cars. Super late models. B-main number 1, we need you to staging. B-main number 1 for the super late models. You're needed in staging immediately. You're coming up next. 602s, red clay 602s. Your B-mains will be after the supers, and Crown Vics, be on standby. You will be after the 602 late models. Please be ready when your time comes for your part of the show. All righty, heat race number 4, the 4th and final heat, getting ready to come at you. The Widowmaker, John Wyndham, Brandon Dalton, that will be your, excuse me, yes, that is correct. That'll be your front row. They come out of turn number 4. Here we go. Great battle for the lead, side by side down the backstretch. As things are coming kind of a calamity on the backstretch, we got one around. So the caution will wave. So they did not take that first lap. So it's going to be a total, complete restart, and it will be 8 laps they will have to run. Lights are out. Stellar front rows. They come out of turn number 4. Brandon Dalton and the Widowmaker of John Wyndham are Lake City, Florida. They will get going. Lee Hudson sitting there, third spot, and oh! All the Devils Playhouse breaking loose back deep in the field, but everyone's going to get back into motion as they come out of turn number 4 to get lap number 1 into the books. So Brandon Dalton's going to lead the Thunder and Herd down the backstretch. Oh, geez. All right. We had one that rolled, landed back on all fours and stayed in the throttle. We are going to stay green. Great battle right there for that second spot. That 2-for-1 special from 4th to 2nd, and in a hurry as they work their way back out of turn number 4. John Wyndham continues to lead. Brandon Dalton 2nd. John Skelton's 3rd. Jeffrey Delanger runs home in 4th, and Nick Camper is your top 5 right now. So a lot of hold your breath moments here in heat race number 4. As the field has spread out amongst each other, that may be a good thing right now, as we're just now crossing the halfway marker this time by. And the Widowmaker, that Jason Waters tuning engine up under his, definitely putting it to him right now. We got one off the pace in the number 23 machine of Nick Camper, who's going to pull it to the infield. 2 to go for the Widowmaker of John Wyndham. Down the backstretch he goes. Brandon Dalton still sitting in 2nd. The top 4. Major distance between all of them right now, coming out of turn number 4. The Widowmaker will take the white flag. He has approached the back marker of the field. Down the backstretch he goes. Untouched and unrivaled. Former winner of the Winter Freeze. Come out of turn number 4, and he will take the check flag. 2nd to Brandon Dalton. Joe Skelf comes home in 3rd. Jeffrey Delanger 4th. Dennis Atkins, big power move up to the 5th spot. So that will end the heat race action for our SEDRA front wheel drive machines here at Winter Freeze 18, the Davis Tire Winter Freeze here this evening. So the Davis Tire 18th annual Winter Freeze presented by FloRacing continues to be a barn burner Seen some amazing racing in our super late model heat races. Now we are going to set the 24-car field with this B-main coming up, and we're going to follow that up with the Mike Bruner's Schaefer's Oil 602 Red Clay Series. Both of those events will be brought to you by Mr. Walter Tapp. And we're going to run our Crown Vic B-main. We're going to have just a brief intermission where we will do our 50-50 ticket winner for our Shriners of Savannah. And then we're going to go into our super late model feature following that. Me and Walter do a little tag team for that action. And then it'll be features from that point on. Of course, the Seahawk Hornets, the SCHA Hornets running for a top prize of $5,000. The 602 late models will follow up behind it with Crown Vic, 604 late models, and street stock. So features following these next set of 3 divisions of B-mains. So we'll have all our features set. Thank you so much for all of our people in TV land for bearing with us throughout the night. We're still making good time. So it's on to you there, Walter.
Thank you there, Dwayne, as we get ready for our Southern All-Stars B features here. Our B features, our B-main, as they say. Presented by American Racer South, the official American Racer for the South. Mr. Ray Cook there, sponsoring those B-mains. If you need anything from American Racer, give Ray a call. He can get you hooked up with any type of tire that American Racer produces, including asphalt, also dirt, and even sprint car tires. And coming up, speaking of sprint cars, the state of Florida getting ready to heat up with sprint car action, USCS. Going to be, of course, down at the reconfigured, reshaped event for the fried bologna there for the Hunt the Front Southern Raceway next weekend. Make your plans to join them. Or you can head over and see the folks from the Renegade Sprint Car Series up at North Florida Speedway as they look to get their season kicked off after, of course, being rained/iced out a couple of weekends ago. That was supposed to take place up at Golden Isles, and Mother Nature taking that one. But that's the Renegade Sprint Car Series, the Renegade Sprint Car Series at North Florida Speedway. The Valentine's event, the Lovers Heat. Getting ready to roll. Preston Luckman in the 77 machine on the inside. Billy Franklin on the outside. That is row number 1. In row number 2, out of Statham, Georgia, is going to be Chris Woods in the 17. Evan Harrell slated to start there. We'll see if he's going to make the call, and he is not on the racetrack. Peyton Stevenson in the 24 machine, and Matthew Larson. So Cody Overton, Will Hicks not going to make the call as well. Got that second B-main ready to go in the staging area. Field 2x2, 5 cars deep. Green flag in the air. Field going to work down into turn number 1. Preston Luckman, all these drivers trying to keep their nose clean. Three wide back through the field. Peyton Stevenson, the 17. Machida Billy Franklin there in 4th. Matthew Larson. In that 4th position. Peyton Stevenson. The 77 of Preston Luckman still with the race lead halfway this time by. In that second B-main ready in the staging area. Lugman, Chris Woods, Peyton Stevenson, Billy Franklin, and Matthew Larson, your top 5. Out front, the 77 of Preston Lugman pulling away from Chris Woods, the driver out of Statham, Georgia, riding in second. And then it's the 24, another Georgia native there, and Peyton Stevenson. Stevenson going to work the top side of the Speedway. Billy Franklin there in 4th. A lot of these drivers here in this one just trying to shake down their cars and get ready for the feature. White flag in the air. Preston Luckman, Chris Wood, second. Stevenson riding there in 3rd. Off the corner, though, it's going to be Preston Luckman to the checkered flag. He'll get the B-main win presented by American Racer South. The 17 of Chris Woods, Peyton Stevenson, Billy Franklin, and Matthew Larson going to be your top 5. As those drivers now exit the Speedway. 16 drivers locked in. Slated to have 8 cars in this second heat race. Of course, we were supposed to slated to have 8 in the first one. Cody Overton not going to make the call there, along with Will Hicks in that first one, and Evan Harrell, who had some issues and put down oil on the racetrack. So hopefully Evan Harrell can get that car fixed for tomorrow with $25,000 on the line. Of course, $10K on the line here tonight. And rolling out onto the Speedway, going to get this second heat race ready to go for you and get it working on the back straightaway. We'll introduce you now to the starting lineup. Out of Hydeman, PA, in the 22 star, it is Drake Troutman. To his outside, out of Rutherford, North Carolina, in the J1 entry, it is Jake Jackson. Into that Styles Services entry, Jackson grading J1. He'll be on the outside of the front row. In row number 2, going to be Michael Leach out of Sun River, Montana. And Dylan Days out of Franklin, North Carolina. Becca Malone out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, starting 5th. Starting 6th, going to be Kendall Franklin. All drivers making the call for this one, including, it looks like, Jamie Oliver out on the Speedway in 8th, and Bo right there in 7th. Green flag in the air. Troutman going to look to lead him into turn number 1, Jake Jackson. Trying to work his way now. Top 2 basically advancing. Drake Troutman, Jake Jackson battle for the 3rd spot. Becca Malone to the inside, Dylan Daves to the outside, Michael Leach there in 5th. But not for long, the rocket of Kendall Franklin to the outside. He'll get around Leach. Still the fierce battle there for 3rd, Dylan Daves and Becca Malone battling. Drake Troutman, the Hyman, Pennsylvania native, still leading the field. And that 22 star, he'll work down into turn number 3 and 4, followed by Jake Jackson, that final transfer spot into the show in this B-main. Taking 2 out of this B-main. It'll be a 22 car field, it looks like, here tonight. With the 22 of Drake Troutman still leading the field halfway. That time by 5 down, 5 more to go. B-main action, of course, for our Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruder Jr. 602 drivers. Be ready and staging. Troutman still your leader as he works down in the start of the back straightaway. Jake Jackson with a little bit of breathing room. Back now to Becca Malone in 3rd. Then Dylan Daves, Kendall Franklin, Michael Leach, Jamie Oliver, and Bo right there at the tail of the field. Drake Troutman looking to close this B-main presented by American Racers. South out with a win as we come to 2 to go. Don't believe he's going to catch the lap traffic before we get to the end, which the lap traffic would be Jamie Oliver and Boat right there at the tail of the field, but we're going to see the white flag. He'll get a chance to finish this one at clean air. Drake Troutman now down through turn number 1 and 2. Troutman now down the back straightaway, letting it haul the mail. Jamie Oliver going to go high out of the leader's way off the corner. Drake Troutman, your winner of the second B-main. Jake Jackson is going to make it into the show. Deck barely hanging on. You can catch a great interview with him on the Southern All-Stars page that we did earlier on in the day. We'll get that edited and up hopefully tomorrow. We did one also, of course, with Jamie Oliver as well. And Kendall Franklin, some of the drivers that we talked to earlier on in the afternoon. So congratulations to Drake Troutman and Jake Jackson. They are moving on to the feature here tonight. We'll, of course, get word from race control on our final couple of starting spots. Schaefer's Oil, my Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay drivers getting ready to go. In the staging area, I want to thank, of course, Schaefer's Racing Oil and Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr., American Racing Tires, Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies, CNS Auto Electric, Mr. Terry Smith for all that he does for the series, does a lot. Cindy Knowles with Cruise of the Champions. Frankie Beard going to be going on a cruise in 2027. Somebody's going to win another one at the end of the year. Style Services out of Greer, South Carolina. Smith Motors out of Anderson. Capital Custom Paint out of the great state of Georgia. Virginia Driveline, Mr. Heath Martin, Billing Brothers Autism Awareness, Peep and Dragon Photography and Delph Communications, along now with Tuxedo Glass, our marketing partners, and they still continue to grow throughout the year. Of course, releasing the schedule on Wednesday night on the rainout date there for practice. 25 Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. events, the 2 non-points events here this weekend. Points will start at Sonoya Raceway on February the 28th at the end of the month. That will be the first points race. Drivers will have until the spring fling at Livonia Speedway to sign up to be a member and declare for their chase for the points championship and Rookie of the Year, which is presented by Style Services there out of Greer, South Carolina. Smith Motors of Anderson, our Rookie of the Year campaign sponsors. And now it's time for our B-main action for 602s. So they're going to take 3 here. So Becca Malone going to be in the show out of that second B-main. We'll take the top 3 out of the first B-main there. And that will solidify your lineup for the Southern All-Stars competitors as we will roll our B-main drivers out onto the Speedway for our Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay competitors. I believe Crown Vic B-main drivers, they locked in, I believe, 20 Crown Vic B-main drivers. Make your way to staging. Field now going to work by the 38 machine of Clay Collins on the inside of row number 1 his outside. Chris Woods in the 17. Chris Burnstead in the 3HC, and Caleb Stobel in the 58C in row number 2. Jeff Queen and Ryan Clay in row number 3. Row number 4 going to be Dustin Collins and Camden Hart. Row number 5, Josh Guy and Bo Smith. Row number 6 going to be Dylan Brown and Derek Stanley. In your 7th and final row, slated to be there should be Wilson Boyd and Dylan Stanley. Not sure if everybody's going to make the call. Yes, looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do got 7 rows, so we are missing one driver. I believe that's going to be the 8B of Wilson Boyd. So Wilson Boyd not going to make the call in the 8B. 13 drivers vying for these final couple of spots to solidify this field. I believe we're going to be taking 6 drivers out of the 13 to make it into the show. 10 laps of distance. And we're going to work them now down the back straightaway. Everybody's still trying to keep them rolling and towards the back of the field. Trying to get one lap in. Chris Wood, still your race leader. Caleb Stovall in 2nd. Clay Collins, Ryan Clay, Jeff Queen, and Camden Hart in the C5. Your drivers that are in the show. Down to the bottom, contact. Queen around the 93. They both keep it rolling, and we're going to stay green, it looks like, again. Was wondering if we was going to get that tuxedo glass caution. Tuxedo glass and mirror building relationships that caution. Oh, we're going to probably get it this time. Dylan Stanley there. Nope, going halfway. They're going to try, it looks like, to get the lap. And Dylan Stanley still sitting at the bottom of the racetrack. And they're going to deem him out of harm's way and keep it green. There we go. There's the caution flag. A little back and forth if he was out of way enough. I don't think he was. Dylan Stanley going to bring out that first tuxedo glass and mirror caution flag on the night for the Schaefer's Old Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay Series. An Atlanta Paving and Grading Cadillac Ranch entry. Dylan Stanley, driver of Easley, South Carolina, pointing in the wrong direction there for a couple of laps. Chris Woods in the 17 with your race lead. Crown Vics, you need to be in staging. Crown Vics, you need to be in the staging area. Caleb Stovall, Clay Collins, Ryan Clay, Camden Harp, and Dustin Collins, your drivers on the inside right now. We are halfway in this one, 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. A little bit of debris up there on the top side of the speedway that our officials are going to get right now. Crown Vics be ready in stage, and then it'll be time for intermission and our 50-50 drawing. And then the Solid All-Stars, $10,000 to win main event. First on the docket, followed by the Seahawks Hornets and the Schaefer's Old by Mike Bruder Jr. Red Clay 602 competitors. Chris Woods down into turn number 3 and 4. Green flag in the air for Chris Woody Woods. Woods going to work his way into turn number 1 and 2. Caleb Stovall, Clay Collins, Ryan Clay, Camden Hart trying to make some hay as he works down the backstretch. Collins in that final transfer spot with hungry drivers like Bo Smith and Daniel Brown behind him. Camden Hart looking to shoot the gap to the inside now. of Ryan Clay as they battle for the 4th position. Battle for 5th now to the inside. Bo Smith gonna muscle the 44 Collins. Here comes Daniel Brown to the inside. Collins and Brown battling for 5th. Make it 6th now. Collins gonna go back to that 6th and final transfer spot, and this one contact with Ryan Clay. Clay gathers it back up. 1 car around, he'll collect 2 more. That is Josh Guy, Dylan Stanley, and I believe Jeff Queen all involved. And the caution is out as the drivers are told to take evasive action to the high side of the speedway in 3 and 4. So Chris Woods, Caleb Stobel, Clay Collins, Camden Harp, Ryan Clay, Dustin Collins scored there. And oh, the 11 maybe having a little bit of some Waffle House feelings there. That was a shot to the door under caution. Of course, those drivers were throwing elbows back there for that transfer spot. Crown Vic B-mains be ready. Crown Vic B-mains be ready. Then it's time for intermission in the 50-50 drawing, and then on to features. Dustin Collins looking to get checked out here by our officials. I believe 1 to go shown to the field that time by 44 looking to take his spot. The 11 of Daniel Brown going to fall back behind him. Bo Smith at battle for that final transfer spot. 7 laps down, so we'll wave it off. We'll at least go 1 to go this time. Had to make sure everybody at least got the 1 to go signal shown to them. 44 Collins did not, as he was still getting worked on. And here we go, race fans, to try to finish the final 3 laps for the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Rick Clay. We've had 2 now of those tuxedo glass cautions. 2 of them. Will we get another one? And the 11 of Brown. Chris Woods. Brown and Collins, they're beating and banging on each other. Contact, Dylan Stanley around. Caution is out. Dylan Stanley around. I believe that's the 3rd incident that he has been a part of in this B-main. Bo Smith in that final transfer spot. Daniel Brown there in that 11. There on the outside looking in. Looks like Collins in the 44s went off the racing surface. One to go signal. If I'm hearing it from race control correct, the 11 is being told to take it to the pits for aggressive driving. He took the 44 Collins all the way to the wall in that last start. Chris Woods in the 17, machine green flag in the air. The 58 of Caleb Stoble, Clay Collins, Camden Harp, Ryan Clay. Back to the line, Chris Woods, Stoble, and Collins still your top three. 2 laps to go that time by. Chris Woods down off the corner. Caleb Stoble, white flag in the air, he's in second. Clay Collins there in third. '58 of Caleb Stoble, Clay Collins. To third, Camden Hart, Ryan Clay. Get the at least word from track officials, but I believe Bo Smith may be your final car in this one.
All righty, that will end our 602 late model B-main. Now we're going to get ready to roll into our SCDRA front-wheel drive machines for their set of B-mains that they will be running. Then the Crown Vics, then it's going to be just a brief intermission, and we're going into our super late model feature. All righty, here comes the front wheel drive.
Gonna hop back on here before we turn these drivers loose for our SCDRA B-mains for clarification. Bo Smith in the 93 will make the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. main event. The 11 of Daniel Brown was told multiple times he was disqualified for aggressive driving, taking Dustin Collins all the way to the wall. Did not answer that call, so he was no longer scored in the main event or in that B-main, so he will not transfer to the main event.
Update from our 602 officials. So huge change. And the running of that B-main. So we're going to get ready for our 440s SCDRA front wheel drive B-main number 1. 8 laps will be the distance. Crown Vics, be ready, you're coming up. Crown Vics, be ready, you're coming up. Out of turn number 4, here we go. Big push off into turns 1 and 2. Side by side, wheel to wheel, hub to hub as the field screams off in the 3 and 4. See if we can get a nice clean run coming out of Florida. We're going to get lap number 1 into the books. So a nice clean lap on lap number 1. Eddie McGrew's going to take the Thunder and Herd down the backstretch. Payne Pickles, former SCDRE champ, sitting in second spot. Michael Crouch. We got some heavy hitters in the B-main right now. We had one off the pace and one around on the backstretch that'll bring the caution out. And even more and near drama action over there in turns 1 and 2. My goodness, Caden Presnell, Kale Deese, some other strong names in this first B-main. But only the top 2 from the heat races earlier locked themselves in, as the first set amount of positions were locked in based off qualifying earlier. And as stated, it's it. Tonight, you're either going to make the show or you will not be racing tomorrow for a shot at a $25,000 winner share of the illustrious Battle Royale of the Compact Clash here at the Screven Motorsports Park for the Davis Tire Winter Freeze. Alrighty. 2 of our competitors are going to join the tail end of the field. All right, they're going to get ready to get the 1 to go signal. Lights are going out. Green flag is out. Here we go. 3 wide up front already in this one as they're going to go 3 abreast down the back stretch. Now has become a fatal 4-way matchup on the front as they come out of turn number 4. Quick draw, Eddie McGrew will still lead the Thunder and Herd off in a 1 and 2. Michael Crouch in second, and Caden Presnell runs in the 3rd spot. Who is going to race tomorrow and who is going to lead out of here? 8 laps is the distance, 4 laps into the book. Battle for the lead, Michael Crouch all over the back end of Eddie McGrew. Down the back stretch they go, off into turns 3 and 4. Jeff Erb in the 777 machine, trying to make something work for the 3rd spot. Halfway in, halfway to go. Couple of guys getting a little bit loose, causing a major time here in his last chance showdown here in our SCDRA B-main. Eddie McGrew trying to take it easy as he hits into the turns of 1 and 2. The Michael Crouch and Caden Fresno hot on his tail, down the backstretch, off in the 3 and 4. Fresno takes another peek to the outside for the battle for second. White flags out, one more time around for quick draw. Eddie McGrew, the South Carolina native, fighting for everything he's got. Back off in the turn 3 and 4. Checker flag coming out. Eddie McGrew gets it done. Crouch hangs on for second. Caden Fresno comes home in third, and Jeff Erb is Gordon Scott. Will round out the top 5. Pretty impactful race. Here in B-main number 1 for our SCDRA. B-main number 2 getting ready to roll on out. Second B-main getting ready to roll out. Alrighty. Getting ready for our second B-main as they come back out of turn number 4. Green flags in there. Here we go. Brown mix, be ready to go. You're coming up next. Only the top 3 will transfer. We got one up in smokes and into the infield. So we're going to stay green. Down the back stretch they go. Lap number 1 is into the books. Only the top 3 is going to transfer on. Brandon Gibson Jr. leads out front in the 132. Joe Skelf and Casey Spears run second and third right now. There's a whole hornet of them getting at it, no pun intended, for our front wheel drives. And our 4th place machine up in smoke, coming out of the backside of that machine, trying to expeditiously get to the infield. Jeffrey DeLonge. And the caution will wave as there's a little fluid out onto the speedway. 3 laps complete. So attrition from the weekend coming into play. Crown Vics to staging, you are next. Crown Vics to staging, you are next. We need you in staging and ready to go. Crown Vics to staging, you are next. Need you in staging. Please be ready to go. Lost. All right, green is back out. Here we go. Guys are already pulling into the infield as again attrition coming into play once again in turns 3 and 4. My goodness. Guys are just all over the place over there in turns 3 and 4. We're back on the loud pedal. We're going to stay under green here at the Screven Motorsports Complex as we try to work through this interesting B-main number 2. 5 laps now into the book, 3 laps to go. Brandon Gibson with a commanding lead out front. 2nd and 3rd of Joe Skelf and Casey Spears. My scoring in the flag and looking at 2 different things, but the white flag is out. Coming around to take the checkered flag. Brandon Gibson Jr. taking the checkers. Joe and Casey Spears taking 2nd and 3rd here in B-main number 2 for our front wheel drive, and we got a couple of guys there are not going to be able to self-power themselves back into the pit area, so we're going to have to get them some push assistance. Well, that was a very interesting B-main number 2 for our front wheel drives. So that will effectively set the field for tomorrow's big $25,000 compact clash coming up tomorrow night here at the Davis Tire Winter Freeze. Crown Vics are going to roll out for their B-main. And then we're going to do our 50-50 drawing and go into our first feature of the night with our super late models. Looks like there will be 2 B-mains for our Crown Vics. Top 2 from each will transfer on to the feature. Eight laps will be the distance. Getting ready to come back out of turns number 4. The first of 2 Crown Vic B-mains are underway. Here we go. Yikes. So caution will come out, and we're going to restack them all over again and give it another try. So they'll get the one to go signal this time by. Flag is out, and we got one around in turns number 2. And the previous caution bringer will connect with him. And that will bring out our second caution of this B-main. All right, going single file. Just got to get 2 cars in their correct starting order. Top 2 transferring on. Now once we do the old switcheroo, we will go back green. So Frank Lamax in the 13F respectively is supposed to be the leader. Then the 44 of Eugene Vaughn. And Jason Ledford would be your top 3. No laps in. 8 laps is the distance here in Crown Vic B-main number 1. Well, I guess we're going to let it ride as is. Green flag is out. Here we go. And one of the Crown Vics have already had a breakdown. The number 4 machine, that may be the 45 of Sid Bragg. That is way off the pace. So a nice little battle coming out of turn number 4 for the second spot. And that's the number 13 machine of Frank Lamax, who started up in the second spot, and then starting to fade further and further back. Working their way out of 4, and things getting a little interesting back there. Guys are definitely slipping and sliding. So total change to the top 3. Eugene Vaughn still out front, but Jason Ledford in the 14 is second. And Charlie Hodge in the 414 is now up to the 3rd spot. Super late models, be ready to go. You're coming up. Super late models, be ready to go. You are coming up. And the caution, possibly, nope, we're going to keep going as he's out of danger. Just past halfway. Oh, we got a tire on the back stretch loose, as one machine has lost a tire and is rolled off the speedway, so still a caution will be waived. And the machine that lost that left front tire is in the pit area, so that'd be the right front tire, passenger side. Five laps scored so far with 3 to go. Crown Vic B-main, number 2, getting ready to come out following this first B-main. Green is out. We're back at it. Two to go this time by for our field. Check, white flag out one more time around for our race leader, who is feeling some pressure from Jason Ledford. Eugene Vaughn still out front, holding it down. Gonna go into turns 3 and 4, and we're gonna collect the checkered flag. And Eugene Vaughn will get it done second to Jason Ledford, and Charlie Hodge will round out your top 3. Getting ready for our Crown Vic B-main, number 2. Been a long day here for us at the Screven Motorsports Complex. But this is the last preliminary race of the evening. So it will be features, and more features next, following this last preliminary B-main. Oh boy, this is going to be a good rolling start as they come out of turn number 4. And they'll get the 1 to go signal. Green is out. Here we go. So the field, oh, they did not like that start. We're going to wave it off and try it again. Only 8 laps will be the distance. Top 2 transfer on to the big dance later on in this evening for our Crown Vic division. All right, going to try it again. Green is out. Here we go. One around here on the front stretch, but we're going to get the action. Pop it off into turns 3 and 4. And the 7 said, well, screw it. I'll just come back on out and get into the action. And we'll draw caution, so that's definitely not a good thing right there. Just as the battle was actually really good up front from 1st on back to 5th. I think I'm starting to get old. When that 10 o'clock roll around, Walter, yeah, history. Back in the day, you know, when you're up to 5, you couldn't make it past. Then you get to a point where, you know, 2 or 3 o'clock ain't nothing. But once you start getting those gray hairs and the bones start to ache and hurt, that 10 o'clock thing starts to feel, it hits different. But it's okay. We got a lot of good race action to go. That'll be kind of like that morning coffee for you. I'm getting to the point where I'm looking forward to my morning coffee. You know that Progressive commercial, you know, not to turn into your parents? I am becoming my parents, God bless them. Oh, Lordy. But that's a blessing to have longevity in life. So I salute the Advanced Age Society in America. Green flag is out. Here we go. All right, another good start here. See how this single file thing's going to work. But that number 10 gets a great start and is going to pull the field into turns 3 and 4. That is Hank Butler in that 41 running in 2nd. But Justin Watson, the 10W, he done made some adjustments to that car because his lap times are faster than they were during lap qualifying earlier this evening. I'm highly doubtful they will be doing any type of track work because the track is actually in great conditions. Lap 3. Into the books, 5 to go. Top 2 goes. The battle is on for the transfer spot between Hank Butler and David Townsend. I love you, Miss Patsy. Great battle for that 2nd spot for sure. David Townsend in that white T2 trying to make something work on the outside. The black 41 of Hank Butler holding down the final transfer spot. He's trying to make that car as wide as possible to keep him at bay. Back down the front stretch they go. We are now 5 laps into the books. Gets a big run off turn number 2. Down the back stretch they go. Townsend takes a peek to the inside. Loses that momentum off turn number 4. Only 2 laps left. The bullhorns are out. 5th place then kind of snuck up in there. Stand corrected, 4th place. That is Ricky Strange. In the 68, the white flag is supposed to be on display. So the white flag is out. Officially, this is the white flag lap. Great battle for the 3rd spot. Ricky Strange pushing up on Townsend. And what a dominating win by Justin Watts as he takes the checkers. And the 41 of Hank Butler hangs on to take the final transfer spot. And the rest of the field will have to watch in the grandstands here this evening. So all preliminary action is now over. Thank you for those that are in TV land that are still with us, checking out the event. Hey, I'm feeling like Ric Flair in that Car Shield commercial. Woo! And shout out to Miss Patsy Dalster. That's Kenny Collins' grandmother. Thank you so much for tuning in. And congratulations to my good friend Marion Limbaugh on his Ed Gibbons Lifetime Achievement Award that he received for all his services and work he's done with the Carolina Clash. Thank you for tuning in. Also, Extreme Towing, Calvin Pike, thank you for tuning in as well here on Flow. Guys, it's prime time. If you want those shout outs, this is your time now. You better send those messages either to me or Walter Tapp. We will get them in throughout the super feature to our best ability because it is feature time. We're going to get our Shriners to get ready for the drawing. So $706 winner share of the 50-50. Pretty respectable, actually. It's more than my paycheck in 2 weeks. But, you know, oops. Oh, y'all just made me depressed. I'm just kidding. I do a little better than that now. But anyways, so we're going to allow our Shriners to do the magic pool, or should we get one of our young... Let me get one of my kiddos up here in the tower to come do our draw for our 50-50. You want to draw the red ticket, buddy? Make somebody some money? Yeah? Yeah, I like you too, buddy. You go over there and reach in there for these. You're going to make somebody a very happy person. All righty. Thank you, buddy. My man. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. I need glasses too. It ain't just that it's dark. I need glasses too. 535-505. Again, winning 50-50 ticket number is 535-505. If that is not drawn by tonight, this money will roll over. We are going to give it tonight. We're going to also get it posted to social media as I'm getting this sent to, what's his name? Our PR manager, Mr. Corey Conaway as well. Let me make sure I get that sent to him as well. But if you have winning ticket number, oh, I just flashed that out. Five 535-505. 535-505. Please come and collect your money. If not, we will redraw again very shortly. So if you have red ticket 505, 53, the number 3, the one after 2, but before 4, 535-505. Please come to the tower and collect your winnings. Over $700 going into the winner's share. No. All right, my people, thank you so much. Like I said, this is the best time right now. Going to get those shout outs in. Jake Traylor of LaGrange, Georgia, the Penton Raceway track champion. My guy, thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing. Jason King, thank you so much for tuning in. Also, a big shout out to Mr. Smooth, Kevin Whittingham, and Street Stocks. His favorite crew chief, Cheeseburger, is giving you some love here, my friend. Joey McCarty, thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing. And a big shout out to Mr. Kyle Armstrong, and happy birthday to Britton Gotsey down in Daytona Beach, Florida. Also, update as well for one of the track champs over at the Penton Raceway, my home track in the Alabama area, Mr. Calvin Pike in the Bomber Division. Oh yeah, much love to Mr. Farrell Skelton. Thank you for tuning in as well. Matthew Bricado, I'm looking for you, my friend. I want to see you at a SAS Ultimate race this year. Matthew Bricado and your lovely, lovely wife, thank you, y'all, for tuning in here on FloRacing. And a huge shout out to Miss Lauren Owens and Tommy Hill on y'all engagement from your favorite driver. So that is a confirmation for the man that sent that for that request. Huge shout out on the engagement to Miss Lauren Owens and Tommy Hill. Thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing. Dave Smoot, thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing here tonight. Also, James Jones, James and Frida Jones from 96 South Carolina. You know anything about that place? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And also big shout out to AJ Smith of LaGrange, Georgia, to AJ and Heather for watching here. Mike Huey, my good friend Mike Huey, thank you so much. Like I'm telling y'all, this is your time. You better get it before we get these supers out here. I'm dedicating this time to y'all here on Flow to show y'all some love. Another big shout out to Jason Wilson and my good up-and-coming star, Ryan Wilson, in number 4 out of Alabama. And my young protege, Riley Wilson, for tuning in. And of course, JJ Construction, one of my favorite people in the world. I just got to give him to pick up the phone when I call out. Mr. Joe Denby, thank you for all you do with us. And I'm looking forward to seeing you down the road, my friend. Thank you, Joe Denby and crew, for watching here tonight. Cody Early, once again, thank you. Jason Walls in the Mid-East Series. Love you, brother. Thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing. And I got one more. Racing Jason, thank you for tuning in. Harold Holly, Roll Tide. Thank you, my friend. Joey Phillips, shout out to you. So let me turn it over to Walter as he's going to give you the rundown, and I will be right back in when it's time to drop the green, my friends.
I want to also give a shout out there to Jace King. And shout out to him. Understand, I believe it's Jace's birthday there as well. Hunter Weaver watching live at the house. I also want to give a shout out, of course, to Miss Tiffany, my wife, and also Miss Casely watching, hopefully, as we get ready to roll the Super Lake models out onto the Speedway. Also want to give a shout out to Caleb Gambrell watching also back home, as we get ready to introduce you now to the starting lineup for tonight's 35-lap main event here this evening. On the front row for the $10,000 to win out of Evans, Georgia. Looks like he's going to choose the outside. It is going to be Brandon Overton to the inside now. That will be the driver to Macon, South Carolina, the Jared Rifles #2 machine. It is going to be John Henderson. Starting in third, it is going to be the Squirrel, Brian Shirley. Starting in fourth, Dan Ebert. On that second row outside, starting third, it is going to be the 16 of Ross the Boss Fels and the 10 of Garrett Smith. The 11 of Stephen Roberts and the 58 of Dalton Wilson. Brian Gustin and Austin Smith in row number 5. Row number 6 going to be made up of Tucker Anderson and Alan Stick. Row number 7 going to be Benji Hicks and Casey Roberts. Row number 7 going to be Preston Luckman and Chris Woods. Row number 8, Drake Troutman and Trent Ivy. Peyton Stevenson and Becca Malone. Billy Franklin, Kendall Franklin going to make up the rest of our field. Jamie Pruitt, of course, watching there from Travelers Rest, South Carolina. One thing also, Brian Cagle, John Harrison. The FMS crowd as well watching the shop there for the Fowler bunch.
I think I messed up, Walter.
Terry Worley as well watching at home. Also Austin Brown and Eric McGee watching as well live on Flow. As we get ready to go, the 1 to go signal.
Also,
rolling.
Also real quick, my big boss at DY Enterprises, Mr. Bill Lapinos, thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity taking over the Ultimate. Also, Adam Yarbrough, Old Paw, thank you so much. Lights are out. We're about to get up on that loud pedal. John Henderson's going to be the first, and here we go.
Don't think that one's going to stick there, Dwayne, at all. They'll back it off. Looks like the caution lights are going to come back around. You can see everybody getting way too far apart. We'll re-rack them and restack them here.
So it's getting hot in her. A little St. Louis Nelly for those born from the 99s and the 2000s. They're going to back that up one more time.
And they're going to go
flavor, man. I got to get seasoned again.
I hear you. They're going side by side. Henderson on the inside. Brandon Overton on the outside. Green flag is in the air. 10,000 to win here in the winter freeze. Henderson up on that top side. Overton now going to look back to the bottom and turn number 3 and 4. Henderson in second, but it's going to be Brandon Overton. He'll lead lap number 1.
And Henderson's going to go for a slider himself. But Brandon Overton, they call it the Overton line because he invented that patented high side run. Oh, Nelly, we got one down at the bottom in turns 3 and 4. That's Becca Malone. And the number 23 bringing out our first caution as we have lap number 1 into the books, Walter.
Problems there for the Fresh Prince, the driver out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. He's going to fall back in line in that Mid-Atlantic Roofing number 23. And now the field going to have to get resituated.
So interesting enough, we're going to get this field racked and stacked. That beautiful. I think this is probably one of the best looking paint schemes on that 76 of Brandon Overton. Shout out to the rap guy that did that. Shameless plug there. But appreciate all of our rap guys on these wonderful jobs y'all do on these machines. My goodness.
The Squirrel, Brian Shirley there in third. Garrett Smith right there in that fourth position. We did get one lap in the book, so we got one in on the evening.
Quick shout out to David Smith Jr. with the Oklahoma Tidbits from Western Oklahoma, and thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing. Jonathan Moorhead and Mr. Showtime, Jeff Parsons, thank you as well for tuning in here. So what are you expecting out of this, Mr. Walter? What are you expecting out of this race in this feature tonight?
I'm expecting a hammer down feature as the racetrack, the moisture starting to come back as we start creeping towards that 11 o'clock hour. Of course, Brandon Overton, I expect for him to stay there in the top three. Also the Reaper, Ryan Gustin, I see him moving through the field. Peyton Freeman, Tucker Anderson charging their way up. It's hard to believe that Casey Robertson, Trent Ivy are actually mid-pack right now. We'll see if they can work their way up through this one as well. And they're going to double up behind the race leader who will go solo style. It is the 76 machine of Brandon Overton.
Brandon looking to get his second straight win here in the state of Georgia, picking up Meadmore Speedway last Friday. If you have a transponder and you are in the stands, please step away from the start and finish line. If you have a transponder on you and you are in the grandstands, please step away from the start and finish line. That is wreaking havoc on our scoring systems. Thank you very much. But we got a pretty strong field. A couple of national touring guys mixed with some aces of the region and some local hot shoes as well. And of course, Peyton Stevenson and Tucker Anderson announcing their Rookie of the Year bid here for Southern All-Stars. Defending champion is back. Former Rookie of the Year, son Kendall, is back as well. So this ought to be a pretty interesting race there, Walter.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one. The one to go signal going to be shown to the field this time by Brian Shirley. John Henderson on that second row. Brandon Overton out front as he will lead the field back to the green flag. Dan Ebert, Garrett Smith in the 10 machine. Big Perm, Dalton Wilson, Ross Bells all working in that fourth row. Coming now, green flag back in the air, one in the books. Overton going to lead them down into turn number one, and they're going to go 4 wide. Henderson comes out shooting the gap. Dan Ebert up against the top side of Ross Bells.
Bells, Ebert, and a whole host of others getting at it as they come down the front stretch thundering. Henderson, he's going to answer the challenge of the Alphas. They're going to battle up front, and they're going 3 wide behind him. Here comes the Squirrel, Brian Shirley, and Garrett Smith, and the rest of them. It's a showdown here at Screven there, Walter.
Definitely a showdown. The Reaper, Ryan Gustin, trying to work to the inside. Ebert, Bell, Garrett Smith, 4 cars under a blanket as they work down the back straightaway. The Squirrel, Brian Shirley, trying to run off from that pack.
And this is one track where 3 wide can happen at any given moment. But how about Ross the Boss Bells, 2-time Winter Freeze winner, all coming under Southern All-Star sanctioning. Casey Roberts getting into it. Dan Ebert, Ryan Gustin, 3 wide off turn number 4. They come back to the line.
The 76 machine of Brandon Overton. The 2X machine of John Henderson. Problems for Squirrel Brian Shirley. He is slow at the top side of the Speedway. Jake Jackson going to dive into the infield. Squirrel, we're going to look and see if he comes by, if he maybe has a right front flat on that machine. They were battling 2 and 3 wide back there for position. Did he catch a piece of the wall? Maybe. Ross Bales, Ryan Gustin there in 5th. Dan Ebert in 6th. Dalton Wilson in that 7th spot. Looks like the tires are up. At least on the right front there for Shirley. How many people are riding with Brandon Overton here tonight?
So Big Sexy still the man out front. John Henderson looking for that first big super win in quite a while for the young man across the pond in North Augusta, South Carolina. Also got to show some love to the owner and proprietor of the Waycross Motor Speedway, Papa Mike, Big Mike, showing you some love, my friend. Thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing, and be sure you check out that nice schedule of both the Southern Clash late models and the Waycross Motor Speedway. They have many exciting things coming to you.
Brian Shirley off the Speedway. Looks like his night is going to be done there for Squirrel. Everybody, of course, circulating around the Speedway, contemplating whether they're going to choose the inside or the outside behind Brandon Overton. Getting our safety vehicles back out before we tell these drivers to choose and take that inside or outside. Garrett Smith, I believe he is one of those drivers. He's going to take whichever position is going to advance him, whether it be the inside or the outside. The young man, of course, can hustle behind the wheel.
Garrett Smith still coming off that Rebel Yell win back in July. Also a preliminary night winner here at the Winter Freeze as well under Southern All-Star sanctioning competition. So he knows how to get things done here, Walter. Just piggybacking off what you brought with us earlier. But I'm really shocked to see how well Dan Ebert is racing on his first ever trip, not only to Screven. Well, yes, it'll be his first trip to Screven because he came down to Sonoya last year. But yes, what a surprising run for that young man here tonight.
Definitely a great run for Dan Ebert as he is in that 5th position. Ross Bales to his outside. Brandon Overton off of turn number 3 and 4. Green flag in the air for Overton. He'll bring them back to life down into turn number 1. Overton with a race lead looking to the inside. Garrett Smith still looking. And the door may get shut in 3 and 4. John Henderson up on the top side. Henderson and Garrett Smith doing battle down into turn number 1. Here comes Ross Bales. And the Reaper Ryan Gustin all over the 10 machine of Smith. He'll move to 4th. Caution is out. We've got one car around over in 1 and 2. And it looks like to be the big perm, Dalton Wilson. He'll loop it down into the infield, and the caution flag is going to fly once again.
So this is one of the interesting aspects as I've brought you some specs and details of the Screven Motorsports Complex. Is just how dangerously fast that outside is. And as y'all seen, if someone gets a big head of momentum off that very banked outside, they can get a full steam ahead and come chugging on by. And if they don't watch it, that person at the bottom of the speedway trying to creep up, it can get real nasty. So this is still one of the most challenging but raciest racetracks in America, and just one of the byproducts of learning how to master this place. Brandon Overton, this is one of the places where he cut his teeth at a very young age, made some of his first laps here at the Screven Motorsports Complex, and it's showing off big time. And also a big shout out to David Luis from Chiefland, Florida. Thank you for watching here on FloRacing here tonight. Lights are getting ready to go out as we're getting into our Delaware double file formation. All right, Walter, let's bring them back to green on your watch, my friend.
Well, as they'll get the 1 to go signal, drivers choosing up whether they want the inside. Garrett Smith going to take that inside. John Henderson going to take the outside. Everybody choosing. The Reaper Ryan Gustin going to take that third row inside. And to his outside will be Ross the Boss Bales, the F1 of Peyton Freeman in that fourth row, 2x2 behind Brandon Overton. The field will come back to life off of turn number 3 and 4. Overton now going to lead them into turn number 1. Overton working that top side, and here we go, 2-3 wide off the exit. Garrett Smith now to second, battle for third. The Reaper Ryan Gustin to the inside of Ross the Boss Bales.
Ross Bales trying to go for his third winter freeze here tonight as he challenges Garrett Smith for that second spot. What a big run by John Henderson off turn number 2. Trying to use that high side momentum as they come to the line, but Garrett Smith and Ross, what a race, Walter.
Definitely a great race, Dwayne. The battle for second continues to rage. Ross the Boss Bales, John Henderson battling now for third. Garrett Smith has second, but don't know how long that's going to last. Henderson now feeling the pressure from the Reaper Ryan Gustin. A Marshalltown, Iowa driver now looking to get by Henderson, who's got some deck damage as he just smacked the wall at turn 1 and 2.
That's going to cost him big time. This track is very aerodynamic dependent. And that's going to cost him as Gustin goes to work to the inside of him. Peyton Freeman getting into the mix. Back down the backstretch they go. Here comes the Stinger getting all up under Tucker Anderson as they race out of turn number 4.
Brandon Overton, Garrett Smith, Ross Bales, John Henderson, Peyton Freeman going to slip by Ryan Gustin there. He'll gain a position, and Freeman, the former Southern All-Stars champion, working his way up through the field. The Reaper, though, looking back to the inside. We got a great battle for second. It's Garrett Smith to the inside. Ross the Boss Bales looking to try to cross him back over off the corner.
Oh, we got one around on turn number 2, and it was Steven Roberts. He fires it back up. We stay green flag. So Ross Bales overtakes Garrett Smith down the backstretch. He's up to second. Nan's going to get his eyes set on Brandon Overton. Brandon Overton has hit the back marker of the field. This is about to pick up, but caution is out as we have a slow car of Henderson in turns number 4, Walter.
Henderson a couple of laps ago knocked that deck off, throwing off the aerodynamics of that machine. He does have a right rear flat. As he heads off the speedway, we'll see if Henderson comes back onto the racing surface to rejoin this 10K to win event. Pigeon Sims Construction on that 22 machine there for Tucker Anderson.
And what a way to start your birthday with John Henderson. Today is his birthday, and he's started off with a pole, heat race win, and going out in not so lucky fashion. So wow. But a happy birthday out to Mr. ASD, the car owner of Ethan Doxson's number 74 of John Henderson. So hey, it's all about, it's still a lot of luck when it comes to this super late model action.
Brandon Overton, your race leader, the 16 of Ross the Boss Bales, Garrett Smith, Peyton Freeman, and the Reaper Ryan Gustin, your top 10. Of course, we got Mike Johnson watching from Marietta, South Carolina. Also, Gabby Capps watching as well on Flow. Mike Wheeler, some of our good friends back in South Carolina there. Guys, we do apologize for the issues earlier on in the night, but of course, FloRacing stepping up to the plate, putting the link out for this event. You can watch it, of course, on YouTube. It was actually a server issue.
And also big shout out to Mr. Tony Adair, my good friend up there in South Carolina. I hope you're enjoying the news set in life right now. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. How's this going to work there, Walter? It was about to get really good with Ross Bales finally getting up to second. Brandon Overton hitting the back mark of the field, and the way this track is right now, things are interesting.
Definitely things are very, very interesting as they'll continue now for that 1 to go signal. The 76 of Brandon Overton. Every time we get close towards the tail of the field, we'll get that caution flag. It's not able to work that lap traffic quite yet.
All right, lights are out. We're about to try it one more time. Overton's going to be the first to the loud pedal. He's going to mash it down to the firewall. Here we go. So the field's going to storm off in the 1 and 2. Garrett Smith was hoping he could take advantage, but Ross Bales is going to fire. What a big run by Tucker Anderson in 3 and 4 there, Walter.
Tucker Anderson of Blairsville, Georgia native, up on the outside. The Reaper Ryan Gustin and Peyton Freeman rubbing fenders there. Anderson, though, has found something as he rips the bottom of the Speedway. He'll now move to third around Garrett Smith. Ross Bales in second, and Brandon Overton's looking to pull away once again.
Tucker Anderson back at the Casey Barrow Memorial for those of the super late models. Came first trip down here, ran 7th, fell in love with the place. He said, I will be back stronger than ever, and he is showing that he found something as he's up to the 3rd spot. But now the battle's on between Casey Roberts, Peyton Freeman, Ryan Gustin. Oh, man, caution out. Oh, nope. Are we going to see it? Yes, it is out for Alan Stick in the number 11 here on the front stretch. 4th caution of the evening so far in this night number 1 preliminary action.
Alan Stick with the issue there in the 11 machine. Was able to get it into the infield, but the caution flag already going to be displayed there. So this one, definitely caution field so far. So Dwayne, got a lot of folks, of course, watching. Jason Alexander there from Lawrence, South Carolina, our good buddy, and also friend Cody Early, I believe he is watching back at home in Tennessee. He, of course, was at Needmore for Hunt the Front, and also Crate Racing USA last Friday, and then the ice storm and the snowstorm hit.
Yeah.
Glad he was able to get back home. It looks like he's been dealing with a whole lot of snow up there in Tennessee.
I know the city of Nashville has been going through it right now. City of Memphis as well. It's been actually a trying time, and I know North Carolina has been shaking pretty hard as well up there, man. So I hate it for them.
Hey,
I really do.
I'm tired of looking at the white stuff falling from the sky. I've seen it more than I probably have in the last 6-7 years, you know, maybe even 8 or 9, because we were up actually in Lexington, North Carolina, and got 14 inches of snow.
Good God. See, where I'm at in Georgia, if we get snow, we might get a half an inch. It's there that morning, gone by the evening. We never get to have fun. But I don't think I want that kind of fun. But lights are out. Tucker Anderson now up to 3rd. Ross Bales 2nd. Brandon Overton on the start of this one. Give it to him, Walter.
Green flag back in the air. Big sexy Brandon Overton going to lead him down into turn number 1. Tucker Anderson up on the top side. 4 wide. Reaper Ryan Gustin to the bottom. They'll sort it out. Back 2 wide. The caution is out. We got a big one. John Henderson, he's got a piece of it. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars scattered, smothered. And right now, I would say they're better than Waffle House covered.
I don't even know what happened right there, man. Wow.
We looked up, the caution flag was out, and Calamity and Chaos was in 1 and 2.
Absolutely. My Lord. It's nothing like this totally traumatic because a lot of the guys are actually firing up and moving, but that's still more cars being parked than needs to be parked.
Beckham Malone headed off the racetrack. John Henderson, like we said, it was his birthday, and it started good and went downhill as soon as we got this main event rolling, for him at least. For the driver to Aiken, South Carolina, we still got 4 drivers who are tangled and mangled over there in the corner. And it looks like we got Southern All-Stars officials, red flag going to be completely displayed here and everyone told basically to stop on the front straightaway. And Dwayne, it looks like the records are about to roll. Dwayne, looks like the records are rolling down there and getting everything moving.
Yes, they are, man. And for those that are in TV land, we are going to take a quick commercial break as we get the wreckage separated. And we will be right back with you following these commercials. Well, that very first 50-50 ticket was not claimed. The brand new ticket, get out your red tickets. The 50-50 ticket number, 498744. We're going to give you 15 minutes. We're trying to send this money home with somebody tonight. Can I have it? I got some bills I need paid off. 498744. Again, 498744. You are the winner for our ticket, winning 50-50 ticket tonight. I'm trying to, here we go. I know I'm turning into my parents now. When you're starting to struggle to read stuff, you just go click, click, click. It ain't clicking no more. And for those, alrighty, so also a big shout out to Wendell Wallace for being inducted into the Arkansas Dirt Track Hall of Fame tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So shout out to the legendary Wendell Wallace. Definitely a lot of memories growing up chasing by him and the Mac Daddy many years ago.
Also want to give a happy birthday shout out to Willie Milliken and Christopher Milliken watching at home.
So Willie can't hit me up to get a shout out? I thought me and him were better than that by now.
That's true. Stephen Newbolt said he's going to claim that ticket, the announcer there at North Georgia Speedway.
Hey, folk got bills right now. I'm just saying. Oh. do something straight up, little piece of change. Oh, jeez.
Also, remember to keep him in your prayers throughout the racing community. The Spider-Man Bill Morgan there out of Table Rock, South Carolina, the National Hall of Famer. Bill, of course, has been in the hospital for 70-plus days now, trying to get back on his feet. He has I guess you would say, an esophagus rupture while he was at home eating and had to be rushed to the hospital and has been in the hospital ever since trying to get back up. We look forward to seeing Bill at the racetrack. Scott, we hope that, of course, our prayers are sent to him, and of course he gets better, and we hope to see him at the racetrack soon.
See, I knew I grew up going to Cherokee at a young age. I'm still a Sonora, Georgia boy, but state and national time when Spider-Man used to come to East Alabama, that was something for me because I'm like, I just seen this man at the start of the year, and I'm like, Spider-Man's down here, East Alabama, and used to run top threes. So that's, wow, man. Definitely keep them in your prayers for sure. Also, quick shout out to my buddy Highside Hank Christian Hanger. Thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing tonight. And also to Mr. Jim Hara. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Me and you both are getting older by the minute. Yeah, we working through. We working through. And also want to give a shout out to Lauren Owens and Tommy Hill. Yeah, we got that one from their favorite driver, Mr. Dale Timms. Thank you so much as well. And my brother from another mother, probably one of the most well-seasoned brothers I know in the racing world. The Warrior house car proprietor owner, Mr. Mike Knuckles. Thank you for tuning in and hanging with us, approaching the midnight hours here on Late Night FloRacing. We're getting there. We're almost done. We got one more car we just got to get hooked up. And we will be at it as our series director and competition director, Mr. Ray Cook, telling those guys to fire those engines up. Joe Duval, man, you just made me happy. I am very, very happy to see you watching and hearing us on FloRacing, and Mr. Mike Hawk as well from the 91. Thank y'all so much for tuning in here on FloRacing, and my good buddy up at the Thunder Hill Raceway. Thank you for bringing that place back to life, Mr. Cody Harris. Thank you so much. Tuning in, looking forward to the Southern All-Stars, the Ultimate Super Late Models and Schaefer Series, all coming back to the legendary Thunder Hill Raceway in Summertown, Tennessee.
And we got Dan Ebert here stopped on the front straightaway. Of course, those dates coming up. Of course, got Super Late Models, that opener there at Thunder Hill coming up March 27th and 28th. So make your plans to be there. Plan a weekend. Do like I'm going to do. Go to Nashville.
There you go. I mean, it's literally an hour down the road. Through the countryside, you get back on the interstate, and you are there. And I also got to show some more love to one of the wonderful lady promoters in the game up there at the Natty B, Natural Bridge Speedway, Miss Amanda Bradley, with a jam-packed schedule she got up there at Natural Bridge. Thank you so much for watching here on FloRacing. Check out Natural Bridge Speedway's very jam-packed schedule of a lot of good events going on at the Natty B. Yes, promoters, we do love you. Be sure y'all hit us up. We have no shame in plugging your racetrack. We love our promoters. Also, Evan May. Y'all send them way too fast for me right now. I'm trying. Joe Kelly, shout out to Alltech. I love Alltech. Joe Kelly, yeah, shout out to you. Thank you, my friend, for tuning in. Oh, Mr. Will, I was just giving you a hard time, Mr. Willie Milken. Thank you so much. Miss Crystal as well, thank you so much as well. Happy birthday to you. I know that's the second time we got one. Also, happy birthday to Stephen Duncan. And also, one big happy birthday 2 weeks ago, the man that's making this whole event happen, James Red Griffin. Happy birthday to Mr. James Red Griffin. And thank you so much for the opportunity for everyone here. We're going to turn it over to you, Walter.
One to go, shown to the field. This time by Brandon Overton, who has led flag to flag in that Budweiser number 76 machine. Supply chain management also on that one, as well as he'll work in that first row, Tucker Anderson, and also Ross Bales, the Reaper Ryan Gustin, the 10 of Garrett Smith, Casey Roberts, Peyton Freeman, Trent Ivey, and Hicks. Green flag back in the air. Overton jumping out once again to the race lead by a couple of car lengths. Battle for second is on. Tucker Anderson and Ross the Boss Bales. Bales now looking to slam the door. Tucker Anderson there in third. Garrett Smith in fourth.
So as they continue to battle for the third spot, Garrett Smith goes for a mean slider. Here comes the 22. He powers his way back around. So the battle is on now from this point, from 5th, 6th, and 7th, as the rest of the top 4 in front are lined up nose to tail, heading to 1 and 2.
Field, of course, working down into 1 and 2. Battle continuing between Casey Roberts and Ryan Gustin as they battle for the 5th spot. Peyton Freeman just threaded the needle between Hicks and Ivy down the back straightaway to gain 2 for 1 as he'll pick up 2 spots.
Casey Roberts with an old slider himself going to take the spot from Ryan Gustin. And Peyton Freeman fires that thing back up under the Mount Arden, North Carolina driver, Benji Hicks. Racing out of turn number 4. Coming down to the inside. There goes that number 88 of Trent Ivy. The little head knocker is on the move as they work their way down the backstretch.
Here comes Peyton Stevenson diving to the infield out of the leader's way. But don't look now. Ross Bales is trying to reel in Brandon Overton.
As he's going to work up on our race leaders, they run into turns 3 and 4. The back marker of the field is starting to hit the same straightaway as our leaders. But this is where Brandon Overton's time is going to shine. He is guiding this ship around the Speedway. It's the move he makes is what's going to decide how this race turns out.
And Overton still with the race lead, but Ross Bales closer than anybody has been all night long to the back of the 76 machine. In third is Tucker Anderson, fourth Garrett Smith, fifth Casey Roberts, the Reaper Ryan Gustin, Peyton Freeman, and Trent Ivy.
So the rest of the top 7 have gotten stretched out, one riding behind each other. Everyone's got up in high side manner, check in the whole field. Trent Ivy trying to work on Peyton Freeman. But coming back out of turn number 4, the back marker has been approached. Things about to get dicey here in the kitchen there, Walter.
Things are getting dicey in the kitchen. Brandon Overton, Ross Bales, Tucker Anderson getting a little bit spread out, but the back of the field is there. In front of the race leaders, Kendall Franklin down to the bottom of the Speedway. Chris Woods now in front of Overton. He'll go to the top side. Oh, contact. Ross Bales around as he makes contact with Chris Woods. Caution is out as they were working lap traffic. Trent Ivy threading the needle on the top side. We was worried that it was about to happen, that somebody was going to make contact as they were working traffic. And talk about going from the pit house to possibly the outhouse, and Ross Bales not happy with Chris Woody Woods. They're having a little bit of a discussion.
The closing rate here at Screven is absolutely incredible. It doesn't take much. When someone just cracks the throttle, that can be that much of a difference in the closing rate of speed. I cannot stress literally how fast this racetrack really is, and is faster to the naked eye than it can be shown through the camera, but it's incredible. Wow.
Ross Bales there in the 16, getting looked at by Southern All-Stars officials. A little bit of right side door damage. Chris Woods trying to get that push assist.
So just another couple of more shout out to some of the buddies. Like I said, I love my promoter friends as well. Mr. Todd Freezy up there at the Sugar Creek Raceway. Thank you so good, old Todd. Thank you so much, my friend, for tuning in here tonight on FloRacing. Looking forward to seeing y'all later on the schedule in the Ray Cook promoted tours of the Schaefer 602 Red Clay and the Spring National Series. What you got an eye on there, Walter? I say you peering.
I'm peering out there to see what's going to happen here with Ross Bales, whether he's going to go to the back of the field. He pulled up there like he wanted that second spot back. I mean, I can't blame him. Basically trying to work his way through lap traffic and contact to put him back there.
That gets into that little debate, judgment calls versus the wheel stop rule. And Ray Cook does operate under the wheel stop rule, so his wheels did stop. So he will fall under the guidelines that come with the wheel stop rule, so he will drop to the tail end of the field of the lead lap cars. So unfortunate for Ross the Boss Bales. So we're going into the Delaware double file formation. Brandon Overton's going to lead the charge. Garrett Smith second. And how about that young lion, 18-year-old phenom, two-time winner on the Southern All-Stars last year, Tucker Anderson. They're going to jump to the loud pedal, bring us to the green there, Walter.
Brandon Overton feeling the pressure. Garrett Smith is there. Ross Bell's going to dive into the infield. His bid for the night looks like it's going to be done. Down into turn number 3 and 4. It's still Brandon Overton. Big Sexy off the corner. Followed by Garrett Smith. Tucker Anderson. He said he was going to bid for the Rookie of the Year. I think the young man, I'm going to step out on a limb here. He may have a bid for a championship the way he's running tonight.
Yes, he is. That young man is showing out, but how about that big move? Here comes a little head knocker. Throws it down to the inside of Peyton Freeman. Trying to get up into the top 5. Can he get that 2-for-1 Walmart special down the backstretch? Casey Roberts going away. Go Tucker Anderson. Let me slow down here because they ain't meant to talk that fast. What a race there, Walter.
A little bit of casual contact there between Anderson and Roberts as the laps continue to click off. The 101 of Casey Roberts keeps picking them off as he works down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Overton with about a 6-7 car length advantage over the field.
Man, oh man, oh man. Casey Roberts, the winningest super late model driver over the last 15 years, hit the Screven Motorsports Complex, going toe-to-toe with the upcoming star. And now here comes the National Tour phenom of Ryan Gutston, the Reaper, all getting into the mix. But the man out front driving off into the moonlight, Brandon Overton. What a move by the Reaper, my goodness there, Walter.
The Reaper, Ryan Gutston, trying to draw a bullseye on the back of the Georgia Bandit, Casey Roberts. Brandon Overton looking to finally check out and get away from the field and lap traffic. As Kendall Franklin dives into the inside, he's still got a straightaway till he gets to lap traffic and almost a half a straightaway, a little bit more back down to Garrett Smith, the biggest lead that Brandon Overton has had in this event for the Southern All-Stars.
Yes, he has, and he is showing his prowess of this immaculate racetrack as we're going down with 2 to go on this one. Working his way out of turn number 4. The white flag is out for Brandon Overton. He's going to hit him with the whammy in the turns 1 and 2 down the backstretch. He's going to take me through there. Off into 3 and 4. So where we going, twin? Here comes Brandon Overton. Gets it done. Done took the field through there here tonight. Hit him with the real whammy. Second going to Garrett Smith, third to Casey Roberts, fourth to Ryan Gutston, and fifth to the little head knocker of Trent Ivy.
So your top 5 there getting wrapped up.
What a great race. The Atlanta came out of me on that last lap, my bad. All right, so we're going to have to draw another ticket. I like these guys. They are literally, these guys are determined to be sure to get this money out to somebody here this evening. Winning 50-50 ticket 035 047 035 47 is the winning 50-50 ticket number. We're doing our best, guys. 035 047 035 So at 11:45, we will draw another ticket. Somebody's going to leave this money. We ain't doing no rollovers. Getting ready for victory lane, Mr. Walter Tapp heading down to victory lane. Throw that wham in a circle. If it's little, make it jump like a hurdle. My goodness. Miss Heidi Clinton, thank you so much with the BP Racing from Sonora Raceway for tuning in here tonight. I'm sorry, y'all. I want this money as bad as y'all. If we can get this, we got a lot of people on FloRacing. They want that money themselves. It ain't just us here on the premises. If we could do some virtual drawing and we can figure out a way at the next event when Flo's here live, well, I'm pitching this idea to you now. Let's see if we can do a virtual draw too. Maybe Cash App them or something, you know, Venmo. Because I promise you, they got their winning ticket. So again, to my wonderful people here in the grandstands, if you're on the backside and have the winning ticket, please let them know you have the winning ticket and they will allow you to come over here to the front stretch to be able to claim your prize. Also, shout out to the original head knocker, Petey Ivy. Thank you so much for tuning in here on FloRacing here tonight. Brandon Overton going through the droop check right now. And looks like Brandon's good as he comes down here on the front stretch. Two out of three post-race conditions have been met. The third will be the tire test, and it will be made official from there. So, Walter, whenever you're ready, brother, it's on you.
Thank you there, Dwayne. Getting the belts undone in the number 76 machine, helmet coming off. $10,000 richer. It is. Brandon Overton will look to at least get Garrett Smith and maybe our third place competitor out here as well. Heads up as they work through some of this traffic here. As he gets ready to climb out, race fans, get ready to make some noise. Big, sexy Brandon Overton, your winner. Overton climbing out, debriefing there with the crew. We'll get him hooked up, of course, with our microphone here with the Southern All-Star Series, or a little clip on here, and we'll get him around to talk to him. Race fans, one more time, how about big, sexy Brandon Overton, your winner here tonight at Screven, $10,000 richer. Brandon, able to do it last Friday down at Needmore, pick up the win and keep the momentum rolling here in 20. They talked about you building confidence. I think the confident level is high and in the sky, brother.
Yeah, it always feels cool to come back and win. Like I said, home sweet home, right? Back in Georgia, red dirt. Like I said it last week, we should be good at this. I honestly was worried. I know I had the right tire on for the end of the race, but I kept seeing all the guys with the soft tires poking at me on the starts, and I was like, damn, that I don't know how you're putting the right tire on, you know. So, but like I said, anyway, our car was good enough to hold on. Just want to thank my crew. They've been busting their butt. Ryder, DJ's with us, Josh, Nick, Chris Usher back at the shop, Mitch, everybody that comes and helps during the week. I want to thank Jeffrey Basie with RB Trucking. He's a big help to us right now. We got all of our racing stuff stored at his shop, so thank him for that. I want to thank Scott and Jason Riggs for everything they do for me. Like I said, I just want to keep all this going. keep the momentum on our side. Let's see, Dew Wipes, Heartbeat Hot Sauce, Wasilla Valley Transportation, Harco Construction, SCM. Yeah, I hear you. Then you made me lose my train of thought. Garnto Southern, RW Powell, Big Dog Stumping Tree, Boswell, Chad Tootin, VG Performance. Just have my wife and my little baby back home. My mom and dad are kind of under the weather. I know they wanted to be here, but I said this. We're racing close to home. Cool to see everybody, and see y'all tomorrow.
Race fans, definitely the eruption there as he finishes his interview. Can he be $25,000 richer tomorrow night with the Southern All-Stars? Let's hear it one more time for big, sexy Brandon Overton. Garrett, we're going to go ahead and get you mic'd up here. Chris is coming with it. That's pretty funny right there. Brandon's like, hey, did you finish second? We'll get you mic'd up here. Should hopefully just clip on there. Here we go. So what a run for you here tonight. Y'all guys back there behind Brandon. We're 3 and 4 wide sometimes. Able to show, of course, the corner panel a couple of times here on some of these late race restarts. What did you need to do to get up there with Brandon and maybe slide him to get this win?
I don't know. We just need to be better on the longer runs. Just for some reason on the longer runs, I just felt to where I got my tires a little too hot and they started going away on me. But on a couple of them short restarts right there, we were pretty good and we'd fire off really, really good. I don't know, but Brandon's car was really good. We had a great car, thanks to Vinny. But I'm pretty proud, first race of the year, so I can't complain too much. But congrats to Brandon.
Definitely congrats to Brandon. Let's go through and thank some of your great marketing partners and the folks that make all this happen for you.
Yeah, Bill Steen, Longhorn, Vic Hill, Atlanta Pavin, Cadillac Ranch, SRI, Simpson Race Suits, everybody that, all my crew, family that's here tonight supporting me. It's never forgotten, so just pretty happy with how it went tonight.
Screven Motor Speedway, how about it? 2 Georgia boys, first and second here tonight. Let's hear it for Garrett Smith. Everybody up in the stand saying go Dogs. We'll get Casey ready to go. Get hit up here. How about it? 3 Georgia boys. 1, 2, and 3 on the night. Of course, you being the most winningest driver here at Screven in Super Late Model competition. What'd you those guys?
Well, just qualify better. You know, I screwed us up qualifying, but started way back. But, you know, had a decent car, still not to where we need to be for sure. But congratulations to Brandon and Garrett and them guys. They've done a really good job. So we'll come back tomorrow and try it again.
Of course, able to work your way out of the hole there after qualifying. Let's thank some of your folks that help you out. Y'all, I seen y'all guys earlier. Y'all were working on this thing, trying to figure out which way to go, especially right after that practice session earlier on today.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Gus Simpson there, he's a main guy there that owns the car there. And, gosh, he's been really good to me and him and his brother. And just Ralph Grizzle Trucking, just everybody that helps us out here, you know. This Clements Racing engine ran really good. And just Longhorn Chassis, these shocks, Longhorn Dynamics, Matt and them does a great job for us and help us out a lot. And just all the sponsors here on the car, you know, just thank you for all the fans to come out. Appreciate everybody coming out and supporting Red. And we'll try it again tomorrow night.
Definitely going to try it again tomorrow night. Here comes, of course, our Southeastern Hornets drivers rolling on for their feature.
Thank you so much, Darrell Walter, as we get ready for our SEHA, SEHA, the Southeastern Hornet Association. These are more stocked versions of the front wheel drives that'll be coming out for a 5,000 to win race here this evening. Finishing up the Victory Lane pictures and celebration of Brandon Overton. And then we're going to move on to our SEHA late, or I'm about to call them late models, excuse me, front wheel drives. Their inaugural appearance here at the great Screven Motorsports Complex, and we are so happy to have these drivers with us here tonight. We still got a couple more races left there, guys. Y'all want some more shout-outs? I'll be with y'all to the very end here this evening, and we'll kick off again tomorrow at 4 p.m. for those tuning in their nice, cozy homes. So we have the SEHA front wheel drives, the 602 red clay late models, Crown Vics 604 late models, and street stocks. So, believe it or not, we actually are making pretty good time here tonight for the amount of racing we have done here this evening. Some things are kind of unavoidable when it comes to cautions and things of that nature, but we do our due diligence to expeditiously get through those adversities. For them folks that said I can't enunciate my words, but I got a 4-year college degree, but whatever. Anyway, so our front wheel drives, the Southeastern Hornet Association front wheel drives, getting ready to get down like James Brown here this evening. So 50-50 has finally been claimed for everybody that has waited. Yeah, and it couldn't have happened to a wonderful person of Miss Christy Oliver, the lovely wife of Jamie Oliver. So they just paid for their whole weekend right there with the family. So we will see you, Miss Christy. Thank you. Awesome, awesome. So tomorrow, fresh new pot, fresh new money. It's going to be a good one for everyone. And thank you for those that did the 50-50. I know we got a race going on, but that goes a long way for our Shriners and helping terminally ill children. And if you don't want to donate that way, you can always visit the Shriners website or your local Shriners Club. But here we go, 3 wide for the leaders. They come down the front stretch. Great bat off in a 1 and 2. Wheel to wheel, hug to hug. The triple threat match down the back stretch as they run them down into turns 3 and 4. Great showdown here tonight. Coming up on lap number 4 as they cross the stripe. Great race. We got a brand new leader. He's going to speed the meat in the sandwich. He's going to split them down the middle. Approaching the tail end of the field. What a show. My goodness, he takes a slip off turn 2. Side by side again. Avery White in the number 81. Trying to make it work to the outside. Kobe Lambert to his inside. Here comes Newman Presnell. Lap 6 of the 40 lapper. Things are getting good here in Screven. The C-High front wheel drives might be the breakout race of the night. Avery White still hanging it down there at the very bottom of the speedway. Cody Lambert keeping the outside momentum rolling. Third place of Newman Presnell staying in the hunt. The rest of the field, they are gaggled all over each other. It's a hornet's nest throwing down here at the Screven Motorsports Complex. Get back into the action in turns 3 and 4. Your race leader is gonna have to get ready to make some very tough decisions as he runs up into the back mark of the field. Everything from 8th on back to 22nd, they are literally right there together. Your race leader in the middle of the hunt. Lead is growing exponentially. Up to a 2-second advantage now over second place. Oh, baby, in turns 3 and 4. He had to make a wise decision to get out as he will pass 3 cars coming to the line. Back off into 1 and 2 they go. One off the pace here on the front stretch. Will he make the hard right turn? He will. We're gonna say green. These guys are going down to the berm to help those cars turn. There's not a part on this track that is not being used, but attrition is there becoming a factor. And your leader needs a caution because he's in the middle of a thicket. As he literally runs the very bottom of the speedway. We're now 14 laps into the books. The leader has found his niche and he has gotten away from the rest of the competition. I mean, there's cars everywhere. It's almost hard to try to keep up who's in what position right now. As not only there's a speed differential between the leaders and the cars he's putting a lap down, but also a differential in the competition level with some of these guys too. But they're putting on a show. There hasn't been a lap there. They have not been at least 3 wide per corner of the speedways. We are just now 4 laps shy of the halfway marker. I think this is the biggest pay for the Southeastern Hornet Association front wheel drives this year. I know they have the World Short Track Championship coming up at Charlotte later on. Also, a quick shout out to the Friendship Speedway opening back up in North Carolina as well under the leadership of Chuck and Jason Walls. The leader is just done set sail. Battle for second is heating back up again. Newman Presnell and Cody Lambert are going at it pretty hard there. He is up under. We got one off the pace on the front stretch. And there's the caution. The white number 95 bringing out our very first caution as we are just 1 lap shy of the halfway marker.
Dwayne, you've done started something.
What's
I didn't
that?
know this many people knew my phone number or how to get a hold of me
That's
here
how
tonight.
You find out. That's how you find out. Because half of them I know ain't gave them my number, so somebody gave them my number.
I want to say a shout out there to Alex Vance and Brittany Vance watching at home here tonight. Also, Mr. Donnie Covant watching at home as well. Donnie, thanks for the pictures that you just sent me. Also want to wish a speedy recovery to Larry Teal and the folks with Teal Racing, TJ Teal as well. They had a shop accident that happened a couple of weeks ago where Larry was burnt really bad working on the race car. Had I believe, a heater and the gas fumes got it and it made an explosion. So he's in the burn center down here in Augusta getting, of course, those grafts. TJ trying to recover as well. If you get a chance online, I shared it a couple of days ago. There's, of course, multiple ways to support the Teal family. Make sure that you buy, whether it be a bracelet, a T-shirt, or the GoFundMe, or any other way. Support the folks in the racing world when travesty happens. Support the Teal family as well. Jay Bird. Little Jay Owens, want to give you a shout out as well. I'm just now getting to you. You and Jason Smoot as well. Just now getting to some of these. Guys, if I missed your message, I'm sorry. It's kind of been we called it controlled chaos up here earlier. That's about what it's been like on this phone.
Yes, and that's why we love y'all, because we know y'all love us. We want to give y'all that same love back. I know I've seen a few people already a little aggravated about the shout-outs, but like I said, if you want a shout-out, just hit me up. We're going to show you some love.
All right, getting this one up back to me as well. Walker Green, want to wish you a happy birthday watching at home. Walker Green. Kevin Nations also watching at home as well. One of the pure stock competitors there at Travelers Rest Speedway. Alan Bishop also looks like he's watching at home as well. He sent a message. I didn't get a chance to get to it. Mr. Gene Murphy, good to hear from you as well, sir. Chris Martin. Also, Southern All-Stars. Coming up in the month of March when we're back in action after this weekend, we go to Penton on a Friday in the beautiful North Georgia Speedway. Or I'm going to get this one right, Mr. Stephen Newbold. We'll be there. We'll see you there. And also, sir, congratulations on your promotion with the NASCAR Youth Series.
Absolutely. Love our announcing brethren. Definitely a huge shout out to Stephen Newbold and, of course, a couple other announcers that have reached out. And we definitely showing y'all love, our promoters, our friends, family, everyone in the racing community. Thank you for the love, support. And this also keeps them tuned in tonight on Flow. There's a lot that goes in that, you know, that fan interaction, that live fan interaction. And I love it.
Also, Amanda Jackson, she stayed at home while Chris and Jake made it down here. So I'm going to do my best, Amanda, to keep them boys in line. I'm going to try as best I can. Terry Robinette, also Miss Tucker at home. We'll make sure to keep your cousin Ernie in our prayers as well. Dwayne, I don't know. I'm trying to see what we had going on here. We had somebody with some unhappiness down here, I believe.
So, yes, to put it, a couple things happened. We had the caution come out for the white 35. There was also contact being made out there because I'm not kidding, from 8th to 23rd, and I'm not joking on that, they were that close together. They were 4 and 5 wide for 19 laps, and they could not get away from each other. So contact got made. Fluid hit the racetrack. They're working the fluid in, and a lot of debris was out on the track as well. Parts came from up under one of the machines, so they've picked a lot of it up. We also got a lot of cars, for whatever reason, wants to hit our. That's why we have Ute tires, because when you hit one of these orange crates, whatever we got here, it splatters everywhere. So that was all on the track as well. So we've had a long cleanup process, fluid, and just a lot of stuff going on, Walter. And because we were racing, we didn't want to quite stop.
It was said earlier on in the day by Bebo Franklin that the plastic barriers are down. Bebo, I think we need to put a bet on how many are going to be left by the time we get done at the final checkered flag tomorrow night. Hannah Wall, want to give her a shout out, the great lady driver there up at Cherokee Speedway. Watching, of course, on Flow. Terry Robinette watching at home on his birthday weekend. Said, guys, we'll try to give you these shout outs. A lot of folks watching from home.
Now, if you tuned off of Flow and you missed your shout out, that's on you.
My good buddy Travis Caldwell. The dude can put some floor down when it comes to concrete coatings. Exquisite at concrete coatings. If you want one of them garage things, he's got you covered.
Good to go there. We're back at, So, a little miscommunication. I need to
give a shout out there to Nicholas Bishop. Hey, that's why I brought like 6 bottles of water up here, Dwayne.
You know. But yeah, Walter, we got to keep his voice dressed. He's got a 602 late model race coming up that he announced, and he gets to call it an evening after that. And we'll go into the midnight hours once again. The green flag is out. Here we go. And the action's going to pick up again off turn number 2. Avery White, completely untouchable so far, as we'll come around and get lap number 19 into the books. Oh, Nelly, we got one around here in turns number 1, bringing out the caution. Also, big shout out to Jimmy Lee Morris. I announced that race, the last winner of the National Vintage Racing Association at the Cocker Motor Speedway, and what a clinic he put on the mastery of that race. So big shout out to Jimmy Lee Morris here this evening here on FloRacing. Also, Mingo, good to hear from you, boss. Glad you're tuned in as well. And Jonathan Clayton, a.k.a. Lil Hollywood, and the series director of the Mars Super Late Model Series. What a program you and Matt Curl have put up with the Mars Series, and glad to see that 1990s Terry Phillips swag back on the series. It's really came back into that prominence. So again, big shout out, and also to you two lovely boys as well. And also want to give a big shout out to Landon Davis. Thank you, Landon Davis, for tuning in here on FloRacing tonight. Jonathan Moorhead, behave, young man. Thank you so well for tuning in as well. And Anthony's Auto Repair, thank you so much, of Greenville, South Carolina, for tuning in here on FloRacing. Like I said, for those that are not a fan of the excessive shout out, I asked once again to bear with us. We will bring you the race action as well, and we will show you the same love as those that are reaching out as well. We're just trying to help keep the fan interaction with the broadcast as well, to kind of keep you stimulated, give you some good expectations for tomorrow. It goes hand in hand. For some, it may not be as fun and annoy, and for some others, just getting their name mentioned on this platform can go a lot, because you don't know what someone's going through. So here we go. Lights are out. Alex, you're a trooper, brother. Thank you for your endurance tonight. Our emergency flow tech support here this evening. Him and these wonderful cameramen putting in the work here tonight. We're back on the green. What I tell you guys, they're 3 and 4 wide every time again. Down the backstretch they go. Here comes Brighton, number 95, trying to get up into the mix. Back off into turns 3 and 4 they go. Avery Love showing the way. Where's that caution coming from? We got a stopped car in turns number 2. Maybe we shouldn't have thrown that very first caution as our third caution. Now going into our 4th caution of this event for our Southeastern Hornet Association, front wheel drives. Yikes. So we get one to pull back out onto the speedway. And, of course, they're pushing the plastic barriers back out again. That looks like Paul Purvis. That might be Paul Purvis. So we're continuing to work through. Cottonmouth. Yes, I promise you, we are going to get through this feature event. They have put on a great show, I promise you. And you're going to get that much of a better show tomorrow when the SCDRA run for their Battle Royale. And they're running for $25,000 tomorrow. A lot more power under the hood, a lot more tuning have been done to the SCDRA versus the Southeastern Hornet Association based front wheel drives. Most of it's just under the hood as far as safety protocols with seats and bodies and everything else coming to these specific division cars. They're pretty much on the same playing field. It's just more or less what's been done under the hood between the SCDRA and the SEHA Hornets here this evening. That's why I say there's a lot more of a stocked base cars here in our SEHA front wheel drives here this evening. But they're running for a pretty nice purse and $5,000. That's a great payday. Third highest paying feature of the entire weekend. Well, technically it's second because front wheel drives and supers both run for $25,000 as a top prize, and they run for $5,000. The rest have been $2,500, $2,000, $1,500, and $1,000. So yeah, the Crown Vic's running for $500. 40 cars for $500. It's pretty good. Huh. And we got, I think our second place machine is coming to a slow. So I don't know if something is breaking on the car or he's trying to point something out. But it's delaying the start just a little bit longer than we would like. So, like I said, we do apologize for running a little bit later into the program that we would hope for. And also, let me give a shout out to the G1S of Billy, Bob, AJ Cable. Thank you for tuning in here on FloRacing here this evening. Again, for those that are up with us, we're with y'all. If you want your shout out, just get a hold of me or Walter Tapp, and we'll make that happen for you guys, because we are just shy of the halfway marker. We just got to get the field back rolling again, and once they can get a couple of good green flag laps, we can knock this race on out and then bring you the 602 Red Clay Series late model action. Lights are out. We're going to try it again. Back under power, and we got a battle this time for the lead as they run down the back stretch into turns 3. That didn't last long, but how about the Flintstone Flyer? Coming into prominence, this is a 3-wide battle for second coming across the line. We're now officially past the halfway marker as it's now lap 21 of 40. And once again, they hit the plastic barrier, trying to get every piece of what they can do. That's the F1 of Travis Langford in the Flintstone Flyer F1 machine. Now up to the second spot, battling with the 95 of Gavin Bright. That's Jacob Bright's son getting into the mix. The back marker's starting to get ready to come back into play. Well, great race for second right now between these two young phenoms right now. And then third, fourth, and fifth right there throwing down. Oh, contact. Ease up off of him, young man. Gavin Bright gives him the old heave-ho. Gonna move him up as they battle for second, coming to the line. Langford to hold him off, but just barely. Bright in the Lightning McQueen 95. Gets a good run under it. He's now up to second. Langford have had a charge. Both of those young men have fought hard, and they are throwing hands. They are not giving up. Our race leader, Avery White, putting on the clinic. But it's a great showdown for second as these two young lions are fighting over the Gazelle. And the 3 and 4 they go. And the F1 slides up high. That's going to cost them major time. Newman Preston on the 48. Why have a plastic barrier as they are just knocked it out every time? Oh, my goodness. But we're still green. They're putting on a show. We got one off the pace in front of our leader in the preferred racing groove. Here on lap number 28, 12 laps remaining. As the rest of the field has sorted out between the top three, there's now a major distance between first, second, and third. Everyone else is just, oh, flat right rear tire on our third place machine. Yellow flag is out. Our third place machine does have a flat. We have debris from the plastic barrier that they just done bulldozed through yet again and caused a lot more extra debris all over in turns two.
Want to give a shout out there to Daryl Moffitt, a front wheel drive champion there at Harris Speedway. And one more that we're going to do here, Mac Daddy Motorsports, currently watching on FloRacing, and he is deployed at this time. So we will give him a shout out and deployed. Guys, I know we've got a lot of folks asking for shout outs, but I'm going to wrap it up for the night on shout outs. But my man, if he's watching overseas deployed, fighting for our country, I'm going to give him one. But that's it. We're going to call it a night on the shout outs. We'll be back at that maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Definitely for sure, guys. We're working through it. We're 12 laps, make that 11 laps possibly shy from the checkered flags. There, it does come with consequences running into those plastic barriers. Because as stated, our third place machine of Langston in the Flintstone Flyer, Travis Langford, excuse me. Why I say Langston? I apologize. Travis Langford. So we're having a little extensive debris cleanup. Because they're literally, one of them have knocked their front bumper off on that machine. Looks like we're going to be shopping for new plastic barriers in the morning. Yikes. Or maybe see if we can borrow a couple of tractor tires to put down there, that because if you hit one of those, this lights out for that car. So we're trying to give them parameters of where they should be racing on the track, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to go through the out of bounds lines. Yeah. Yeah. So again, thank you so much for those that are staying with us live tonight. Oh, it's just now midnight. For some, they think that's late. For others, that's actually not. Actually, it's really not bad at all. Still 4 features left to go here after our Hornet feature. So the cleanup continues in the middle turns 1 and 2. It is a little bit of a dip over there in turns 1 and 2. I'm just now noticing that. So that's going to be kind of interesting for our red clay late models and, of course, the other classes that will be coming up following those races right there. So I think for the most part they got debris cleaned in the middle of 1 and 2, but still some more debris on the back stretch that they are going to have to tend to. Huh? We don't see it back there, sir. They're telling them just going to double foul it up. And we're going to get to it. Oh, pulling the Bobcat out. It looks like they're going to build a berm. The antics here tonight is actually pretty cool. Yeah, they done busted out the mini Dozer Bobcat using some of that infield dirt. I think we're trying to kind of rebuild the line of don't cross this. Because generally they don't like making a berm for those guys, because when they hit it around they go and it can cause more cautions, but right now it seems like it hasn't. The plastic barriers that were placed there, they were meant to sit stationary. They can only be moved one way by an outside source. All right, we got one rejoining. So as stated, 11 laps left to go here in this Hornet feature. All right, so they are using that Bobcat to get some of that debris off the exit of turn 2 to the entrance of the back stretch and moving it to the infield to kind of help speed up that progress instead of picking up by hand. But this is it for quite a few of these drivers here in the Hornets that aren't pulling double duty. I think a few of them have actually made both features, so some will race on tomorrow. All right, they'll get the one to go signal this time by, so that is signs of a blessing. As we're going to get back into green flag action for our Hornet division here this evening. Still $5,000 waiting for one enduring driver here this evening. Right now, Avery White have led over majority of this event as they're going to get back on the loud pedal. Here we go. Wow. How about Young Bright trying to get up into the mix? Is going to push the leader up. Coming out of turn number 4. 10 to go this time by. So Avery White wasn't quite expecting that run coming out of Gavin as they running down the backstretch. Gavin Bright trying to make a big run for the lead. Here comes the 48 of New and Presnell, starting to put his name back into the battle for 5K tonight. Trying to make that outside momentum work. But the bottom side seems to be the dominant side here. Oh, and we had one go around here on the front stretch, but he fires back up and going to go to the infield. Jacob Bright working up on the race leaders. They come out of turn number 2. Bright's going to put out apply the pressure to him. Off into 3 and 4 he goes. Avery White washes up, coming out of turn number 4. Bright giving it all he can in that Lightning McQueen number 95 machine. Newman Presnell is under assault for the 3rd spot. Travis Langford is now back into the mix as they battle all 4. What a battle for the lead. Gavin Bright is putting a muscle to it. Side by side down the front backstretch they go. Bright is pushing up on him, and the caution comes out. Wow, we got one wow. Nasty work in turns 1 and 2. Red flag is out. My goodness, that looks bad.
All righty. So, thanks to our great people at FloRacing, did show what happened. Driver cut deep through the infield, and it's kind of a little dip in that area, and it sent the car barrel rolling at least 8 or 9 times. A lot of these competitors are very young. Some are definitely actually this event. So we are glad that the driver was okay after a violent rollover in turns 1 and 2. Getting ready to come out of turn number 4. They're going to get up on that loud pedal. Here we go. Gavin Bright trying to get around Newman Presnell. Battling for that second spot. Avery White running a nice, respectable lead at this point as we're winding down here in the winning hours of this race. And that right front, that was pretty much going down earlier on Travis Lankford's Flintstone Flying F1. I believe they changed it, but somebody may have not tightened it up. And that car has lost yet another tire. Another caution up on this field with 3 laps to go. So we're getting to our final run. Yikes. All right, given the choose, going to try to get these last 3 laps in. 602 late models. If you're not ready by now, you definitely should be, but 602s, you are next. Be ready to go. 602 late models, you're next. Be ready to go. Crown Vics are coming up after the 602s. Crown Vics, you're coming up next after the 602s. Uh-oh. Attrition becoming a factor into this event. So what's the call now? We're going to go try it again. We're going to get the one to go signal. All right. Not what they were supposed to do. People not understanding the call. Did have one machine breakdown over there in turns number 3. The right front broke on it to the previous caution. Green is out. Here we go. See, here comes Gavin Bright again in Fresno. Gavin Bright has been throwing haymakers all at Avery this entire race, doing all he can to win that $5,000. What a win that will be for the Bright family. Whoever wins, it will be a career-defining win here this evening as the white flag comes out. Newman Fresno, he knows about run down the back stretch. Can Gavin Bright make it work? What a finish coming to the line. Whoa! Avery White hangs on. By 0.028 of a second. What a finish. I called it early. I said, I watched this be the breakout race of the night. It was a struggle to get there, but we got there. God bless America for our young talent. What a win for Avery White, and what a fight coming out of Gavin Bright. Wow. Well, Walter, I'm about to take my OSHA mandated break, and I'm going to allow you to come in for our 602 Red Clay Series, and then I'll close out the night here this evening. But for our race fans, let's hear it up for Avery White. What a finish.
I won't. It's all you. I got to go to the bathroom.
Thank you there, Dwayne. I don't know about scheduled breaks there. I didn't know we got those today, but all right. Oh. We have had a fun time no matter how long the day has been. For some of us, it started at 7 a.m. this morning. So, we've been at it for a while. I don't know about no 4:30. We're going to roll them out onto the Speedway for the Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. Red Clay Series. First main event of 2026. Of course, non-points this weekend. Points will start at Sonoya Raceway on February 28th. That will be coupled with, of course, the Schaefer's Oil Southern National Spring Series. They'll be at Swainsboro on the 27th. And then at Sonoya on the 28th, the Red Clay Series will have, of course, that Saturday. They'll be at Sonoya Raceway. Race fans, we'll introduce you now to the starting field at this time. We have Chris Action Jackson up here in the booth with me. Hey, I promised your wife I'd try to keep you out of trouble. I don't know if I can keep that promise, but we'll introduce you now to the starting lineup. 22 drivers on the field. Bo Smith out of Sylvania, Georgia, going to be starting 22nd. Starting 21st out of Gainesville, Georgia. In that train chassis, it's going to be the 90 of Ryan Clay. Out of Portal, Georgia, in the C5, going to be Camden Hart. Out of Augusta, Georgia, in the 38, it's going to be Clay Collins. Out of Waterboro, South Carolina, in the 58C, it's going to be Caleb Trouble. Going to give him a couple of laps to bring things up to the proper temps. Gets a little heat in the tires, get a little bit of oil percolating inside the motors. Out of Georgia as well, it's going to be the 7P of Sean Pritchett. Starting 15th out of Ainer, South Carolina, it's going to be the Hustler and a very right icon, Doug Penny. Out of Jefferson, Georgia, starting at 14th in the 97, it's going to be Evan Bell. Out of Waycross, Georgia, the lady driver, Carly Bennett in the 10. In the 12th starting position out of Evans, Georgia, in the 84, it's Little Sexy Cody Overton. Griffin Jones, also out of Georgia, in the 17. Jay and Race fans, your top 10 starters here tonight. Out of Lucas Grove, Georgia, Colton Herbert in the 611. Kalen Kettle out of Colbert, Georgia, starting 9th. Starting 8th in the 71 out of Inman, South Carolina, David Hollywood Smith. Brian Fairclaw in the 18, starting 7th. Your top 6 starters going to be Ches Chester out of Twin City, Georgia. Caleb Gay out of Dublin, Georgia. Wyatt Coffey out of Virginia. Dawson Lowe starting 3rd at Knoxville, Tennessee. In your front row, Kenny Collins out of Colbert, Georgia. And Ross the Boss Bales out of Clover, South Carolina. Race fans, $2,000 on the line for the 602s. The Schaefer's Oil by Mike Bruner Jr. 602s are underway. Ross Bales, Kenny Collins looking to battle now as they work their way down into turn number 3 and 4. Wyatt Coffey now to the inside. Coffey looking to the bottom of the Speedway. Collins going to slam the door. The very right icon and a Longhorn battling it out for the top spot as they work down the back straightaway. 3 cars under a blanket. Kenny Collins. Here comes Ross Bales with a slider down into turn number 3 and 4. Crossover by Collins down the front straightaway. Back to the race lead goes the real rapper, Kenny Collins. Wyatt Coffey and a slew of drivers, 2 and 3 wide, back mid-pack. Caleb Gay right there in the 17 machine in 4th. Bo Smith trying to work his way and battling back towards the tail of the field there with Ryan Clay and Camden Hart. Battle for the lead. Ross Bales with a slider again in 3 and 4. Crossover by Collins. Wyatt Coffey, could he be sitting in the catbird seat? Caleb Gay, Chester rounding out your top 5. Cody Overton on the move. He's up to 6, looking now for 5th to the inside of Chester. He'll look for the 2-for-1 special. Caleb Gay now on the top side. Chester 3 wide down into turn number 1. Wyatt Coffey now to the inside. He's on the bottom shelf. On the top shelf is Kenny Collins. Give it to the Virginia native Wyatt Coffey. He'll move now to 2nd out front. Ross of Boss Bales. Bales in that 1 machine working in the back straightaway. Now Wyatt Coffey. The 1 and the 2 car run 1 and 2 respectively out on the racing surface. Collins now back to that 3rd spot. Here comes Overton. Cody Overton in that Excel chassis now. He'll look to the inside. He is trying to draw a bead on Kenny Collins with that 00 machine. The 9 of Chester. Caleb Gay. Caution is out. And that is going to bring out for the first time here in this main event. The tuxedo glass and mirror caution flag is in the air. And that looks to be the 90 there of Ryan Clay in that train chassis, as he is around in the rear end of Camden Harp in that 5 machine. Does not look like it is setting right at all on the right side. Looks a little bit sunk in. Just my observation. Still got the 90 machine trying to get turned back in the right direction. Chester there in the 9 machine. He is going to be one of the favorites, a multi-time winner here at Screven in 602s and 604 action. The one that I've been watching work and slice his way through the field is Cody Overton. Overton started back around 12th and has worked his way all the way up to 4th here in the early going of this one. Holder's Body Works there out of Greenville, South Carolina on the side of that entry. Coming up after this one is complete, we will interview our winner here on the front straight. We got Crown Vics and 604 lake models and street stocks as the nightcap. Ryan Clay turned in the right direction. He'll bypass the leader Ross Bales, try to catch up to the tail of the field in that 90 machine. Of course, $2,000 to win here tonight, $2,500 to win tomorrow. And then at Sonoya Raceway, the points start the chase for $5,000 to win the richest 602 championship in the game. Chris, we might have started from just itty bitty to about $5,000 to win. Horse race fans, also on the mic and also behind the scenes as one of the folks that make things happen with the Red Clay Series. Everybody going 2 by 2 behind the race leader. They'll get to choose inside or outside behind Ross the Boss Bales, who is in that 1 machine normally driven down here by the local competitor of Cameron Tribble. Chester going to pick the inside. David Smith in the 71. Also going to pick the inside of row number 4. Caleb Gay to the outside. Kenny Collins on the inside of that 2nd row. Wyatt Coffey to the outside. Here we go. Green flag back in the air. $20 laps the distance, $2,000 on the line, and we're 7 laps in the books, making 8 that time by. Chester on the move down to the inside of Wyatt Coffey. He'll pick up the 2nd spot. The 84 Machina Grumbles now working the top side of the Speedway. Caleb Guy, Kenny Collins falling back through the field there. started up on that front row with Ross Bales. Now back to 5th with Caleb Guy hounding him for that spot. Colton Herbert, the driver, out of Lucas Grove, Georgia, right there behind those two. Caution is out. We got him around at turn number 3 and 4. Camden Harp and Ryan Clay involved in our latest tuxedo glass and mirror caution flag. Guys, remember, we still have flags available. We've got the green flag, white flag, checkered flag, all still available. You can give me a call. My number's pretty much everywhere on the page. And we can get some marketing partnerships worked out with you. I promise you, I'm not going to rip your arm off to sponsor the series. The one of Ross Bales now will have Chester behind him on this latest restart. I want to thank, of course, the folks at PPM Racing Products for our hard charger. Also, C&S Auto Electric sponsoring our long call, and also hard luck on the entire weekend. Terry, always a great help to the series. If you ever need anything, batteries, alternators, get with Terry right there next across from Six Flags. Pretty much is the best way to tell you to get there. Ross the Boss Bales now off of turn number 3 and 4. The 2 of Wyatt Coffey going to the inside. He's looking for the lead down in the corner. Chester in 3rd. Here comes Overton. Overton to the inside. Collins now back to the top. He'll look to rip the lip as Kenny Collins. Collins now working that top side. He's got the momentum up. Wyatt Coffey in front of him. Chester now. He, of course, is working the bottom. Halfway that time by, coming to lap number 11 this time. Ross Bales, Wyatt Coffey, Chester, Overton, and the 00 machine of Collins, your top 5. Caleb Guy right there in 6th. 7th, it's Colton Herbert. A lot of battling back through the pack. Kalen Kettle, Carly Bennett, Evan Bell, the youngsters are going at it. Oh, big wiggle out of Herbert in the 6-11. He'll lose maybe 2 spots, make it 3. Oh, Pritchett gonna dive it in there on Hollywood David Smith. Sean Pritchett picking up a spot. As they like to say, a little bit of bumping and elbows up racing. Ross Bales, Wyatt Coffey, Chester. Coming next time by. Gonna be 5 laps to go. Is it the show me the money time? Wyatt Coffey to the inside. Contact with Ross Bales. Bales will go up the hill. This may be the opening that Chester needs to work by Bales as well. Wyatt Coffey with a power move to the inside. The youngster flexing his muscle. Ross Bales in 2nd. Chester to his inside. Overton. And we're clicking them off. Down to 4 laps to go. That time by. We'll keep our attention there for 2nd. Chester. Ross Bales up on that top side. He'll work down to the bottom to close the door on Chester off of 3 and 4. The 2 machine of Wyatt Coffey. Chester on the bottom. The 1 machine of Ross Bales. Overton, Collins, Guy, Brian, Ben Fairclaw, and the 18 machine back here as well. Chester now battling with Ross Bales. Collins going to go a lap down in the 38 machine. Camden Hart going a lap down. Wyatt Coffey, white flag in the air. Once again, as soon as we're done with our interview with our red clay winner, Crown Vics in 604s, be ready. Checker to the air, and it's Wyatt Coffey, the Virginia native, getting it done. The Natural Bridge Speedway champion in 602s last year, the Elite Racing Series champion, and of course your Mini 602s champion. He will capture, I believe, what should be his first red clay victory. And that 2 machine there for Wyatt Coffey. Chester going to finish second, Ross Bell third, Cody Overton, Kenny Collins, Caleb Guy, Ben Faircloth, also Colton Herbert, David Smith, and Sean Pritchett going to be your top 10. We're going to go ahead and get ready to head down and talk to our winner here tonight, the young man behind the wheel, Wyatt Coffey in the 2. Of course, pending him making, of course, that post-race tech and getting across the scales. All right, getting word from race control. We will do the interview at the series trailer. We're going to roll Crown Vic. They had them ready, and they're going to roll them. So. So we'll get Wyatt Coffey's interview there at the series trailer, and it will be posted on the Red Clay Facebook page. Want to keep things moving. Want to at least try to get folks out of here with 3 more classes. Try to get these races in the books as quickly as we can. Our Crown Vic's out on the Speedway. We started with 40. I believe we've dwindled it down to about 24. Crown Vics getting ready for their main event. Starting in 24th, going to be Hank Butler in the 41. Out of Hickory, North Carolina in the 14. Jason Ledford slated to start 23rd. Starting 22nd, Justin Watts out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. And just in time plumbing entry, Eugene Vaughn in the 44. Justin Harper. I know that's John Harper Livingston there in 20th. Jarrett Peoples in the 65, starting 19th. Drew Grimsley starting in 18th. Starting 17th in the 38, going to be Johnny Brooks. Starting 16th, Colton Knight in the 12. Starting 15th in the 94S, Matt Saxton. Starting in 14th, going to be Justin Stevens in the 94. Starting 13th, going to be Frank Lee. Starting at 12th, Jacob Black. Starting 11th, going to be Matthew Morris. Garrett Knight starting in your top 10. Randon Durden in the 28R. starting in 9th. Charlie Minders in the 28 at Liberty, South Carolina. Justin Stevens Jr. starting there in 7th. Greg Carroll going to be starting in 6th. Sam 9th, starting 5th. Kyle Rollins, Hunter Tigpin, and Jordan Tigpin, and Josh Ayers going to lead them there in turn 1 to the green flag. Trying to rapid fire through the field there. So 15 laps the distance here for Crown Vics. Josh Ayers still with the race lead in that 3:21 entry. Hunter Tigpin, Jordan Tigpin, second, third. Oh, we got them around on the back straightaway, and they are splitting every which way. One lap in the books out of 15. 6:04 drivers be ready, and street stocks be getting ready as well. So Josh Ayers, Hunter Tigpin, Jordan Tigpin, Randon Durden, Greg Carroll, Justin Stevenson Jr., your top 6 with 1 lap in the books. Said multi-car caution, had actually about 2 different cautions. One kind of in the middle of the back straightaway, one starting over here at the start of the back straightaway. So Cruiser 604 drivers, Cruiser 604s, make your way to staging if you would please. So 317 gonna have to fall in line, not where he needs to be. Single file currently out on the Speedway. One to go that time. Green flag in the air, and we're backing away with Crown Vic action. Josh Ayers, your race leader, followed by the 17 of Tigpin, Jordan Tigpin. Greg Carroll trying to climb his way up through the field. Hunter Tigpin riding in that second position, the 33 of Jordan Tigpin in 4th. And the battle is on, or he's in 3rd. The battle for 4th is going to be the 28 R of Randon Durden in the 28, and also Greg Carroll there in the G1 out of Greer, South Carolina. Still Josh Ayers leading this field as the Pied Piper. 5 laps in the books out of 15. One car slow down the back straightaway. We're going to keep it rolling. We'll try to keep it green. Once again, Cruiser 604 drivers, Cruiser 604s, please be ready. Got it, looks like fluid coming out of the 7 machine. Looks like an Allen Quickie throwback. Josh Ayers now starting to work into a little bit of lap traffic as he works down the back straightaway. Hunter Tigpin riding there in second, but he's about 4 car lengths behind Ayers. Greg Carroll, the man who is now in 4th. Or actually in 3rd. So he'll go to 3rd there. A lot of positions lost that lap by the 33. 8 laps in the books in this one. Ayers still dominating so far over Hunter Tigpin. Greg Carroll, Randon Durden, and Charlie Monders riding 5th. Jared Peebles riding in 6th. Jordan Tigpin went all the way from 3rd to about 7th there. Drew Grimsley and Matthew Morris and Matt Saxton, your top 10 with 5 laps to go. Cruiser 604s, be ready. Cruiser 604s, be ready in a staging area. Ayers still your race leader, but in heavy traffic at the back of the field. Jason Ledford there in the 14. Right there with the race leader. The leader on the inside. A little bit of contact. The 17 of Tigpin, though not within striking distance. Still about a 7 car length gap as they dive down into turn number 3 and 4. 604 drivers, be ready. 604 drivers, be ready in staging. Josh Ayers going to be coming now this time by to the white flag in the 321. The driver out of Landrum, South Carolina. Looking to get a win to start the season off for Josh Ayers. Hunter Tigpin, Greg Carroll, still your top 3. Brandon Durden and Jarrett Peebles now up to 5th in the 65. Off of turn number 3 and 4. He'll see the checkered flags for the first time in 2026. It's Josh Ayers. He'll be a winner here at the Winter Freeze. 1 car around over 1 and 2, and everybody going up to the top side. Hunter Tigpin going to finish 2nd. Greg Carroll, Brandon Durden, Jarrett Peebles, Jordan Tigpin, Charlie Monders, Drew Grimsley, Matthew Morris, and Eugene Vaughn going to round out your top 10 here for Crown Vic here tonight.
First, I didn't know y'all race gonna get done that quick, and I didn't think they were gonna get done that quick. Heard.
Time for the 604 late models. And their feature, down to the last 2 feature of the night.
Huh? It was supposed to have been 20 tonight and 30 tomorrow. Yeah. For the night? So give them 25 bid. 2,500. Did they up it? It was supposed to have been the same pay as, it's the same pay as the red clay. As far as the winner's race. they can beat 25 and 30. They'll be fine with 20 because that's how it's supposed to be when the pro late, when the ultimate was the So how did Wyatt Coffee win? Really? This off, right? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. All right, they done buzzed the racetrack, and we're about to get at it here for 20 laps, 2,000 to win, 604 late models. So 17 late models enter the event out of turn number 4. They get up on the loud pedal. Here we go. Trent Ivy is going to take the Thunder and Hurt down the fast backstretch of Screven Motorsports Complex. Going to show the prowess of himself on the outside and get lap number 1 into the book. But he's got company out of that 17 machine as he goes to work up on them as they come out of turn number 4. And Chester, who qualified on the outside, is trying to work his way back into contention. But how about Bubba Rowland getting the 515, rolling up around the outside, no pun intended. As he'll go around Ricky McLean in the 55. But it's a battle for the lead down the backstretch. The little head knocker, Trent Ivy, trying to hang on as they come out of turn number 4. So the bottom side has really came to life here by the end of this evening. The 604 late model is doing a great job here this evening. That Garrett Sherling on number 4. And is on. Here he comes, side by side, down the backstretch, off into turns 3 and 4. Great battle for the lead. Trent Ivy making the outside momentum work to his favor, and big time So it may be time to go to lane change. He sees the slider comes out of turn number 4. Now he goes to the inside. So Trent Ivy, what a battle for the lead up front. The 17 again crosses him up out of turn number 4. Trent Ivy back out front again. Playing Indian Giver for the lead here in the last 2 laps. This time around, he wisely tucks it down to the bottom of the speedway, where that has become the preferred racing groove. For whatever reason, he keeps trying to test that outside. But that 17 will not give up this hard charge. They're starting to approach lap traffic. And that's where the action is really about to pick up. Jordan Yon running in 4th. The 17 with another big slider. He'll take the lead this time and claim it. Trent Ivy slides him back off turn number 2. And he reclaims the lead. So this time he's going to move the G4 to the outside as they get right up to Eddie Morris in the 44. Trent Ivy, they playing hot potato for the lead as they come again back to the line. What a showdown here in the 604. Now he pins them behind the 2-lap car. Catches up on to the 00 machine. So the 17 will claim the lead this time around. Can Trent Ivy make something happen? Trent Ivy's gonna try to slide him, but he gets stuck behind the 44. That's gonna kill his momentum. And Chester, something is broken on that machine. Fabulous battle up front. This is the slobber knocker of the night. Back and forth they go here in the 604 division. Past halfway. Trent Ivy there 3 wide for the lead. The 44 has nowhere to go. So it's now back to clean racetrack. Jordan Yon and Benji Hicks is now to the mix. So the top 4 is right there together. Benji Hicks overdriving turns 3 and 4, and that's going to cost him. Trent Ivy trying to keep the momentum up on that G4 machine. Time is running out. Jordan Yon is into the mix. She is watching this battle unfold in front of her. What a run comes at 17 to the inside. Side by side off at a 3 and 4. The little head knockers trying to answer back. Checker flag, last lap pass. Second Ivy, third to Jordan Yon, and 4th to the 55 of Benji Hicks. So Tucker Anderson getting it done, picking up the win over Trent Ivy. What a race in the 604. That was an absolute showdown here tonight. One more race left, and that will be the street stocks. Big field of them, 25 cars will come out.
20 laps. For the straight stocks as they roll on out. Big field of these guys ready to show down here on the high banks of the Screven Motorsports Complex. They roll on out a big field. The street stock's ready to go for a nice payday here tonight. Andrew Stone trying to make it 2 years in a row here at the Rebel, at the Davis Tire. Winter freeze here this evening. So they're gonna think they're about to get the calls to start rolling. Good looking field. Thank you for everyone that has stayed out here and enjoyed a full night of racing. This will be the last feature of the night. If everything looks good with our race director, they will get the one to go, but I think they're going to buzz the track a little bit. All right, there seems to be getting the call to lock and load. Two solid grooves in, green flags out. Here we go. Caution out. So we're going to get ready to try it. As they work their way out of turn number 4, they get back up on that loud pedal. Here we go. So Brandon Yon had a fantastic restart, goes from 3rd to 1st. Oh, Matt Davis into the wall on the back stretch. Caution out, we got 3 together in turns 3 and 4. Everybody fires back up. We're going to get them back in their correct starting position, as we did not complete that lap. If you have a transponder on you, please move away from the tower. Again, if you have a transponder on you, first it should either be turned in or still on your race car. Second, please get away from the tower area. That is causing trouble for our scoring system. All right, everyone rolling back into position out of turn 4. Green flag is out. Here we go. Whoa! 007 gets ran up the hill. Andrew Stone's open the door. Here comes Brandon Yon to the inside. Rod, we got one around on the back stretch as the 3-wide battle for the lead coming out of 4. Rod Robertson in that 12 made things really interesting. We must give these guys grace because they have not seen this racetrack since about 7 p.m. Track has really widened out here this evening. Like I said, these street stocks are known for putting on a show. I stand corrected earlier, that was Tyler Davis, not Matt Davis. All righty. See if we can get these guys to kind of settle down, but they know that they got to get everything they can as early as possible for things start stretching out with everyone. They'll get the one to go signal this time by. Three of the 25 entered on the track so far. No laps in. Andrew Stone trying to get in the victor lane here tonight. Green is out. Here we go. Great battle up front as Andrew Stone and Brandon Young are going to go at it in turns 3 and 4. A veteran versus a young lion. Oh, we got one around in the middle of 1 and 2. That mid-pack wreaking havoc on these starts, making it so hard to get one good completed green flag lap in. Trying to get these guys in their correct position before we go back green flag racing here at the Davis Tire Winter Freeze. All right, so we did get that lap complete, what it seemed like. All right, going single file. Hopefully this will encourage our competitors to ease off each other as they get out of turn number 4. Green flag is out. Here we go. Track has really slicked off. Here comes Brandon Young working the inside of Andrew Stone. Stone's gonna drift up high just a little bit out of 4. They come back to the line. Robertson going toe-to-toe right there for that 3rd spot. Andrew Stone keeping that 602 motor wound up on the outside. Brandon Young trying to show a little bit of track prowess as he works the bottom. Brandon Young taking it nice and easy at the bottom. Andrew Stone, that single file restart, exactly what he needed. But he's gonna get to the back of the, oh, we got one around in 1 and 2. Oh, and Brandon Young goes up in smoke. Car overheating, caution out. The tale of 2 cars. Caution being charged to that in turns, the white number 16 over there in turns 3 and 4, but our second place machine, that motor overheated, sending him to a screeching halt down here on the front stretch. So he may need either push assistance or tow assistance. For the Eden, Georgia driver. Super tough break for him. Yikes. So we did get a few laps in that time around. All right, so Brandon getting Push assistance from the side-by-side. Gonna push him down into the infield. Race leader pulling up here in turns 1 to see what's going on with our unofficial. Again, this is the final feature of the night. All right, so Andrew Stone will get back out front. All right, lights are out formally. We're about to try it again. Caution is out. Some people trying to snooker that start and trying to get a little advantage on their competitors around them. Lights are out. Green flag, here we go. Battle for the lead early in this one. 007 trying to hold off Matt Davis. The Davis tire machine sitting there in the 4th spot as they come out of turn number 4. And we will get a lap in. That's good to see. Great battle up front. Andrew Stone is pushed to the edge as they come off 4-2. Matt Davis goes up to the 3rd spot. The 12 runs up onto the back end of Stone in the 2 as they come around to get another lap into the books. And around 1 goes in turns 4.
cautions plaguing this street stock feature so far. But we're going to get to that destination checker flag. Go ahead and get Brennan on to the infield, to the, outside pit area. They're getting the one to go signal, so we're going to try to give it another run. Working their way out of turn number 4, we'll get this lap into the books. Starting to get close to the halfway marker. Working their way back out of turn number 4. Andrew Stone so far got this race under control. Not really, he's starting to get some pressure from the 12. But he's definitely starting to keep him at bay now that he's gotten a good feel for the car and the track. Matt Davis is watching it battle in front of him. Here comes the 12 with a mean slider as he's going to try to get him out of 4. Brand new leader at the line. Andrew Stone's gonna fade back. Can he get back up there and get with Robertson as they run again off in the turns? A 3 and 4. Oh, and around goes the 4th place machine in turns 4. Caution is out. Wow. $11 laps now complete. $11 and 9 to go. We will be racing tomorrow at 4 p.m. Gates will open early as we will be serving breakfast. And then up to about 10:30, 11. After that, we will begin our lunch and dinner menu in the concession stand.
Back at it again as they come back out of turn 4. Here we go. Andrew Stone trying to, contact back there. Especially with the back end flailing around on that machine. How about Matt Davis doing the work? On Andrew Stone. Wow, that was the battle for second. I know Andrew may not be very happy with Davis in the 9. And of course there is some debris on the track as well from the contact that was made between them two. So finding pieces of debris on the back stretch, and our safety crew going out and collecting it before we go back green to prevent a later caution. And that white 16, as much as he has fought through the field, he's going to have to do it all over again.
would take us like 2 minutes to clean all this up.
Oh, it ain't that holding us up.
Yeah.
It's all on the track.
Yep.
This thing is all right.
Huh?
This thing is all right.
No, dude. It was way colder than infield. Like way colder.
Back up underway as we're closing in. Of 5 to go in this one. As the field is finally thinned down. And that white 16 machine unfortunately went to the pits. That costed him such a great run after having to fight his way back through the field earlier. So he's clawing his way back through, but at 12, Robertson's starting to close up on the back end. Matt Davis sits in the second spot. Here in this street stock feature. Oh, a main slider from the lead to try to get around those back marker machines and put as much distance and obstacles between him and second place. And he's done a great job with it as the white flag is out. Gary Dorsey pulls in with the red too. He works his way out of turn 4 and he will take the checkers. Checker flag coming out. So a great race here this evening for the street stock division. And that will put a close on the first night of the Davis Tire Winter Freeze here this evening. We appreciate everyone for sticking it out with us. We're going to do it one more time for the big finale tomorrow. And our next event will be April 10th and 11th here for the Crate Racing USA 604 late models. Y'all be safe heading home, and we will see y'all again.